When he had finished his verses he closed his eyes and opened his mouth, then with a single death rattling he left this world. Thereupon Canmickan rose and dug a grave and laid him in the dust, after which he went up to the steed and kissed him and wiped his face and joyed with exceeding joy, saying, None hath the fellow of this stallion, no, not even King Susan. Such was the case with Canmickan, but as regards King Susan, presently news came to him that the Wazir Dandan had thrown off his allegiance, and with him half the army who swore that they would have no king but Canmickan, and the minister had bound the troops by a solemn covenant and had gone with them to the islands of India and to Burberland and to Blackland, FN number 93, where he had levied armies from far and near, like unto the swollen sea, for fear and none could tell the hosts van from its rear. And the minister was resolved to make for Baghdad and take the kingdom in ward and slay every soul who dared add, having sworn not to return the sword of war to its sheath, till he had made Canmickan king. When this news came to Susan, he was drowned in a sea of appall, knowing that the whole state had turned against him, great and small, and his trouble redoubled and his care became despair. So he opened his treasuries and distributed his monies among his officers, as he prayed for Canmickan's return, that he might draw his heart to him with fair usage and bounty, and make him commander of those troops which ceased not being faithful to him, so might he quench the sparks say they became a flame. Now when the news of this reached Canmickan by the merchants, he returned in haste to Baghdad on the back of the aforesaid stallion, and as King Susan sat perplexed upon his throne he heard of the coming of Canmickan, whereupon he dispatched all the troops and head men of the city to meet him. So all who were in Baghdad fared forth and met the prince and escorted him to the palace and kissed the thresholds, whilst the damsels and the eunuchs went in to his mother and gave her the fair tidings of his return. She came to him and kissed him between the eyes, but he said to her, O mother mine, let me go to my uncle King Susan who hath overwhelmed me with weal and boon. And while he so did, all the palace people and head men marvelled at the beauty of the stallion and said, No king is like unto this man. So Canmickan went into King Susan and saluted him as he rose to receive him, and, kissing his hands and feet, offered him the horse as a present. The king greeted him, saying, Welcome and welcome to my son Canmickan. By Allah, the world hath been straitened on me by reason of thine absence, but praise be Allah for thy safety. And Canmickan called down blessings on him. Then the king looked at the stallion, Al-Katuhais, and knew him for the very horse he had seen in such and such a year whilst beleaguering the cross-worshippers of Constantinople with Canmickan's sire, Zor al-Makan, that time they slew his uncle Shargan. So he said to the prince, If thy father could have come by this courser, he would have bought it with 1,000 blood horses, but now let the honour return to the honourable. We accept the steed and we give him back to thee as a gift, for to him thou hast more right than any wight, being knightliest of knights. Then King Susan bade bring forth for him dresses of honour and led horses and appointed to him the chief lodging in the palace, and showed him the utmost affection and honour, because he feared the issue of the Wazir Dandan's doings. At this Canmickan rejoiced and shame and humiliation ceased from him. Then he went to his house and, going to his mother, asked, O my mother, how is it with the daughter of my uncle? Answered she, By Allah, O my son, my concern for thine absence hath distracted me from any other, even from thy beloved, especially as she was the cause of thy strangerhood and thy separation from me. Then he complained to her of his case, saying, O my mother, go to her and speak with her, haply she will vouchsafe me her sight to see and dispel from me this despondency. Replied his mother, Idle desires abase men's necks, so put away from thee this thought that can only vex, for I will not wend to her nor go in to her with such message. Now when he heard his mother words he told her what said the horse thief concerning Zat al-Dawai, how the old woman was then in their land purposing to make Baghdad, and added, It was she who slew my uncle and my grandfather, and needs must I avenge them with man boat, that our reproach be wiped out. Then he left her and repaired to an old woman, a wicked, whorish, pernicious beldam by name Saadana, and complained to her of his case and of what he suffered for love of his cousin Cusiafican, and begged her to go to her and win her favour for him. I hear and I obey, answered the old hag, and leaving him betook herself to Cusiafican's palace, that she might intercede with her in his behalf. Then she returned to him and said, Of a truth Cusiafican saluteth thee and promiseth to visit thee this night about midnight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 142nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old woman came to Kanmakan and said, Of a truth the daughter of thine uncle saluteth thee and she will visit thee this night about midnight, he rejoiced and sat down to await the fulfillment of his cousin's promise. But before the hour of night she came to him, wrapped in a veil of black silk, and she went into him and aroused him from sleep, saying, How canst thou pretend to love me, when thou art sleeping heart-free and in complete content? So he awoke and said, By Allah, O desire of my heart, I slept not but in the hope that thine image might visit my dreams. Then she chid him with soft words and began versifying in these couplets. Hast thou been lief in love's loyalty, ne'er hadst suffered sleep to seal those in, O thou who claimest lover loyalty, dreading the lover's path of pain and bine. By Allah, O my cousin, never yet did eyes of lover sleep such sleep in thine. Now when he heard his cousin's words, he was abashed before her and rose and excused himself. Then they embraced and complained to each other of the anguish of separation. And they ceased not thus till dawn broke and day dispersed itself over the horizon, when she rose preparing to depart. Upon this Kanmakan wept and sighed and began improvising these couplets. O thou who deignest come at sorest sink, whose lips those teeth like necklace pearls enshrine, I kissed him FN number 94,000 times and clips his waist, and spent the night with cheek to cheek close line till to depart us when came dawning day, like sword edge drawn from sheath in radiant line. And when he ended his poetry, Cusiafican took leave of him and returned to her palace. Now certain of her damsels became aware of her secret, and one of these slave girls disclosed it to King Sasan, who went into Cusiafican and, drawing his sabre upon her, would have slain her. But her mother Nuzhat al-Zaman entered and said to him, By Allah, do her no harm, for if thou hurt her, the report will be noised among the folk, and thou shalt become a reproach amongst the kings of the age. Know thou that Kanmakan is no son of adultery, but a man of honour and nobility, who would not do aught that could shame him, and she was reared with him. So be not hasty, for verily the report is spread abroad, among all the palace people and all the folk of Baghdad, how the Wazir Dandan hath levied armies from all countries and is on his way hither to make Kanmakan king. Quoth Sasan, By Allah, needs must I cast him into such calamity that neither earth shall support him nor sky shall shadow him. I did but speak him fair and show him favour because of my lieges and my lords, lest they incline to him, but right soon shalt thou see what shall betide. Then he left her and went out to order the affairs of the realm. Such, then, was the case with King Sasan, but as regards Kanmakan, on the next day he came into his mother and said, O my mother, I am resolved to ride forth a raiding and a looting, and I will cut the road of caravans and lift horses and flocks, negroes and white slaves, and, as soon as I have collected great store in my case is bettered galore, I will demand my cousin Cusiafican in marriage of my uncle Sasan. Replied she, O my son, of a truth the goods of men are not ready to hand like a scape camel, FN number 95, for on this side of them are sword strokes and lance lungings and men that eat the wild beast and lay countries waste and chase lynxes and hunt lions. Quoth he, Heaven forfend that I turn back from my resolve, till I have won to my will. Then he dispatched the old woman to Cusiafican, to tell her that he was about to set out in quest of a marriage settlement befitting her, saying to the beldam, "Thou needs must pray her to send me an answer." "I hear and I obey," replied the old woman, and going forth, presently returned with Cusyafican's reply, which was, "She will come to thee at midnight." So he abode awake till 1/2 of the night was past, when restlessness get hold on him, and before he was aware she came into him, saying, "My life be thy ransom from wakefulness." And he sprang up to receive her, exclaiming, "O desire of my heart, my life be thy redemption from all ills and evils." Then he acquainted her with his intent, and she wept, but he said, "Weep not, O daughter of my uncle, for I beseech him who decreed our separation to vouchsafe us reunion and fair understanding." Then Canmacan, having fixed a day for departure, went in to his mother and took leave of her, after which came he down from his palace and threw the baldric of his sword over his shoulder and donned turband and face veil, and mounting his horse, Al-Qatul, and looking like the moon at its full, he threaded the streets of Baghdad, till he reached the city gate. And behold, here he found Sabah bin Rama coming out of town, and his comrade, seeing him, ran to his stirrup and saluted him. He returned his salutation, and Sabah asked him, "O my brother, how camest thou by this good steed and this sword and clothes, whilst I up to present time have gotten nothing but my sword and target?" Answered Canmacan, "The hunter returneth not but with quarry after the measure of his intention. A little after thy departure, fortune came to me, so now say, wilt thou go with me and work thine intent in my company and journey with me in this desert?" Replied Sabah, "By the Lord of the Kaaba, from this time forth I will call thee naught but my lord." Then he ran on before the horse, with his sword hanging from his neck and his budget between his shoulder blades, and Canmacan rode a little behind him, and they plunged into the desert, for a space of 4 days, eating of the gazelles and drinking water of the springs. On the 5th day they drew near a high hill, at whose foot was a spring encampment FN number 96, and a deep running stream, and the knolls and hollows were filled with camels and cattle and sheep and horses, and little children played about the pens and folds. When Canmacan saw this, he rejoiced at the sight and his breast was filled with delight, so he addressed himself to fight, that he might take the camels and the cattle, and said to Sabah, "Come, fall with us upon this loot, whose owners have left it and guarded here, and do we battle for it with near and far, so haply may fall to our lot of goods some share." Replied Sabah, "O my lord, verily they to whom these herds belong be many in number, and among them are doughty horsemen and fighting footmen, and if we venture lives in this daring do we shall fall into danger great, and neither of us will return safe from this bait, but we shall both be cut off by fate and leave our cousins desolate." Then Canmacan laughed and knew that he was a coward, so he left him and rode down the rise, intent on rapine, with loud cries and chanting these couplets. "O a valiant race are the sons of New Human, braves whose blades shred heads of the Thman clan. FN number 97, a tribe who, when tried in the tussle of war, taketh prowess stand in the battle van, in the tents safe close Gabilan's ear, nor his poverty's ugly features scan, and I for their aid and sue of him who is King of kings and made soul of man." Then he rushed upon the she-camels like a he-camel in rut and drove all before him, sheep and cattle, horses and dromedaries. Therewith the slaves ran at him with their blades so bright and their lances so long, and at the head rode a Turkish horseman who was indeed a stout champion, doughty in fray and in battle chance and skilled to wield the nut-brown lance and the blade with bright glance. He drove at Canmacan, saying, "Woe to thee! Knewest thou to whom these herds belong thou hadst not done this deed. Know that they are the goods of the band Grecian, the champions of the ocean and the troop Circassian, and this troop containeth none but valiant wights numbering 100 knights, who have cast off the allegiance of every sultan. But there hath been stolen from them a noble stallion, and they have vowed not to return hence without him." Now when Canmacan heard these words, he cried out, saying, "O villain, This I bestride is the steed whereof ye speak, and after which ye seek, and ye would do battle with me for his sake. So come out against me, all of you at once, and do drist for the nonce. Then he shouted between the ears of Al-Qatil, who ran at them like a ghoul, whereupon Kanmakan let drive at the Turk FN number 98, and ran him through the body and threw him from his horse and let out his life. After which he turned upon a second and a third and a fourth, and also of life bereft them. When the slaves saw this, they were afraid of him, and he cried out and said to them, Ho, sons of whores, drive out the cattle and the stud, or I will dye my spear in your blood. So they untethered the beasts and began to drive them out, and Saba came down to Kanmakan with loud voicing and hugely rejoicing, when lo! There rose a cloud of dust and grew till it walled the view, and there appeared under of it riders 100, like lions and hungered. Upon this Saba took flight, and fled to the hill's topmost height, leaving the assailable site, and enjoyed sight of the fight, saying, I am no warrior, but in sport and jest I delight. FN number 99. Then the 100 cavaliers made towards Kanmakan and surrounded him on all sides. And one of them accosted him, saying, Whither goest thou with this loot? Quoth he, I have made it my prize and am carrying it away, and I forbid you from it, or come on to the combat. For know ye that he who is before you is a terrible lion and an honourable champion, and a sword that cutteth wherever it turneth. When the horseman heard these words, he looked at Kanmakan and saw that he was a knight like a mane-clad lion in might, whilst his face was as the full moon rising on its 14th night, and the shone from between his eyes. Now that horseman was the captain of the 100 horse, and his name was Kardash, and when he saw in Kanmakan the perfection of cavalaris with surpassing gifts of comeliness, his beauty reminded him of a beautiful mistress of his whose name was Phaeton. FN number 100. Now she was one of the fairest of women in face, for Allah had given her charms and grace and noble qualities of all kinds, such as tongue faileth to explain and which ravished the hearts of men. Moreover, the cavaliers of the tribe feared her prowess, and all the champions of that land stood in awe of her high spirit, and she had sworn that she would not marry nor let any possess her, except he should conquer her in combat, Kardash being one of her suitors, and she said to her father, None shall approach me, save he be able to deal me overthrow in the field instead of war thrust and blow. Now when this news reached Kardash, he scorned to fight with the girl, fearing reproach, and one of his intimates said to him, Thou art complete in all conditions of beauty and goodliness, so if thou content with her, even though she be stronger than thou, thou must needs overcome her, for when she seeth thy beauty and grace, she will be discomfited before thee and yield thee the victory, for verily women have a need of men e'en as thou heedest full plain. Nevertheless Kardash refused and would not contend with her, and he ceased not to abstain from her thus, till he met from Kanmakan that which hath been set down. Now he took the prince for his beloved Phaeton and was afraid, albeit indeed she loved him for what she had heard of his beauty and valour, so he went up to him and said, Woe to thee, FN number 101, O Phaeton! Thou comest here to show me thy prowess, but now alight from thy steed, that I may talk with thee, for I have lifted these cattle and have foiled my friends and waylaid many a brave and man of knightly race, all for the sake of thy beauty of form and face, which are without peer. So marry me now, that king's daughters may serve thee, and thou shalt become queen of these countries. When Kanmakan heard these words, the fires of wrath flamed up in him, and he cried out, Woe to thee, O Persian dog! Leave Phaeton and thy trust and mistrust, and come to cut and thrust, for soon thou shalt lie in the dust. And so saying, he began to wheel about him and assail him, and feel the weight prevail. But when Kardash observed him closely, he knew him for a doughty knight and a stalwart in fight, and the error of his thought became manifest to him, when as he saw the green down on his cheeks dispread like myrtles springing from the heart of a rose bright red. And he feared his onslaught, and quoth he to those with him, Woe to you! let one of you charge down upon him and show him the keen sword and the quivering spear, for know that when many do battle with one man it is foul shame, even though he be a Kempley white and an invincible knight. Upon this, there ran at Canmickan a horseman like a lion in fight, mounted on the black horse with hoofs all white and a star on his forehead, the bigness of a dirham, astounding wit and sight, as he were Abjah, which was Antar's distria, even as saith of him the poet. The courser chargeth on battling foe, mixing heaven on high with the earth down low, FN number 102, as though the morning had blazed his brow, and he rends her vitals as quid pro quo. He rushed upon Canmickan, and they wheeled about a while, giving blows and taking blows such as confound the sprite and dim the sight, but Canmickan was the first to smite the foe a swashing blow, that drove through turband and iron skull-cap and reached his head, and he fell from his steed with the fall of a camel when he rolleth over. Then a second came out to him and offered battle, and in like guise a third, a fourth and a fifth, and he did with them all as he had done with the first. Thereupon the rest at once rushed upon him, for indeed they were roused by rage and wild with wrath, but it was not long before he had pierced them all with the point of his spear. When Kardash saw these feats of arms, he feared death, for he knew that the youth was stoutest of heart and concluded that he was unique among knights and braves, and he said to Canmickan, I waive my claim to thy blood and I pardon thee the blood of my comrades, so take what thou wilt of the cattle and wend thy ways, for thy firmness in fight moveth my ruth and life is better for thee than death. Replied Canmickan, thou lackest not of the generosity of the noble. But leave this talk and run for thy life and reck not of blame nor think to get back the booty, but take the straight path for thine own safety. Thereupon Kardash waxed exceeding wroth, and rage moved him to the cause of his death, so he said to Canmickan, woe to thee, and thou knew who I be, thou wouldst not wield these words in the open field. I am the lion to Bash known as Kardash, he who spoileth great kings and waileth all travellings and seizeth the merchant's preciousest things. And the steed under these that I am seeking, and I call upon thee to tell me how thou camest by him and hast him in thy keeping. Replied Canmickan, know thou that this steed was being carried to my uncle Kingsus, under the escort of an ancient dame high in rank attended by 10 slaves, when thou fellest upon her and tookest the horse from her, and I have a debt of blood against this old woman for the sake of my grandfather King Omar bin al-Nu'uman and my uncle King Sharkan. Woe to thee! Quoth Kardash, who is thy father, O thou that hast no lawful mother? Quoth he, know that I am Canmickan bin Zor al-Makan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'uman. But when Kardash heard this address he said, thy perfection cannot be denied, nor yet the union in thee of knightly virtue and seemly head, and he added, fare in peace, for thy father showed us favour. Rejoined Canmickan, by Allah, I will not deign to honour thee, O wretch I disdain, so far as to overcome thee in battle plain. Upon this the Badawi waxed wroth and they drove at each other, shouting aloud, whilst their horses pricked their ears and raised their tails. FN number 103, and they ceased not clashing together with such a crash that it seemed to each as if the firmament was split in sunder, and they continued to strive like two rams which butt, smiting and exchanging with their spears thrust and cut. Presently Kardash foined at Canmickan, but he evaded it and rejoined upon him and so pierced him through the breast that the spearhead issued from his back. Then he collected the horses and the plunder, and he cried out to the slaves, saying, up and be driving as hard as ye may. Hearing this, down came Sabah and, accosting Canmickan, said to him, right well hast thou dight, O knight of the age. Verily I prayed Allah for thee and the Lord heard my prayer. Then he cut off Kardash's head and Canmickan laughed and said, woe to thee, O Sabah. I thought thee a rider fain of fight. Quoth the Badawi, forget not thy slave in the division of the spoil, so haply therewith I may marry my cousin Najma. Answered Canmickan, thou shalt assuredly share in it, but now keep watch over the booty and the slaves." Then he set out for his home, and he ceased not journeying night and day till he drew near Baghdad city, and all the troops heard of Kanmakan, and saw what was his of loot and cattle and the horse thief's head on the point of Saba's spear. Also, for he was a noted highwayman, the merchants knew Kahash's head and rejoiced, saying, "Allah hath rid mankind of him," and they marvelled at his being slain and blessed his slayer. Thereupon all the people of Baghdad came to Kanmakan, seeking to know what adventures had befallen him, and he told them what had passed, whereupon all men were taken with awe of him, and the knights and champions feared him. Then he drove his spoil under the palace walls, and, planting the spear heel, on whose point was Kahash's head, over against the royal gate, gave largesse to the people of Baghdad, distributing horses and camels, so that all loved him and their hearts inclined to him. Presently he took Saba and lodged him in a spacious dwelling and gave him a share of the loot, after which he went into his mother and told her all that had befallen him in his last journey. Meanwhile the news of him reached the king, who rose from his levee and, shutting himself up with his chief officers, said to them, "Know ye that I desire to reveal to you my secret and acquaint you with the hidden facts of my case. And further know that Kanmakan will be the cause of our being uprooted from this kingdom, our birthplace, for he hath slain Kahash, albeit he had with him the tribes of the Kurds and the Turks, and our affair with him will end in our destruction, seeing that the most part of our troops are his kinsmen, and ye weet what there was the Adandan hath done, how he dishonoureth me, after all I have shown him of favours, and after being faithful he hath turned traitor. Indeed it hath reached me that he hath levied an army in the provinces and hath planned to make Kanmakan Sultan, for that the Sultanate was his father's and his grandfather's, and assuredly he will slay me without mercy." Now when the lords of the realm heard from him these words, they replied, "O king, verily this man, FN number 104, is unequal to this, and did we not know him to have been reared by thee, not one of us would approve of him. And know thou that we are at thy commandment, if thou desire his death, we will do him die, and if thou wilt remove him, we will remove him." Now when King Sisin heard this, he said, "Verily, to slay him were wise, but needs must ye swear an oath to it." So all sware to slay Kanmakan without giving him a chance, to the end that, when the Wazir Dandan should come and hear of his death, his force might be weakened and he fail of his design. When they had made this compact and covenant with Drim, the king honoured them with the highest honours and presently retired to his own apartments. But the officers deserted him and the troops refused their service and would neither mount nor dismount until they should espy what might befall, for they saw that most of the army was with the Wazir Dandan. Presently, the news of these things came to Kuzia and caused her much concern, so that she sent for the old woman who was wont to carry messages between her and her cousin, and when she came, bade her go to him and warn him of the plot. Whereto he replied, "Bear my salutation to the daughter of my uncle and say to her, Verily the earth is of Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, and he giveth it as heritage to whomsoever of his servants he willeth. How excellent is the saying of the sayer! Allah holds kingship. Whoso seeks without him victory shall be cast out, with soul condemned to hell of low degree. Had I or any other man a finger breadth of land, the rule were changed, and men at wane of partner gods would see." Then the old woman returned to Kuzia and told her his reply and acquainted her that he abode in the city. Meanwhile, King Sisin awaited his faring forth from Baghdad, that he might send after him some who would slay him, till it befell one morning that Kanmakan went out to course and chase, accompanied by Saba, who would not leave him night or day. He caught 10 gazelles, and among them one that had tender black eyes and turned right and left, so he let her go, and Saba said to him, "Why didst thou free this gazelle?" Kanmakan laughed and set the others free also, saying, "It is only humane to release gazelles that have young, and this one turned not from side to side, save to look for her fawns, so I let her go and released the others in her honour." Quoth Saba, do thou release me, that I may go to my people. At this Kanmakan laughed and smote him with the spear butt on the breast, and he fell to the ground squirming like a snake. Whilst they were thus doing, behold, they saw a dust cloud spearing high and heard the tramp of horses, and presently there appeared under it a plump of knights and braves. Now the cause of their coming was this. Some of his followers had acquainted King Susan with Kanmakan's going out to the chase, so he sent for an emir of the Dalamites, called Jami, and 20 of his horsemen, and gave them money and bade them slay Kanmakan. So when they drew near the prince, they charged down upon him, and he met them in mid-charge and killed them all, to the last man. And behold, King Susan took horse and riding out to meet his people, found them all slain, whereat he wondered and turned back, when lo! The people of the city laid hands on him and bound him straitly. As for Kanmakan after that adventure, he left the place behind him and rode onward with Saba the Badawi. And the while he went, lo! He saw a youth sitting at the door of a house on his road and saluted him. The youth returned his greeting and, going into the house, brought out 2 platters, one full of soured milk and the other of brewers swimming in clarified butter, and he set the platter before Kanmakan, saying, favour us by eating of our victual. But he refused, and quoth the young man to him, what aileth thee, O man, that thou wilt not eat? Quoth Kanmakan, I have a vow upon me. The youth asked, what is the cause of thy vow? And Kanmakan answered, know that King Susan sees upon my kingdom like a tyrant and an enemy, although it was my father's and my grandfather's before me, yet he became master of it by force after my father's death and took no account of me, by reason of my tender years. So I have bound myself by a vow to eat no man's victual till I have eased my heart of my foe. Rejoined the youth, rejoice, for Allah hath fulfilled thy vow. Know that he hath been prisoned in a certain place and methinks he will soon die. Asked Kanmakan, in what house is he confined? Under yon high dome, answered the other. The prince looked and saw the folk entering and buffeting Susan, who was suffering the agonies of the dying. So he arose and went up to the pavilion and noted what was therein, after which he returned to his place and, sitting down to the proffered victual, ate what sufficed him and put the rest in his wallet. Then he took seat in his own place and ceased not sitting till it was dark night, and the youth, whose guest he was, slept, when he rose and repaired to the pavilion wherein Susan was confined. Now about it were dogs guarding it, and one of them sprang at him, so he took out of his budget a bit of meat and threw it to him. He ceased not casting flesh to the dogs till he came to the pavilion and, making his way to where King Susan was, laid his hand upon his head, whereupon he said in a loud voice, who art thou? He replied, I am Kanmakan whom thou stravest to kill, but Allah made thee fall into thine evil device. Did it not suffice thee to take my kingdom and the kingdom of my father, but thou must purpose to slay me? FN number 105. And Susan swore a false oath that he had not plotted his death and that the brute was untrue. So Kanmakan forgave him and said to him, follow me. Quoth he, I cannot walk a single step for weakness. Quoth Kanmakan, if the case be thus we will get us 2 horses and ride forth, I and thou, and seek the open. So he did as he said, and he took horse with Susan and rode till daybreak, when they prayed the dawn prayer and fared on, and ceased not faring till they came to a garden, where they sat down and talked. Then Kanmakan rose to Susan and said, is aught left to set thy heart against me? No, by Allah, replied Susan. So they agreed to return to Baghdad, and Saba the Badawi said, I will go before you, to give folk the fair tidings of your coming. Then he rode on in advance, acquainting women and men with the good news, so all the people came out to meet Kanmakan with tabrets and pipes, and Kusiafakan also came out, like the full moon shining in all her splendour of light through the thick darkness of the night. So Kanmakan met her, and soul yearned to soul and body longed for body. There was no talk among the people of the time but of Kanmakan, For the knights bore witness of him that he was the most valiant of the folk of the age, and said, "It is not right that other than Canmacan should be a sultan, but the throne of his grandfather shall revert to him as it began." Meanwhile Susan went in to his wife, Nuzhat al-Zaman, who said to him, "I hear that the folk talk of nothing but Canmacan and attribute to him such qualities as tongue never can." He replied, "Hearing of a man is not like seeing a man. I have seen him, but have noted in him none of the attributes of perfection. Not all that is heard is said, but folk ape one another in extolling and cherishing him, and Allah maketh his praises to run on the lips of men, so that there incline to him the hearts of the people of Baghdad and of the Wazir Dandan, that perfidious and treacherous man, who hath levied troops from all lands and taketh to himself the right of naming a king of the country, and who chooseth that it shall be under the hand of a northern ruler whose worth is naught." Asked Nuzhat al-Zaman, "What then is it that thou purposest to do?" And the king answered, "I mean to kill him, that the wazir may be balked of his intent and return to his allegiance, seeing nothing for it but my service." Quoth she, "In good sooth perfidy with strangers is a foul thing, and how much more with kith and kin. The righteous deed to do would be to marry him to thy daughter Cusiafican, and give heed to what was said of old time. In fate some person stablish o'er thy head, and thou being worthier her choice upbraid, yet do him honour due to his estate. He'll bring thee weal though far or near thou vade, nor speak thy thought of him, else shalt thou be of those who self-degrade from honour's grade. Many harems are lovelier than the bride, but time and fortune lent the bride their aid." When Susan heard these her words and comprehended what her verse intended, he rose from her in anger and said, "Were it not that thy death would bring on me dishonour and disgrace, I would take off thy head with my blade and make an end of thy breath." Quoth she, "Why art thou wroth with me? I did but jest with thee." Then she rose to him and bussed his head and hands, saying, "Right is thy foresight, and I and thou will cast about for some means to kill him forthright." When he heard this, he was glad and said, "Make haste and contrive some deceit to relieve me of my grieving, for in my sooth the door of device is straitened upon me." Replied she, "At once I will devise for thee to do away his life." "How so?" asked he, and she answered, "By means of our female slave the so-called Bakan." Now this Bakan was past mistress in all kinds of knavery, and was one of the most pestilent of old women, in whose religion to abstain from wickedness was not lawful. She had brought up Cusiafican and Canmacan, who had her in so great affection that he used to sleep at her feet. So when King Susan heard his wife name her, he said, "Right is this recking," and, sending for the old woman, told her what had passed and bade her cast about to kill Canmacan, promising her all good. Replied she, "Thy bidding shall be obeyed, but I would have thee, O my lord, give me a dagger FN number 106, which hath been tempered in water of death, that I may dispatch him the speedilier for thee." Quoth Susan, "And welcome to thee," and gave her a hanger that would divance man's destiny. Now this slave woman had heard stories and verses and had learnt by rote great store of strange sayings and anecdotes, so she took the dagger and went out of the room, considering how she could compass his doom. Then she repaired to Canmacan, who was sitting and awaiting news of tryst with the daughter of his uncle, Cusiafican, so that night his thought was taken up with her, and the fires of love for her aged in his heart. And while he was thus, behold, the slave woman, Bakan, went in to him and said, "Union time is at hand, and the days of disunion are over and gone." Now when he heard this he asked, "How is it with Cusiafican?" And Bakan answered, "Know that her time is wholly taken up with love of thee." At this he rose and doffing his outer clothes put them on her and promised her all good. Then said she, "Know that I mean to pass this night with thee, that I may tell thee what talk I have heard and console thee with stories of many passion-distraughts whom love hath made sick." "Nay," quoth he, "rather tell me a tale that will gladden my heart and gar my cares depart." "With joy and goodwill," answered she. Then she took seat by his side, and that poniard under her dress, and began to say, "Know thou that the pleasantest thing my ears ever heard was the tale of the hashish eater. A certain man loved fair women, and spent his substance on them, till he became so poor that nothing remained to him. The world was straitened upon him, and he used to go about the market streets begging his daily bread. Once upon a time, as he went along, behold, a bit of iron nail pierced his finger and drew blood, so he sat down and wiping away the blood, bound up his finger. Then he arose crying out, and fared forwards till he came to a hammam, and entering took off his clothes, and when he looked about him he found it clean and empty. So he sat him down by the fountain basin, and ceased not pouring water on his head, till he was tired. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 143rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the man sat down by the fountain basin and ceased not pouring water on his head till he was tired. Then he went out to the room in which was the cistern of cold water, and seeing no one there, he found a quiet corner, and taking out a piece of hashish, FN number 107, swallowed it. Presently the fumes mounted to his brain, and he rolled over onto the marble floor. Then the hashish made him fancy that a great lord was shampooing him, and that two slaves stood at his head, one bearing a bowl and the other washing gear and all the requisites of the hammam. When he saw this, he said in himself, Meseemeth these here be mistaken in me, or else they are of the company of us hashish eaters. FN number 108. Then he stretched out his legs, and he imagined that the bathman said to him, O my master, the time of thy going up to the palace draweth near, and it is today thy turn of the service. At this he laughed, and said to himself, As Allah willeth, FN number 109, O hashish. Then he sat and said nothing, whilst the bathman arose and took him by the hand and girt his middle with a waistcloth of black silk, after which the two slaves followed him with the bowls and gear, and they ceased not escorting him till they brought him into a cabinet, wherein they set incense and perfumes burning. He found the place full of various kinds of fruits and sweet-scented flowers, and they sliced him a watermelon and seated him on a stool of ebony, whilst the bathman stood to wash him, and slaves poured water on him, after which they rubbed him down well and said, O our Lord, Sir Wazir, health to thee forever. Then they went out and shut the door on him, and in the vanity of fantasy he arose and removed the waistcloth from his middle, and laughed till he well nigh fainted. He gave not over laughing for some time, and at last quoth he to himself, What aileth them to address me as if I were a minister, and style me master and sir? Haply they are now blundering, but after an hour they will know me and say, This fellow is a beggar, and take their fill of cuffing me on the neck. Presently, feeling hot, he opened the door, whereupon it seemed to him that a little white slave and an eunuch came into him carrying a parcel. Then the slave opened it and brought out 3 kerchiefs of silk, one of which he threw over his head, a second over his shoulders, and a third he tied round his waist. Moreover, the eunuch gave him a pair of bath clogs, FN number 110, and he put them on, after which in came white slaves and eunuchs and supported him, and he laughing the while, to the outer hall, which he found hung and spread with magnificent furniture, such as beseemeth none but kings, and the pages hastened up to him and seated him on the divan. Then they fell to kneading him till sleep overcame him, and he dreamt that he had a girl in his arms. So he kissed her and set her between his thighs, then, sitting to her as a man sitteth to a woman, FN number 111, he took yard in hand and drew her towards him and weighed down upon her, when lo! He heard one saying to him, Awake, thou ne'er-do-well. The noon hour is come, and thou art still asleep. He opened his eyes and found himself flying on the merge of the cold water tank, amongst a crowd of people all laughing at him, for his prickle was at point and the napkin had slipped from his middle. So he knew that all this was but a confusion of dreams and an illusion of hashish, and he was vexed and said to him who had aroused him, "Would thou hadst waited till I had put it in." Then said the folk, "Art thou not ashamed, O hashish eater, to be sleeping stark naked with stiff standing tool?" And they cuffed him till his neck was red. Now he was starving, yet forsooth had he savoured the flavour of pleasure in his dream. When Canmickan heard the bondwoman's tale, he laughed till he fell backward and said to Burton, "O my nurse, this is indeed a rare story and a delectable. I never heard the like of this anecdote. Say me, hast more?" "Yes," replied she, and she ceased not to tell him merry adventures and laughable absurdities, till sleep overcame him. Then she sat by his head till the most part of the night was past, when she said to herself, "It is time to profit by the occasion." So she sprang to her feet and unsheathed the hanger, and rushing up to Canmickan, was about to cut his throat, when behold, his mother came in upon the twain. As soon as Burton saw her, she rose in respect and advanced to meet her, and Fig got hold of her, and she fell a-trembling, as if he had the ague. When his mother looked at her, she marvelled to see her thus, and aroused her son, who awoke and found her sitting at his head. Now the cause of her coming was that Ficken overheard the conversation and the concert to kill Canmickan, and she said to his mother, "O wife of my uncle, go to thy son, ere that wicked or Burton murder him," and she told her what had passed from first to last. So she fared forth at once, and she thought of naught and stayed not for aught till she went into her son at the very moment when Burton was about to slay him in his sleep. When he awoke, he said to his mother, "O my mother, indeed thou comest at a good time, for nurse Burton hath been with me this night." Then he turned to Burton and asked her, "By my life, knowest thou any story better than those thou hast told me?" She answered, "And where is what I have told thee compared with what I will tell thee? But however better it be, it must be told at another time." Then she rose to depart, hardly believing in her escape, albeit he said, "Go in peace." For she perceived by her cunning that his mother knew what had occurred. So she went her way, whereupon his mother said to him, "O my son, blessed be this night, for that Almighty Allah hath delivered thee from this accursed woman." "And how so?" inquired he, and she told him the story from beginning to end. Quoth he, "O my mother, of a truth the live man findeth no slayer, and though slain he shall not die. But now it were wiser that we depart from amongst these enemies and let Allah work what he will." So, when day dawned, he left the city and joined the Wazir Dandan, and after his departure, certain things befell between King Sasnunazad al-Zaman, which compelled her also to quit the city and join herself to them, and presently they were met by all the high officers of King Sasan who inclined to their party. Then they sat in council together devising what they should do, and at last all agreed upon a razzia into the land of Roum, that to take their revenge for the death of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his son Sharkan. So they set out with this intent, and, after sundry adventures, which it were tedious to tell as will appear from what follows, they fell into the hands of Rumzan, king of the Greeks. Next morning, King Rumzan caused Canmickan and the Wazir Dandan and the company to be brought before him, and, when they came, he seated them at his side, and bade spread the tables of food. So they ate and drank and took heart of grace, after having made sure of death, when they were summoned to the king's presence, and they had said to one another, "He hath not sent for us but to slay us." And when they were comforted, the king said, "In truth I have had a dream, which I related to the monks, and they said, None can expound it to thee save the Wazir Dandan." Quoth the minister, "Weel, it was thou didst see in thy dream, O king of the age." Quoth the king, "O Wazir, I dreamt that I was in a pit which seemed a black well, where multitudes were tormenting me, and I would have risen, but when springing up I fell on my feet and could not get out of that same pit. Then I turned and saw therein a girdle of gold, and I stretched out my hand to take it, but when I raised it from the ground, I saw it was two girdles. So I girt my middle with them both, and behold, the girdles became one girdle, and this, O Wazir, is my dream and what I saw when my sleep was deepest. Said Dandan, O our lord the Sultan, know that this thy dream denoteth thou hast a brother or a brother's son or an uncle's son or other near kinsman of thy flesh and blood whom thou knowest not, withal he is of the noblest of you all. Now when the king heard these words he looked at Kanmakan and Nuzhat al-Zaman and Kuzyafikan and the Wazir Dandan and the rest of the captives and said to himself, if I smite these people's necks, their troops will lose heart for the destruction of their chiefs, and I shall be able to return speedily to my realm, lest the kingship pass out of my hands. So having determined upon this he called the sworder and bade him strike off Kanmakan's head upon the spot, and forthright, when lo! Up came Ramzan's nurse and said to him, O auspicious king, what purposest thou? Quoth he, I purpose slaughtering these prisoners who are in my power, and after that I will throw their heads among the men, then will I fall upon them, I and all my army in one body, and kill all weak and kill and rout the rest. So will this be the decisive action of the war, and I shall return speedily to my kingdom ere aught of accident befall among my subjects. When the nurse heard these words, she came up to him and said in the Frankish tongue, how canst thou prevail upon thyself to slay thine own brother's son, and thy sister, and thy sister's daughter? When he heard this language, he was wroth with exceeding wrath, and said to her, O accursed woman, dost thou not tell me that my mother was murdered and that my father died by poison? Didst thou not give me a jewel and say to me, of a truth this jewel was thy father's? Why didst thou not tell me the truth? Replied she, all that I told thee is true, but my case and thy case are wonderful, and my history and thy history are marvelous. My name is Marjana, and thy mother's name was Abriza, and she was gifted with such beauty and loveliness and value that proverbs were made of her, and her prowess was renowned among men of war. And thy father was King Omar bin al-Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad and Khorasan, without doubt or double dealing or denial. He sent his son Sharkan on a razzia in company with this very Wazir Dandan, and they did all that men can. But Sharkan, thy brother, who had preceded the force, separated himself from the troops and fell in with thy mother Queen Abriza in her palace, and we happened to have sought a place apart in order to wrestle, she and I and her other damsels. He came upon us by chance while we were in such case, and wrestled with thy mother, who overcame him by the power of her splendid beauty and by her prowess. Then she entertained him 5 days in her palace, till the news of this came to her father, by the old woman Shahwai, surnamed At-al-Dawai, whereupon she embraced al-Islam at the hands of Sharkan, and he took her and carried her by stealth to Baghdad, and with her myself and Rehanab and 20 other damsels, all of us having, like her, followed the true faith. When we came into the presence of thy father, the king Omar bin al-Nu'man, and he saw thy mother, Queen Abriza, he fell in love with her, and going in unto her one night, had connection with her, and she conceived by him and became with child of thee. Now thy mother had 3 jewels which she presented to thy father, and he gave one of them to his daughter, Nuzhat al-Zaman, another to thy brother, Zor al-Makan, and the third to thy brother Sharkan. This last thy mother took from Sharkan and kept it for thee. But as the time of her delivery drew near she yearned after her own people and disclosed to me her secret. So I went to a black slave called Al-Ghazban, and, privily telling him our case, bribed him to go with us. Accordingly the Negro took us and fled the city with us, thy mother being near her time. But as we approached a desert place on the borders of our own country, the pangs of labor came upon thy mother. Then the slave proved himself a lustful villain, and approaching her sought of her a shameful thing. Whereupon she cried out at him with a loud cry, and was sore affrighted at him. In the excess of her fright she gave birth to thee at once, and at that moment there arose, in the direction of our country, a dust cloud which towered and flew till it walled the view. Thereupon the slave feared for his life, So he smote Queen Abriza with his sword and slew her in his fury. Then mounting his horse he went his way. Soon after his going, the dust lifted and discovered thy grandfather, King Hardub, Lord of Grecia land, who, seeing thy mother, and his daughter, lying slain on the plain, was sorely troubled with a distress that redoubled, and questioned me of the manner of her death and the cause of her secretly quitting her father's realm. So I told him all that had passed, first and last, and this is the cause of the feud between the people of the land of the Greeks and the people of the city of Baghdad. Then we bore off thy murdered mother and buried her, and I took thee and reared thee, and hung about thy neck the jewel which was with Queen Abriza. But, when being grown up thou camest to man's estate, I dared not acquaint thee with the truth of the matter, lest such information stir up a war of blood revenge between you. Moreover, thy grandfather had enjoined me to secrecy, and I could not gainsay the commandment of thy mother's father, Hardub, king of the Greeks. This, then, is the cause of my concealment and the reason why I forbore to inform thee that thy father was King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, but when thou camest to the throne, I told thee what thou knowest, and I durst not reveal to thee the rest till this moment, O King of the age. So now I have discovered to thee my secret and my proof, and I have acquainted thee with all I know, and thou reckest best what is in thy mind. Now all the captives had heard the slave woman Marjana, nurse to King Ramzan, speaking as she spake, when Nuzhat al-Zaman, without stay or delay, cried out, saying, This King Ramzan is my brother by my father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, and his mother was Queen Abriza, daughter of King Hardub, Lord of the Greeks, and I know this slave woman Marjana right well. With this, trouble and perplexity got hold upon Ramzan, and he caused Nuzhat al-Zaman to be brought up to him forthright. When he looked upon her, blood turned to blood, and he questioned her of his history. She told him the tale, and her story tallied with that of Marjana, his nurse, whereupon the king was assured that he was, indeed and without a doubt, of the people of Iraq, and that King Omar bin al-Nu'uman was his father. So without losing time he caused his sister to be unpinioned, and Nuzhat al-Zaman came up to him and kissed his hands, whilst her eaves ran over with tears. The king west also to see her weeping, and brotherly love possessed him, and his heart yearned to his brother's son Sultan Kanmakan. So he sprang to his feet and, taking the sword from the soldier's hands, whereat the captives made sure of death, he caused them to be set close to him, and he cut their bonds with a blade and said to his nurse Marjana, Explain the matter to this company, even as thou hast explained it to me. Replied she, O king, know that this Shaykh is the Wazir Dandan, and he is the best of witnesses to my story, seeing that he knoweth the facts of the case. Then she turned to the captives and repeated the whole story to them on the spot and forthright, and in presence of the kings of the Greeks and the kings of the Franks, whereupon Queen Nuzhat al-Zaman and the Wazir Dandan and all who were prisoners with them confirmed her words. When Marjana, the bondwoman, had finished, chancing to look at Sultan Kanmakan, she saw on his neck the third jewel, fellow to the two which were with Queen Abriza, and, recognizing it, she cried so loud a cry, that the palace re-echoed it, and said to the king, O my son, know that now my certainty is still more assured, for this jewel that is about the neck of yonder captive is the fellow to that I hung to thy neck, and, these being the two, this captive is indeed thy brother's son, Kanmakan. Then the slave woman Marjana turned to Kanmakan and said to him, Let me see that jewel, O king of the age. So he took it from his neck and handed it to her. Then she asked Nuzhat al-Zaman of the third jewel, and she gave it to her, and when the two were in her hand she delivered them to King Ramzan, and the truth and proof were made manifest to him, and he was assured that he was indeed Sultan Kanmakan's uncle, and that his father was King Omar bin al-Nu'uman. So he rose at once and on the spot, and, going up to the Wazir Dandan, threw his arms round his neck. Then he embraced King Kanmakan, and the twain cried a loud cry for excess of joy. The glad news was blazed abroad without delay, and they beat the tabrets and cymbals, whilst the shawms sounded and the people held high festival. The armies of Iraq and Syria heard the clamour of rejoicing among the Greeks, so they mounted to the last man, and King Zibul Khan also took horse, saying to himself, "Would I knew what can be the cause of this clamour and rejoicing in the army of the Franks and the Greeks." Then the army of Iraq dight itself for fight and advanced into the plain and place of Kut and Foin. Presently, King Ramzan turned him round and saw the army deployed and in preparing for battle employed, so he asked the cause thereof and was told the state of the case. Thereupon he bade his niece and brother's daughter, Puseyafkan, return at once and forthright to the troops of Syria and Iraq and acquaint them with the plight that had betided and how it was come to light that King Ramzan was uncle to Sultan Kanmakan. She set out, putting away from her sorrows and troubles and, coming to King Zibul Khan, FN number 112, saluted him and told him all that had passed of the good accord, and how King Ramzan had proved to be her uncle and uncle of Kanmakan. And when she went into him she found him cheerful-eyed, in fear from the captive emirs and princes, but when he heard what had passed, from first to last, the Muslims' sadness was abated and they joyed with a more gladness. Then King Zibul Khan and all his officers and his retinue took horse and followed Princess Puseyafkan until they reached the pavilion of King Ramzan, and when entering they found him sitting with his nephew, Sultan Kanmakan. Now he had taken counsel with the Wazir Dandan concerning King Zibul Khan and had agreed to commit to his charge the city of Damascus of Sham and leave him king over it as he before had been while they themselves entered Iraq. Accordingly, they confirmed him and the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria, and bade him set out at once for his government. So he fared forth with his troops and they rode with him a part of the way to bid him farewell. Then they returned to their own places whereupon the two armies foregathered and gave orders for the march upon Iraq. But the kings said one to other, "Our hearts will never be at rest nor our wrath cease to rage till we have taken Arik of the old woman Shawai, surnamed Zat al-Dawai, and wiped away our shame and blot upon our honour." Thereupon King Ramzan and his nephew set out, surrounded by their nobles and grandees. And indeed Kanmakan rejoiced in his uncle, King Ramzan, and called down blessings on Nurse Marjana who had made them known to each other. They fared on and ceased not faring till they drew near the home Baghdad, and when the chief chamberlain, Sasan, heard of their approach, he came out to meet them and kissed the hand of King Ramzan who bestowed on him a dress of honour. Then the king of Rum sat down on the throne and seated by his side his nephew Sultan Kanmakan, who said to him, "O my uncle, this kingdom befitteth none but thee." Replied Ramzan, "Allah be my refuge and the Lord forbid that I should supplant thee in thy kingdom." Upon this the Wazir Dandan counselled them to share the throne between the two, ruling each one day in turn. And with this they were well satisfied. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 144th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the two kings agreed each to rule one day in turn. Then made they feasts and offered sacrifices of clean beasts and held high festival, and they abode thus a while, whilst Sultan Kanmakan spent his nights with his cousin Puseyafkan. And after that period, as the two kings sat rejoicing in their condition and in the happy ending of their troubles, behold, they saw a cloud of dust arise and tower till it walled the world from their eyes. And out of it came a merchant shrieking and crying aloud for succour and saying, "O kings of the age! How cometh it that I won't safely in the land of the infidels and I am plundered in your realm, though it be the biding place of justice FN number 113, and peace?" Then King Ramzan went up to him and questioned him of his case and he replied, "I am a merchant and, like other merchants, I have been long absent from my native land, travelling in far countries for some 20 years. And I have a patent of exemption from the city of Damascus which the Viceroy, King Shah Khan, who hath found mercy, wrote me, for the cause that I had made him gift of the slave girl." Now as I was drawing near my home, having with me 100 loads of rarities of hind, when I brought them near Baghdad, which be the seat of your sovereignty and the place of your peace and your justice, out there came upon me wild Arabs and Kurds, FN number 114, in band gathered together from every land, and they slew my many and they robbed my money, and this is what they have done me. Then the trader wept in presence of King Ramzan, saying that he was an old man and infirm, and he bemoaned himself till the king felt for him and had compassion on him. And likewise did King Kanmakan, and they swore that they would sally forth upon the thieves. So they set out amid 100 horse, each reckoned worth 1,000 of men, and the merchant went before them to guide them in the right way, and they ceased not faring on all that day and the livelong night till dawnbreak, when they came to a valley abounding in rills and shady with trees. Here they found the forest dispersed about the valley, having divided the merchant's bales among them, but there was yet some of the goods left. So the 100 horsemen fell upon them and surrounded them on all sides, and King Ramzan shouted his war cry, and thus also did his nephew Kanmakan, and ere long they made prize of them all, to the number of near 300 horsemen, banded together of the refuse of rascality. FN number 115. They took what they could find of the merchant's goods and, binding them tightly, brought them to Baghdad, where King Ramzan and his nephew, King Kanmakan, sat down together on one throne and, passing the prisoners in review before them, questioned them of their case and their chiefs. They said, "We have no chiefs but these 3 men, and it was they who gathered us together from all corners and countries." The kings said to them, "Point out to us your headman." And, when this was done, they bade lay hands on the leaders and set their comrades free, after taking from them all the goods in their possession and restoring them to the merchant, who examined his stuffs and monies and found that 1/4 of his stock was missing. The kings engaged to make good the whole of his loss, whereupon the trader pulled out 2 letters, one in the handwriting of Sharkan, and the other in that of Nuzhat al-Zaman. For this was the very merchant who had bought Nuzhat al-Zaman of the Badawi, when she was a virgin, and had forwarded her to her brother Sharkan, and that happened between them which happened. FN number 116. Hereupon King Kanmakan examined the letters and recognized the handwriting of his uncle Sharkan, and, having heard the history of his aunt, Nuzhat al-Zaman, he went in to her with a second letter written by her to the merchant who had lost through her his monies. Kanmakan also told her what had befallen the trader from first to last. She knew her own handwriting and, recognizing the merchant, dispatched to him guest gifts and commended him to her brother and nephew, who ordered him largesse of money and black slaves and pages to wait on him. Besides which Nuzhat al-Zaman sent him 100,000 dirhams in cash and 50 loads of merchandise and presented to him other rich presents. Then she sent for him, and when he came, she went up to him and saluted him and told him that she was the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and that her brother was King Ramzan and that King Kanmakan was her nephew. Thereupon the merchant rejoiced with great joy, and congratulated her on her safety and on her reunion with her brother, and kissed her hands thanking her for her bounty, and said to her, "By Allah, the good deed is not lost upon thee." Then she withdrew to her own apartment, and the trader sojourned with them 3 days, after which he took leave of them and set out on his return march to the land of Syria. Thereupon the 2 kings sent for the 3 robber chiefs who were of the highwaymen, and questioned them of their case. When one of them came forward and said, "Know ye that I am a Badawi who am wont to lie in wait, by the way, to snatch small children FN number 117, and virgin girls and sell them to merchants, and this I did for many a year until these latter days, when Satan incited me to join yon 2 gallows birds in gathering together all the riffraff of the Arabs and other peoples, that we might plunder merchandise and waylay merchants." Said the kings, "Tell us the rarest of the adventures that have befallen thee in kidnapping children and maidens." Replied he, "O kings of the age, the strangest thing that happened to me was that one day, 22 years ago, I snatched a girl who belonged to the holy city. She was gifted with beauty and comeliness, despite that she was but a servant and was clad in threadbare clothes, with a piece of camlet cloth on her head. So I entrapped her by guile as she came out of the caravanserai, and at that very hour mounting her on the camel, made off with her, thinking to carry her to my own people in the desert and there sat her to pasture the camels and gather their droppings in the valley. But she wept with so sore a weeping that after coming down upon her with blows, I took her and carried her to Damascus city, where a merchant saw her with me and, being astounded at her beauty and marvelling at her accomplishments, wished to buy her of me and kept on bidding me more and more for her, till at last I sold her to him for 100,000 dirhams. After selling her I heard her display prodigious eloquence, and it reached me that the merchant clothed her in handsome gear and presented her to the viceroy of Damascus, who gave him 3 times the price which he had paid to me, and this price, by my life, was but little for such a damsel. This, O kings of the age, is the strangest thing that ever befell me. When the 2 kings heard his story they wondered thereat, but when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard what the Badawi related, the light became darkness before her face and she cried out and said to her brother Ramzan, "Sure and sans doubt this is the very Badawi who kidnapped me in the holy city Jerusalem." Then she told them all that she had endured from him in her strangerhood of hardship, blows, hunger, humiliation, contempt, adding, "And now it is lawful for me to slay him." So saying she seized a sword and made at him to smite him, and behold, he cried out and said, "O kings of the age, suffer her not to slay me, till I shall have told you the rare adventures that have betided me." And her nephew Kanmakan said to her, "O my aunt, let him tell us his tale, and after that do with him as thou wilt." So she held her hand and the kings said to him, "Now let us hear thy history." Quoth he, "O kings of the age, if I tell you a rare tale will ye pardon me?" "Yes," answered they. Then the Badawi robber chief began. The tale of Hamid the Badawi. And he said, "Know ye that a short while ago, I was sore wakeful one night and thought the morn would never dawn. So, as soon as it was break of day I rose, without stay or delay, and, slinging over my shoulder my sword, mounted horse and set my lance in rest. Then I rode out to sport and hunt, and, as I went along, a company of men accosted me and asked me whither I was bound. I told them, and they said, 'We will keep thee company.' So we all fared on together, and, whilst we were faring, lo and behold, up started an ostrich and we gave her chase, but she escaped our pursuit and spreading wings ceased not to fly before us, and we following by sight, till she lost us in a desert wherein there was neither grass nor water, nor heard we aught therein save hiss of snake and wail of jinn and howl of ghoul. And when we reached that place the ostrich disappeared, nor could he tell whether she had flown up into the sky or into the ground had gone down. Then we turned our horses' heads and thought to return, but found that to retrace our steps at that time of burning heat would be toilsome and dangerous, for the sultry air was grievous to us, so that we thirsted with sore thirst and our steeds stood still. We made sure of death, but while we were in this case we suddenly espied from afar a spacious mead where gazelles were frisking. Therein was a tent pitched, and by the tent side a horse tethered and a spear was planted with head glittering in the sun. FN number 118. Upon this our hearts revived after we had despaired, and we turned our horses' heads towards the tent, making for the meadow and the water which irrigated it, and all my comrades fared for it and I at their head, and we ceased not faring till we reached the mead. Then we alighted at the spring and watered our beasts. But I was seized with a fever of foolish curiosity and went up to the door of the tent, wherein I saw a young man, without hair on his cheeks, who followed the new moon, and on his right hand was a slender-waisted maid, as she were a willow wand. No sooner did I set eyes on her than love get hold upon my heart, and I saluted the youth, who returned my greeting. Then said I, "O my brother, Tell me who thou art, and what to thee is this damsel sitting by thy side? FN number 119. Thereupon the youth bent his head groundwards a while, then raised it and replied, Tell me first who thou art, and what are these horsemen with thee? Answered I am Hamid, son of Al-Fazari, the renowned knight, who is reckoned among the Arabs as 500 horse. We went forth from our place this morning to sport and chase, and were overcome by thirst, so I came to the door of this tent, thinking haply to get of thee a draught of water. When he heard these my words, he turned to the fair maiden and said, Bring this man water and what food there is ready. So she arose trailing her skirts, whilst the golden bangles tinkled on her ankles and her feet stumbled in her long locks, and she disappeared for a little while. Presently she returned bearing in her right hand a silver vessel full of cold water, and in her left hand a bowl brimming with milk and dates, together with some flesh of wild cattle, that I could take of her nor meat nor drink for the excess of my passion, and I applied to her these 2 couplets, saying, It was as though the sable dye FN number 120, upon her palms, were raven perching on the swathe of freshest snow, thou seest sun and moon conjoined in her face, while sun feared immed and moon fright pallid show. After I had eaten and drunk I said to the youth, Know thou, O chief of the Arabs, that I have told thee in all truth who and what I am, and now I would fain have thee do the like by me and tell me the truth of thy case. Replied the young man, As for this damsel she is my sister. Quoth I, It is my desire that thou give me her to wife of thy free will, else will I slay thee and take her by force. Upon this, he bowed his head groundwards a while, then he raised his eyes to me and answered, Thou sayest sooth in avouching thyself a renowned knight and famed in fight, and verily thou art the lion of the desert. But if ye all attack me treacherously and slay me in your wrath and take my sister by force, it will be a stain upon your honour. And you be, as ye aver, cavaliers who are counted among the champions, and reck not the shock of foray and fray. Give me a little time to don my armour and sling on my sword and set lance in rest and mount war steed. Then will we go forth into the field of fight, I and you, and, if I conquer you, I will kill you to the last man, but if you overcome me and slay me, this damsel, my sister, is yours. Hearing such words I replied, This is only just, and we oppose it not. Then I turned back my horse's head, for my love for the damsel waxed hotter and hotter, and returned to my companions, to whom I set forth her beauty and loveliness, as also the comeliness of the young man who was with her, together with his valour and strength of soul, and how he had avouched himself a match for 1,000 horse. Moreover, I described to my company the tent and all the riches and rarities therein, and said to them, Know ye that this youth would not have cut himself off from society and have taken up his abode alone in this place, were he not a man of great prowess, so I propose that whoso slayeth the younger shall take his sister. And they said, This contenteth us. Then my company armed themselves and mounting, rode to the tent, where we found that the young man had donned his gear and backed his steed, but his sister ran up to him, her veil being drenched with tears, and took hold of his stirrup and cried out, saying, Alas! And, woe worth the day! In her fear for her brother, and recited these couplets. To Allah will I make my moan of travail and of woe, maybe Allah of Arsh FN number 121, will smite their faces with affright. Fain would they slay thee, brother mine, with purpose fell and fell, alb no cause of vengeance was, nor fault forwent the fight. Yet for a rider art thou known to those who back the steed, and twixt the east and west of knights thou art the prowess knight. Thy sister's honour thou shalt guard, though little might be hers, for thou right her brother, and for thee she sooth Allah's might. Then let not enemy possess my soul nor thrall my frame, and work on me their will, and treat thy sister with despite. I'll ne'er abide, by Allah's truth, in any land or home where thou art not. Though dight it be with joyance and delightful love and yearning after thee, myself I fain will slay, and in the gloomy darksome tomb spread bed upon the clay. But when her brother heard her thus he wept with sore weeping and turned his horse's head towards his sister and made this answer to her poetry. Stand by and see the daring do which I today will show, when meet we and I deal them blows that rend and cleave and split, e'en though rush out to seek about the lion of the war, the stoutest hearted brave of all and eke the best in wit, to him I'll deal without delay say a Labian blow. FN number 122, and die my cane spears drunk in blood by wound of foe bespit, if all I beat not off from thee, O sister, may this frame be slain, and cast my corpse to birds, for so it would befit, yes, for thy dearest sake I'll strike my blows with might and main, and when we're gone shall this event in many a book be writ. And when he had ended his verse, he said, O my sister, give ear to what I shall enjoin on thee, whereto she replied, hearkening and obedience. Quoth he, if I fall, let none possess thy person, and thereupon she buffeted her face and said, Allah forbid, O my brother, that I should see thee laid low and yield myself to thy foe. With this the youth put out his hand to her and withdrew her veil from her face, whereupon it shone forth as the sun shineth out from the white clouds. Then he kissed her between the eyes and bade her farewell, after which he turned to us and said, Holla, knights! Come ye as guests or crave ye cuts and thrusts? If ye come to us as your hosts, rejoice ye in the guest right, and, if ye covet the shining moon, come ye out against me, night by night, into this plain and place of fight. Thereupon rushed out to him a doughty rider, and the young man said to him, Tell me thy name and thy father's name, for I am under an oath not to slay any whose name tallies with mine and whose father's name is that of my father, and if this be the case with thee, I will give thee up the maid. Quoth the horseman, My name is Bile, FN number 123, and the young man answered him, saying, Thou list when speaking of benefits, while thou comest to front with shine evilest villain of prowess through right prow. To my words give ear, I'm he who make champions in battlefield reel with keen blade, like the horn of the cusped moon, so where thrust thee, shall drill through the duress hill. Then they charged down, each at each, and the youth thrust his adversary in the breast so that the lance head issued from his back. With tints, another came out, and the youth cried, Ho thou hound, who art trodden with foulness in grain, FN number 124, what high meed is there easy for warrior to gain? 'Tis none save the lion of strain purest pure who uncouth for life in the battle plain. Nor was it long before the youth left him drowned in his blood and cried out, Who will come forth to me? So a third horseman rushed out upon the youth and began saying, To thee come I forth with my heart aflame, and summon my friends and my comrades by name. When thou slewest the chief of the Arabs this day thou remainest the pledge of my claim. Now when the youth heard this he answered him in these words, Thou list, O foulest of Satans that are, and with easings calumnious thou comest to war this day thou shalt fall by a death-dealing point with the lance's lunge and the cimeter's jar. Then he so foined him in the breast that the spear point issued from his back, and he cried out, saying, Ho! Will none come out? So a fourth fared forwards, and the youth asked him his name, and he answered, My name is Hel, the new moon. And the youth began repeating, Thou hast failed who would sink me in ruin sea, thou who camest in malice with perfidy, I, whose verses hast heard from the mouth of me, will ravish thy soul though unknown to thee. Then they drave at each other and delivered 2 cuts, but the youth stroked evinced that of the rider his adversary and slew him, and thus he went on to kill all who sallied out against him. Now when I saw my comrades slain, I said to myself, If I go down to fight with him, I shall not be able to prevail against him, and, if I flee, I shall become a byword of shame among the Arabs. But the youth gave me no time to think, for he ran at me and dragged me from my saddle and hurled me to the ground. I fainted at the fall, and he raised his sword designing to cut off my head, but I clung to his skirts, and he lifted me in his hand as though I were a sparrow. When the maiden saw this, she rejoiced in her brother's prowess, and coming up to him, kissed him between the eyes. Then he delivered me to her, saying, "Take him and look to him and entreat him hospitably, for he is come under our rule." So she took hold of the collar of my hauberk FN number 125, and led me away by it as one would lead a dog. Then she did off her brother's coat of mail and clad him in a robe, and set for him a stool of ivory, on which he sat down, and she said to him, "Allah whiten thy honour and prevent from thee the shifts of fortune." And he answered her with these couplets. My sister said, as saw she how I stood in fight, when sun rays lit my knightlyhood, Allah assain thee for a brave of braves, to whom in vale bow lions, howso would. Quoth I, "Go ask the champions of my case, when feared the lords of war my warrior mood. My name is famed for fortune and for force, and soared my spirit to such altitude. Ho thou, Hamid, a lion hast upstirred, shall show thee speedy death like viper brood." Now when I heard his verse, I was perplexed as to my case, and considering my condition and how I was become a captive, I was lowered in my own esteem. Then I looked at the damsel, his sister, and seeing her beauty, I said to myself, "'Tis she who caused all this trouble," and I fell a marvelling at her loveliness till the tears streamed from my eyes, and I recited these couplets. Dear friend, I'll leave thy loud reproach and blame, such blame but irks me yet may not alarm. I'm clean distraught for one whom saw I not without her winning me by winsome charm. Yestreen her brother crossed me in her love, a brave stout-hearted and right long of arm. Then the maiden set food before her brother, and he bade me eat with him, whereat I rejoiced and felt assured that I should not be slain. And when he had ended eating, she brought him a flagon of pure wine, and he applied him to it till the fumes of the drink mounted to his head and his face flushed red. Then he turned to me and said, "Woe to thee, O Hamid! Dost thou know me or not?" Replied I, "By thy life, I am rich in naught save ignorance." Quoth he, "O Hamid, I am Abad bin Tamim bin Salaba, and indeed Allah giveth thee thy liberty and leadeth thee to a happy bride and spareth thee confusion." Then he drank to my long life and gave me a cup of wine, and I drank it off, and presently he filled me a second and a third and a fourth, and I drained them all, while he made merry with me and swore me never to betray him. So I sware to him 1,500 oaths that I would never deal perfidiously with him at any time, but that I would be a friend and a helper to him. Thereupon he bade his sister bring me 10 suits of silk, so she brought them and laid them on my person, and this dress I have on my body is one of them. Moreover, he made bring one of the best of his geometries FN number 126, carrying stuffs and provaunt. He bade her also bring a sorrel horse, and when they were brought he gave the whole of them to me. I abode with them 3 days, eating and drinking, and what he gave me of gifts is with me to this present. At the end of the 3 days he said to me, "O Hamid, O my brother, I would sleep a while and take my rest, and verily I trust my life to thee, but, if thou see horsemen making hither, fear not, for know that they are of the Banu Salaba, seeking to wage war on me." Then he laid his sword under his head below and slept, and when he was drowned in slumber Obla tempted me to slay him, so I rose in haste, and drawing the sword from under his head, dealt him a blow that made his head fall from his body. But his sister knew what I had done, and rushing out from within the tent, threw herself on his corpse, rending her raiment and repeating these couplets. To kith and kin bear thou sad tidings of our plight, from doom all wise decreed shall none of men take flight. Lo art thou laid, O brother, strewn upon the stones, with face that mirrors moon when shining brightest bright. Good sooth, it is a day accursed, thy slaughtered day shivering thy spear that won the day in many a fight. Now thou be slain, no rider shall delight in steed, nor man-child shall the breeding woman bring to light. This morn Hamida prose and foully murdered thee, falsing his oath and troth with foulest perjury. When she had ended her verse she said to me, O thou of accursed forefathers, wherefore didst thou play my brother false and slay him when he purposed returning thee to thy native land with provisions, and it was his intent also to marry thee to me at the first of the month. Then she drew a sword she had with her, and planting the hilt in the earth, with the point set to her breast, she bent over it and threw herself thereon till the blade issued from her back and she fell to the ground, dead. I mourned for her and wept and repented when repentance availed me naught. Then I rose in haste and went to the tent and, taking whatever was light of load and weighty of worth, went my way, but in my haste and horror I took no heed of my dead comrades, nor did I bury the maiden and the youth. And this my tale is still more wondrous than the story of the serving girl I kidnapped from the holy city, Jerusalem. But when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard these words from the Badawi, the light was changed in her eyes to night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 145th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard these words from the Badawi, the light was changed in her eyes to night, and she rose and drawing sword, smote Hamid the Arab between the shoulder blades so that the point issued from the apple of his throat. FN number 127, and when all present asked her, Why hast thou made haste to slay him? She answered, Praise be Allah who hath granted me in my lifetime to avenge myself with mine own hand. And she bade the slaves drag the body out by the feet and cast it to the dogs. Thereupon they turned to the 2 prisoners who remained of the 3, and one of them was a black slave, so they said to him, What is thy name, fellow? Tell us the truth of thy case. He replied, As for me my name is Al-Ghazban, and acquainted them what had passed between himself and Queen Abriza, daughter of King Hardub, lord of Greece, and how he had slain her and fled. Hardly had the Negro made an end of his story, when King Ramzan struck off his head with his scimitar, saying, Praise to Allah who gave me life. I have avenged my mother with my own hand. Then he repeated to them what his nurse Marjana had told him of this same slave whose name was Al-Ghazban, after which they turned to the 3rd prisoner. Now this was the very camel driver FN number 128, whom the people of the holy city, Jerusalem, hired to carry Zor al-Makan and lodge him in the hospital at Damascus of Syria, but he threw him down on the ashes midden and went his way. And they said to him, Acquaint us with thy case and tell the truth. So he related to them all that had happened to him with Sultan Zor al-Makan, how he had been carried from the holy city, at the time when he was sick, till they made Damascus and he had been thrown into the hospital, how also the Jerusalem folk had paid the cameleer money to transport the stranger to Damascus, and he had taken it and fled after casting his charge upon the midden by the side of the ash heap of the Hammam. But when he ended his words, Sultan Kanmakan took his sword forthright and cut off his head, saying, Praised be Allah who hath given me life, that I might requite this traitor what he did with my father, for I have heard this very story from King Zor al-Makan himself. Then the kings said each to other, It remaineth only for us to wreak our revenge upon the old woman Zat al-Dawai, because she is the prime cause of all these calamities and cast us into adversity on this wise. Who will deliver her into our hands that we may avenge ourselves upon her and wipe out our dishonor? And King Ramzan said, Needs must we bring her hither. So without stay or delay he wrote a letter to his grandmother, the aforesaid ancient woman, giving her to know therein that he had subdued the kingdoms of Damascus and Mosul and Iraq, and had broken up the host of the Muslims and captured their princes, adding, I desire thee of all urgency to come to me, bringing with thee Queen Sophia, daughter of King Afridun, and whom thou wilt of the Nazarene chiefs, but no armies, for the country is quiet and wholly under our hand. And when she read the letter and recognized the handwriting of King Ramzan, she rejoiced with great joy and forthright equipping herself and Queen Sophia, set out with their attendants and journeyed, without stopping, till they drew near Baghdad. Then she sent a messenger to acquaint the king of her arrival, whereupon quoth Ramzan, we should do well to don the habit of the Franks and fare forth to meet the old woman, to the intent that we may be assured against her craft and perfidy. Whereto Kanmakan replied, hearing is consenting. So they clad themselves in Frankish clothes and, when Kuzia saw them, she exclaimed, by the truth of the Lord of Worship, did I not know you, I should take you to be indeed Franks. Then they sallied forth with 1,000 horse, King Ramzan riding on before them, to meet the old woman. As soon as his eyes fell on hers, he dismounted and walked towards her, and she, recognizing him, dismounted also and embraced him, but he pressed her ribs with his hands, till he well nigh broke them. Quoth she, what is this, O my son? But before she had done speaking, up came Kanmakan and Dandan, and the horsemen with them cried out at the women and slaves and took them all prisoners. Then the two kings returned to Baghdad, with their captives, and Ramzan bade them decorate the city, which they did for 3 days, at the end of which they brought out the old woman Zat al-Dawi, with a peaked red turban of palm leaves on her head, diademed with ass's dung, and preceded by a herald acclaiming aloud, this is the reward of those who presume to lay hands on kings and the sons of kings. Then they crucified her on one of the gates of Baghdad, and, when her companions saw what befell her, all embraced in a body the faith of al-Islam. As for Kanmakan and his uncle Ramzan and his aunt Nazat al-Zaman and the Wazir Dandan, they marvelled at the wonderful events that had betided them, and bade the scribes chronicle them in books, that those who came after might read. Then they all abode for the remainder of their days in the enjoyment of every solace and comfort of life, till there overtook them the destroyer of all delights and the sunderer of all societies. And this is the whole that hath come down to us of the dealings of fortune with King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Shah Mansur al-Makin and his sons son Kanmakan and his daughter Nazat al-Zaman and her daughter Kuzia. Thereupon quoth Shahir to Shahrazad, I desire that thou tell me somewhat about birds. And hearing this, Dunyazad said to his sister, I have never seen the Sultan light at heart all this while till the present night, and his pleasure gareth me hope that the issue for thee with him may be a happy issue. Then drowsiness overcame the Sultan, so he slept. FN number 129. And Shahrazad perceived the approach of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 146th night, Shahrazad began to relate, in these words, the tale of the birds and beasts and the carpenter. FN number 130. Quoth she, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that in times of yore and in ages long gone before, a peacock abode with his wife on the seashore. Now the place was infested with lions and all manner wild beasts, withal it abounded in trees and streams. So cock and hen were wont to roost by night upon one of the trees, being in fear of the beasts, and went forth by day questing food. And they ceased not thus to do till their fear increased on them, and they searched for some place wherein to dwell other than their old dwelling place, and in the course of their search behold, they happened on an island abounding in streams and trees. So they lighted there and ate of its fruits and drank of its waters. But whilst they were thus engaged, lo! Up came to them a duck in a state of extreme terror, and stayed not faring forwards till she reached the tree whereon were perched the two peafowl, when she seemed reassured in mind. The peacock doubted not but that she had some rare story, so he asked her of her case and the cause of her concern, whereto she answered, I am sick for sorrow, and my horror of the son of Adam. FN number 131. So beware. And again I say beware of the sons of Adam. Rejoined the peacock, fear not now that thou hast won our protection. Cried the duck, Alhamdulillah. Glory to God, who hath done away my cock and care by means of you being near. For indeed I come of friendship fain with you twain. And when she had ended her speech, the peacock's wife came down to her and said, Welcome and fair cheer. No harm shall hurt thee, How can son of Adam come to us, and we in this isle which lieth amiddlemost of the sea? From the land he cannot reach us, neither can he come against us from the water. So be of the good cheer, and tell us what hath betided thee from the child of Adam. Answered the duck, Know, then, O thou pagan, that of a truth I have dwelt all my life in this island safely and peacefully, nor have I seen any disquieting thing, till one night, as I was asleep, I sighted in my dream the semblance of the son of Adam, who talked with me and I with him. Then I heard a voice say to me, O thou duck, beware of the son of Adam, and be not imposed on by his words, nor by that he may suggest to thee, for he aboundeth in wiles and guiles. So beware with all wariness of his perfidy, for again I say, he is crafty and right cunning, even as singeth of him the poet. He loth sweetmeats with his edged tongue, and foxed thee with a foxy guile of fox. And know thou that the son of Adam circumventeth the fishes, and draweth them forth of the seas, and he shooteth the birds with a bellet of clay. FN number 132, and trappeth the elephant with his graft. None is safe from his mischief, and neither bird nor beast escapeth him. And on this wise have I told thee what I have heard concerning the son of Adam. So I awoke, fearful and trembling, and from that hour to this my heart hath not known gladness, for dread of the son of Adam, lest he surprise me unawares by his wile, or trap me in his snares. By the time the end of the day overtook me, my strength was grown weak and my spunk failed me, so, desiring to eat and drink, I went forth walking, troubled in spirit and with a heart ill at ease. Now when I reached yonder mountain I saw a tawny lion whelp at the door of a cave, and sighting me he joyed in me with great joy, for my colour pleased him and my gracious shape. So he cried out to me, saying, Draw nigh unto me. I went up to him, and he asked me, What is thy name, and what is thy nature? Answered I, My name is Duck, and I am of the bird kind. And I added, But thou, why tarriest thou in this place till this time? Answered the whelp, My father the lion hath for many a day warned me against the son of Adam, and it came to pass this night that I saw in my sleep the semblance of a son of Adam. And he went on to tell me the like of that I have told you. When I heard these words, I said to him, O lion, I take asylum with thee, that thou mayest kill the son of Adam and be steadfast in resolve to his slaughter. Verily I fear him for myself with extreme fear, and to my fright a fright is added, for that thou also dreadest the son of Adam, albeit thou art sultan of savage beasts. Then I ceased not, O my sister, to bid the young lion beware of the son of Adam and urge him to slay him, till he rose of a sudden and at once from his stead and went out, and he fared on, and I after him, and I noted him lashing flanks with tail. We advanced in the same order till we came to a place where the roads forked, and saw a cloud of dust arise, which, presently clearing away, discovered below it a runaway naked ass, now galloping and running at speed, and now rolling in the dust. When the lion saw the ass, he cried out to him, as he came up to him in all humility. Then said the lion, Hark I, crack-brain brute! What is thy kind, and what be the cause of thy coming hither? He replied, O son of the Sultan, I am by kind an assassin Escapulus, and the cause of my coming to this place is that I am fleeing from the son of Adam. Asked the lion whelp, Dost thou fear then that he will kill thee? Answered the ass, Not so, O son of the Sultan, but I dread lest he put a cheat on me and mount upon me, for he hath a thing called pack saddle, which he sitteth on my back, also a thing called girths which he bindeth about my belly, and a thing called crupper which he putteth under my tail, and a thing called bit which he plusseth in my mouth, and he fashioneth me a goad. FN number 133, and goadeth me with it, and maketh me run more than my strength. If I stumble he curseth me, and if I bray, he revileth me. FN number 134. And at last when I grow old and can no longer run, he putteth on me a panel. FN number 135, of wood, and delivereth me to the water carriers, who load my back with water from the river in skins and other vessels, such as jars, and I cease not to wone in misery and abasement and fatigue till I die, when they cast me on the rubbish heaps to the dogs. So what grief can surpass this grief, and what calamities can be greater than these calamities? Now when I heard, O pagan, the ass's words, my skin shuddered, and became as goose flesh at the son of Adam, and I said to the lion whelp, O my lord, the ass of a verity hath excuse, and his words add terror to my terror. Then quoth the young lion to the ass, Whither goest thou? Quoth he, Before sunrise I espied the son of Adam afar off, and fled from him, and now I am minded to flee forth and run without ceasing for the greatness of my fear of him, so haply I may find me a place of shelter from the perfidious son of Adam. Whilst the ass was thus discoursing with the lion whelp, seeking the while to take leave of us and go away, behold, appeared to us another cloud of dust, whereat the ass brayed and cried out and looked hard and let fly a loud fart. FN number 136. After a while the dust lifted and discovered a black steed finely dight with a blaze on the forehead like a deer round and bright. FN number 137. Handsomely marked about the hoof with white and with firm strong legs pleasing to sight, and he neighed with affright. This horse ceased not running till he stood before the whelp, the son of the lion, who, when he saw him, marvelled and made much of him and said, What is thy kind, O majestic wild beast, and wherefore freest thou into this desert wide and vast? He replied, O Lord of wild beasts, I am a steed of the horse kind, and the cause of my running is that I am fleeing from the son of Adam. The lion whelp wondered at the horse's speech, and cried to him, Speak not such words, for it is shame to thee, seeing that thou art tall and stout. And how cometh it that thou fearest the son of Adam, thou, with thy bulk of body and thy swiftness of running, when I, for all my littleness of stature, am resolved to encounter the son of Adam and, rushing on him, eat his flesh, that I may allay the affright of this poor duck, and make her dwell in peace in her own place. But now thou hast come here, and thou hast wrung my heart with thy talk, and turned me back from what I had resolved to do, seeing that, for all thy bulk, the son of Adam hath mastered thee, and hath feared neither thy height nor thy breadth, albeit, wert thou to kick him with one hoof thou wouldest kill him, nor could he prevail against thee, but thou wouldest make him drink the cup of death. The horse laughed when he heard the whelp's words, and replied, Far, far is it from my power to overcome him, O prince. Let not my length and my breadth nor yet my bulk delude thee with respect to the son of Adam, for that he, of the excess of his guile and his wiles, fashioneth me a thing called hobble, and applieth to my forelegs a pair of ropes made of palm fibres bound with felt, and gibbeteth me by the head to a high peg, so that I, being tied up, remain standing, and can neither sit nor lie down. And when he is minded to ride me, he bindeth on his feet a thing of iron called stirrup, FN number 138, and layeth on my back another thing called saddle, which he fasteneth by two girths passed under my armpits. Then he sitteth in my mouth a thing of iron he calleth bit, to which he tieth a thing of leather called rein, and, when he sitteth in the saddle on my back, he taketh the rein in his hand, and guideth me with it, goading my flanks the while with the shovel stirrups till he maketh them bleed. So do not ask, O son of a sultan, the hardships I endure from the son of Adam. And when I grow old and lean and can no longer run swiftly, he selleth me to the miller who maketh me turn in the mill, and I cease not from turning night and day till I grow decrepit. Then he in turn vendeth me to the knacker who cutteth my throat and flayeth off my hide and plucketh out my tail, which he selleth to the sieve maker, and he melteth down my fat for tallow candles. When the young lion heard the horse's words, his rage and vexation redoubled, and he said, When didst thou leave the son of Adam? Replied the horse, At midday, and he is upon my track. Apostrophe. Whilst the whelp was thus conversing with the horse, lo, there rose a cloud of dust, and, presently opening out, discovered below it a furious camel gurgling and pawing the earth with his feet, and never ceasing so to do till he came up with us. Now when the lion-whelp saw how big and buxom he was, he took him to be the son of Adam and was about to spring upon him when I said to him, O Prince, of a truth this is not the son of Adam, this be a camel, and he seemeth to fleeing from the son of Adam. As I was thus conversing, O my sister, with the lion-whelp, the camel came up and saluted him, whereupon he returned the greeting and said, What bringeth thee hither? Replied he, I came here fleeing from the son of Adam. Quoth the whelp, And thou, with thy huge frame and length and breadth, how cometh it that thou fearest the son of Adam, seeing that with one kick of thy foot thou wouldest kill him? Quoth the camel, O son of the Sultan, know that the son of Adam hath subtleties and wiles, which none can withstand nor can any prevail against him, save only death, for he putteth into my nostrils a twine of goat's hair he calleth nose ring, FN number 139, and over my head a thing he calleth halter, then he delivereth me to the least of his little children, and the youngling draweth me along by the nose ring, my size and strength notwithstanding. Then they load me with the heaviest of burdens and go long journeys with me and put me to hard labour through the hours of the night and the day. When I grow old and stricken in years and disabled from working, my master keepeth me not with him, but selleth me to the knacker who cutteth my throat and vendeth my hide to the tanners and my flesh to the cooks. So do not ask the hardships I suffer from the son of Adam. When didst thou leave the son of Adam? Asked the young lion, and he answered, At sundown, and I suppose that coming to my place after my departure and not finding me there, he is now in search of me, wherefore let me go, O son of the Sultan, that I may flee into the woods and the wilds. Said the whelp, Wait a while, O camel, till thou see how I will tear him, and give thee to eat of his flesh, whilst I crunch his bones and drink his blood. Replied the camel, O king's son, I fear for thee from the child of Adam, for he is wily and guileful. And he began repeating these verses: When the tyrant enters the liege's land, naught remains for the lieges but quick remove. Now whilst the camel was speaking with the lion-whelp, behold, there rose a cloud of dust which, after a time, opened and showed an old man scanty of stature and lean of limb, and he bore on his shoulder a basket of carpenter's tools and on his head a branch of a tree and 8 planks. He led little children by the hand and came on at a trotting pace, FN number 140, never stopping till he drew near the whelp. When I saw him, O my sister, I fell down for excess of fear, but the young lion rose and walked forward to meet the carpenter, and when he came up to him, the man smiled in his face and said to him, with a glib tongue and in courtly terms, O king who defendeth from harm and lord of the long arm, Allah prosper thine evening and thine endeavouring and increase thy valiancy and strengthen thee. Protect me from that which hath distressed me and with its mischief hath oppressed me, for I have found no helper save only thyself. And the carpenter stood in his presence weeping and wailing and complaining. When the whelp heard his sighing and his crying, he said, I will succour thee from that thou fearest. Who hath done thee wrong, and what art thou, O wild beast, whose like in my life I never saw, nor ever espied one goodlier of form or more eloquent of tongue than thou? What is thy case? Replied the man, O Lord of wild beasts, as to myself I am a carpenter, but as to who hath wronged me, verily he is a son of Adam. And by break of dawn after this coming night, FN number 141, he will be with thee in this place. When the lion-whelp heard these words of the carpenter, the light was changed to night before his sight, and he snorted and roared with ire, and his eyes cast forth sparks of fire. Then he cried out, saying, By Allah, I will assuredly watch through this coming night till dawn, nor will I return to my further till I have won my will. Then he turned to the carpenter and asked, Of a truth I see thou art short of step, and I would not hurt thy feelings for that I am generous of heart, yet do I deem thee unable to keep pace with the wild beasts. Tell me then whither thou goest? Answered the carpenter, Know that I am on my way to thy father's Wazir, the lynx, for when he heard that the son of Adam had set foot in this country he feared greatly for himself and sent one of the wild beasts on a message for me, to make him a house wherein he should dwell, that it might shelter him and fend off his enemy from him, so not one of the sons of Adam should come at him. Accordingly I took up these planks and set forth to find him. Now when the young lion heard these words he envied the lynx and said to the carpenter, By my life there is no help for it but thou make me a house with these planks, say thou make one for Sir Lynx. When thou hast done my work, go to him and make him whatso he wisheth. The carpenter replied, O Lord of wild beasts, I cannot make thee aught till I have made the lynx what he desireth. Then will I return to thy service and build thee a house as a fort to ward thee from thy foe. Exclaimed the lion whelp, By Allah, I will not let thee leave this place till thou build me a house of planks. So saying he made for the carpenter and sprang upon him, thinking to jest with him, and cuffed him with this paw, knocking the basket off his shoulder, and threw him down in a fainting fit, whereupon the young lion laughed at him and said, Woe to thee, O carpenter, of a truth thou art feeble and hast no force, so it is excusable in thee to fear the son of Adam. Now when the carpenter fell on his back, he waxed exceeding wroth, but he dissembled his wrath for fear of the whelp and sat up and smiled in his face, saying, Well, I will make for thee the house. With this he took the planks he had brought and nailed together the house, which he made in the form of a chest after the measure of the young lion. And he left the door open, for he had cut in the box a large aperture, to which he made a stout cover and bored many holes therein. Then he took out some newly wrought nails and a hammer and said to the young lion, Enter the house through this opening, that I may fit it to thy measure. Thereat the whelp rejoiced and went up to the opening, but saw that it was strait, and the carpenter said to him, Enter and crouch down on thy legs and arms. So the whelp did thus and entered the chest, but his tail remained outside. Then he would have drawn back and come out, but the carpenter said to him, Wait patiently a while till I see if there be room for thy tail with thee. The young lion did as he was bid when the carpenter twisted up his tail and, stuffing it into the chest, whipped the lid onto the opening and nailed it down. Whereat the whelp cried out and said, O carpenter, what is this narrow house thou hast made me? Let me out, sirrah. But the carpenter answered, Far be it from thy thought. Repentance for past avails naught, and indeed of this place thou shalt not come out. He then laughed and resumed, Verily thou art fallen into the trap, and from thy duress there is no escape, O vilest of wild beasts. Rejoined the whelp, O my brother, what manner of words are these thou addresses to me? The carpenter replied, Know, O dog of the desert, that thou hast fallen into that which thou fearedst. Fate hath upset thee, nor shall caution set thee up. When the whelp heard these words, O my sister, he knew that this was indeed the very son of Adam, against whom he had been warned by his sire in waking state and by the mysterious voice in sleeping while, and I also was certified that this was indeed he without doubt, wherefore great fear of him for myself seized me, and I withdrew a little apart from him and waited to see what he would do with the young lion. Then I saw, O my sister, the son of Adam dig a pit in that place hard by the chest which held the whelp and, throwing the box into the hole, heap dry wood upon it and burn the young lion with fire. At this sight, O sister mine, my fear of the son of Adam redoubled, and in my affright I have been these 2 days fleeing from him. But when the peahen heard from the duck this story, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 147th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the peahen heard from the duck this story, she wondered with exceeding wonder and said to her, O my sister, here thou art safe from the son of Adam, for we are in one of the islands of the sea whither there is no way for the son of Adam, so do thou take up thine abode with us till Allah make easy thy case and our case. Quoth the duck, I fear lest some calamity come upon me by night, for no runaway can rid him of fate by flight. Rejoined the pagan, abide with us, and be like unto us, and ceased not to persuade her, till she yielded, saying, O my sister, thou knowest how weak is my resistance, but verily had I not seen thee here, I had not remained. Said the pagan, that which is on our foreheads FN number 142, we must indeed fulfill, and when our doomed day draweth near, who shall deliver us? But not a soul departeth except it have accomplished its predestined livelihood and term. Now the while they talked thus, a cloud of dust appeared and approached them, at sight of which the duck shrieked aloud and ran down into the sea, crying out, Beware! Beware! Though flight there is not from fate and lot. FN number 143. After a while the dust opened out and discovered under it an antelope, whereat the duck and the peahen were reassured, and the peacock's wife said to her companion, O my sister, this thou saidst and wouldst have me beware of is an antelope, and here he is, making for us. He will do us no hurt, for the antelope feedeth upon the herbs of the earth, and, even as thou art of the bird kind, so is he of the beast kind. Be therefore of good cheer and cease caretaking, for caretaking wasteth the body. Hardly had the peahen done speaking, when the antelope came up to them, thinking to shelter him under the shade of the tree, and, sighting the peahen and the duck, saluted them and said, I came to this island today, and I have seen none richer in herbage nor pleasanter for habitation. Then he besought them for company and amity, and, when they saw his friendly behavior to them, they welcomed him and gladly accepted his offer. So they struck up a sincere friendship and sware thereto, and they slept in one place, and they ate and drank together, nor did they cease dwelling in safety, eating and drinking their fill, till one day there came thither a ship which had strayed from her course in the sea. She cast anchor near them, and the crew came forth and dispersed about the island. They soon caught sight of the three friends, antelope, peahen and duck, and made for them, whereupon the peahen flew up into the tree and then swinged her way through air, and the antelope fled into the desert, but the duck abode paralyzed by fear. So they chased her till they caught her, and she cried out and said, Caution availed me not against fate and lot, and they bore her off to the ship. Now when the peahen saw what had betided the duck, she removed from the island, saying, I see that misfortunes lie in ambush for all. But for yonder ship, parting had not befallen between me and this duck, because she was one of the truest of friends. Then she flew off and rejoined the antelope, who saluted her and gave her joy of her safety, and asked for the duck, to which she replied, The enemy hath taken her, and I loathe the sojourn of this island after her. Then she wept for the loss of the duck and began repeating, The day of parting cut my heart in twain may Allah cut the parting day. And she spake also this couplet, I pray some day that we reunion gain, so may I tell him parting's ugly way. The antelope sorrowed with great sorrow, but dissuaded the peahen from her resolve to remove from the island. So they abode but together with him, eating and drinking, in peace and safety, except that they ceased not to mourn for the loss of the duck. And the antelope said to the peahen, O my sister, thou saidst how the folk who came forth of the ship were the cause of our severance from the duck and of her destruction, so do thou beware of them, and guard thyself from them and from the wile of the son of Adam and his guile. But the peahen replied, I am assured that naught caused her death save her neglecting to say Subhanallah, glory to God. Indeed I often said to her, Exclaim thou, Praise be Allah, and verily I fear for thee, because thou neglectest to laud the Almighty, for all things created by Allah glorify him on this wise, and whoso neglecteth the formula of praise FN number 144, him destruction waylays. When the antelope heard the peahen's words he exclaimed, Allah make fair thy face, and betook himself to repeating the formula of praise, and ceased not there from a single hour. And it is said that his form of adoration was as follows, Praise be to the Rector of every good and evil thing, the Lord of majesty and of kings the King. And a tale is also told on this wise of the hermits. A certain hermit worshipped on a certain mountain, with resorted a pair of pigeons, and the worshipper was wont to make 2 parts of his daily bread, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 148th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the worshipper was wont to make 2 parts of his daily bread, eating 1/2 himself and giving the other to the pigeon bear. He also prayed for them both that they might be blessed with issue, so they increased and multiplied greatly. Now they resorted only to that mountain where the hermit was, and the reason of their foregathering with the holy man was their assiduity in repeating praise be Allah. For it is recounted that the pigeon FN number 145, in praise be the Creator of all creatures, the distributor of daily bread, the builder of the heavens and dispreader of the earths. And that couple ceased not to dwell together in the happiest of life, they and their brood, till the holy man died, when the company of the pigeons was broken up and they dispersed among the towns and villages and mountains. Now it is told that on a certain other mountain there dwelt a shepherd, a man of piety and good sense and chastity, and he had flocks of sheep which he tended, and he made his living by their milk and wool. The mountain which gave him a home abounded in trees and pasturage and also in wild beasts, but these had no power over his flocks, so he ceased not to dwell upon that highland in full security, taking no thought to the things of the world, by reason of his beatitude and his assiduity in prayer and devotion, till Allah ordained that he should fall sick with exceeding sickness. Thereupon he betook himself to a cavern in the mountain, and his sheep used to go out in the morning to the pasturage and take refuge at night in the cave. But Allah Almighty, being minded to try him and prove his patience and his obedience, sent him one of his angels, who came into him in the semblance of a fair woman and sat down before him. When the shepherd saw that woman seated before him, his flesh shuddered at her with horripilation FN number 146, and he said to her, O thou woman, what was it invited thee to this my retreat? I have no need of thee, nor is there aught betwixt me and thee which calleth for thy coming into me. Quoth she, O man, cost thou not behold my beauty and loveliness and the fragrance of my breath, and knowest thou not the need women have of men and men of women? So who shall forbid thee from me when I have chosen to be near thee and desire to enjoy thy company? Indeed, I come to thee willingly and do not withhold myself from thee, and near us there is none whom we need fear, and I wish to abide with thee as long as thou sojournest in this mountain, and be thy companion and thy true friend. I offer myself to thee, for thou needest the service of woman, and if thou have carnal connection with me and know me, thy sickness shall be turned from thee and health return to thee, and thou wilt repent thee of the past for having forsworn the company of women during the days that are now no more. In very sooth, I give thee good advice, so incline to my counsel and approach me. Quoth the shepherd, Go out from me, O woman deceitful and perfidious. I will not incline to thee nor approach thee. I want not thy company nor wish for union with thee. He who coveteth the coming life renounced thee, for thou seducest mankind, those of past time and those of present time. Allah the Most High layeth in wait for his servants, and woe unto him who is cursed with thy company. Answered she, O thou that errest from the truth and wanderest from the way of reason, turn thy face to me and look upon my charms, and take thy full of my nearness, as did the wise who have gone before thee. Indeed, they were richer than thou in experience and sharper of wit, withal they rejected not, as thou rejectest, the enjoyment of women, nay, they took their pleasure of them and their company even as thou renouncest them, and it did them no hurt in things temporal or things spiritual. Wherefore do thou recede from thy resolve, and thou shalt praise the issue of thy case. Rejoined the shepherd, All thou sayest I deny and abhor, and all thou offerest I reject. For thou art cunning and perfidious, and there is no honesty in thee, nor is there honour. How much of foulness hidest thou under thy beauty, and how many a pious man hast thou seduced from his duty, and made his end penitence and perdition. Avaunt from me, O thou who devotest thyself to corrupt others. Thereupon, he threw his goat's hair cloak over his head that he might not see her face, and betook himself to calling upon the name of his Lord. And when the angel saw the excellence of his submission to the divine will, he went out from him and ascended to heaven. Now hard by the hermit's hill was a village wherein dwelt a pious man, who knew not the other's station, till one night he heard in a dream a voice saying to him, "In such a place near to thee is a devout man, go thou to him and be at his command." So when morning dawned he set out to wend thither, and what time the heat was grievous upon him, he came to a tree which grew beside a spring of running water. So he sat down to rest in the shadow of that tree, and behold, he saw beasts and birds coming to that fount to drink. But when they caught sight of the devotee sitting there, they took fright and fled from before his face. Then said he, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. I rest not here but to the hurt of these beasts and fowls." So he arose, blaming himself and saying, "Verily my tarrying here this day hath wronged these animals, and what excuse have I towards my Creator and the Creator of these birds and beasts, for that I was the cause of their flight from their drink and their daily food and their place of pasturage. Alas for my shame before my Lord on the day when he shall avenge the hornless sheep on the sheep with horns." FN number 147, and he wept and began repeating these couplets. Now, by Allah, unto man were fully known why he is made, in careless sleep he ne'er would wone, first death, then cometh wake and dreadful day of doom, reproof with threats, sore terror, frightful malison. Bid we or else forbid we, all of us are like the cave companions. FN number 148, when at length their sleep was done. Then he again wept for that he had driven the birds and beasts from the spring by sitting down under the tree, and he fared on till he came to the shepherd's dwelling, and going in, saluted him. The shepherd returned his salutation and embraced him, weeping and saying, "What hath brought thee to this place where no man hath ever yet come to me?" Quoth the other devotee, "I saw in my sleep one who described to me this thy stead and bade me repair to thee and salute thee. So I came, in obedience to the commandment." The shepherd welcomed him, rejoicing in his company, and the twain abode upon that mountain, worshipping Allah with the best of worship, and they ceased not serving their Lord in the cavern and living upon the flesh and milk of their sheep, having clean put away from them riches and children and what not, till the certain, the inevitable became their lot. And this is the end of their story. Then said King Shahara, "O Shahrazad, thou wouldst cause me to renounce my kingdom, and thou makest me repent of having slain so many women and maidens. Hast thou any bird stories?" "Yes," replied she, and began to tell their tale of the waterfowl and the tortoise. It is related by truthful men, O king, that a certain bird flew high up firmament-wards and presently lit on a rock in the midst of water which was running. And as he sat there, behold, the current carried to him the carcass of a man, and lodged it against the rock, for being swollen it floated. The bird, which was a waterfowl, drew near, and examining it, found that it was the dead body of a son of Adam, and saw in it sign of spear and stroke of sword. So he said to himself, "I presume that this man who hath been slain was some evildoer, and that a company banded themselves together against him and put him to death, and were at peace from him and his evil doing." And as he continued marvelling at this, suddenly the vultures and kites came down upon the carcass from all sides and get round it, which when the waterfowl saw, he feared with sore affright, and said, "I cannot abide here any longer." So he flew away in quest of a place where he might roam, till that carcass should come to an end and the birds of prey leave it, and he stayed not in his flight, till he found a river with a tree in its midst. So he alighted on the tree, troubled and distraught, and saw grieved for departing from his birthplace, and said to himself, "Verily sorrows cease not to follow me. I was at my ease when I saw that carcass, and rejoiced therein with much joy, saying, This is a gift of daily bread which Allah hath dealt to me. But my joy became annoy and my gladness turned to sadness, for the ravenous birds, which are like lions, seized upon it and tear it to pieces and came between me and my prize. So how can I hope to be secure from misfortune in this world, or put any trust therein? Indeed, the proverb saith, the world is the dwelling of him who hath no dwelling. He who hath no wits is cozened by it and entrusteth it with his wealth and his child and his family and his folk, and whoso is cozened ceaseth not to rely upon it, pacing proudly upon earth until he is laid under earth and the dust is cast over his corpse by him who of all men was dearest to him and nearest. But naught is better for generous youth than patience under its cares and miseries. I have left my native place, and it is abhorrent to me to quit my brethren and friends and loved ones. Now, whilst he was thus musing low, a male tortoise descended into the river and, approaching the waterfowl, saluted him, saying, O my lord, what hath exiled thee and driven thee so far from thy place? Replied the waterfowl, the descent of enemies thereon, for the wise brooketh not the neighbourhood of his foe. And how well saith the poet, when as on any land the oppressor doth alight, there's nothing left for those that dwell therein, but flight. FN number 149. Quoth the tortoise, if the matter be as thou sayest, and the case as thou describest, I will not leave thee nor cease to stand before thee, that I may do thy need and fulfill thy service. For it is said that there is no sorer desolation than that of him who is in exile, cut off from friends and home, and it is also said that no calamity equaleth that of severance from the good, but the best solace for men of understanding is to seek companionship in strangerhood and be patient under sorrows and adversity. Wherefore I hope that thou wilt approve of my company, for I will be to thee a servant and a helper. Now when the waterfowl heard the tortoise's words, he answered, Verily, thou art right in what thou sayest, for, by my life, I have found grief and pain in separation, what while I have been parted from my place and sundered from my brethren and friends, seeing that in severance is an admonition to him who will be admonished and matter of thought for him who will take thought. If the generous youth find not a companion to console him, weal is forever cut off from him and ill is eternally established with him, and there is nothing for the sage but to solace himself in every event with brethren and be constant in patience and endurance. Indeed, these two are praiseworthy qualities, and both uphold one under calamities and vicissitudes of the world and ward off startling sorrows and harrowing cares, come what will. Rejoined the tortoise, beware of sorrow, for it will spoil thy life and waste thy manliness. And the two gave not over conversing till the bird said, Never shall I cease fearing the shifts of time and vicissitudes of events. When the tortoise heard this, he came up to him and, kissing him between the eyes, said to him, Never may the company of the birds cease to be blessed in thee and through thee, and find wisdom in thy good counsel. How shalt thou be burdened with care and harm? And he went on to comfort the waterfowl and soothe his terrors till he became reassured. Then he flew to the place where the carcass was and found on arriving that the birds of prey gone, and they had left nothing of the body but bones, whereupon he returned to the tortoise and acquainted him with the fact that the foe had disappeared from his place, saying, Know that of a truth I long for return homewards to enjoy the society of my friends, for the sage cannot endure separation from his native place. So they both went thither and found naught to affright them, whereupon the waterfowl began repeating, And haply one as straight descends on lot of generous youth right so, with Allah only lies his issue from annoy, he's straightened, at full oft when rings and meshes straightest clip, he scapes his strait and joyance finds, albi see no joy. So that rain abode in that island, and while the waterfowl was enjoying a life of peace and gladness, suddenly fate led thither a hungry falcon, which drove its talons into the bird's belly and killed him, nor did caution avail him when his term of life was ended. Now the cause of his death was that he neglected to use the formula of praise, and it is said that his form of adoration was as follows, Praise be our Lord in that he ordereth and ordaineth, And praise be our Lord in that he enricheth and impoverisheth. Such was the waterfowl's end and the tale of the ravenous birds. And when it was finished, quoth the Sultan, O Shahrazad, verily thou overwhelmest me with admonitions and salutary instances. Hast thou any stories of beasts? Yes, answered she, and began to tell their tale of the wolf and the fox. FN number 150. Know, O king, that a fox and a wolf once cohabited in the same den, harboring therein together by day and resorting thither by night, but the wolf was cruel and oppressive to the fox. They abode thus a while, till it so befell that the fox exhorted the wolf to use gentle dealing and leave off his ill deeds, saying, If thou persist in thine arrogance, belike Allah will give the son of Adam power over thee, for he is past master in guile and wile, and by his artifice he bringeth down the birds from the firmament, and he haleth the mighty fish forth of the flood waters, and he cutteth the mountain and transporteth it from place to place. All this is of his craft and wiliness. Wherefore do thou betake thyself to equity and fair dealing, and leave frowardness and tyranny, and thou shalt fare all the better for it. But the wolf would not accept his counsel, and answered him roughly, saying, What right hast thou to speak of matters of weight and importance? And he dealt the fox a cuff that laid him senseless, but, when he revived, he smiled in the wolf's face and, excusing himself for his unseemly speech, repeated these two couplets. If any sin I sinned, or did I aught in love of you, which hateful mischief wrought, my sin I sore repent and pardon sue, so give the sinner gift of pardon sought. The wolf accepted his excuse and held his hand from further ill treatment, saying, Speak not of whatso concerneth thee not, lest thou hear what will please thee not. Answered the fox, To hear is to obey. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 149th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the wolf to the fox, Speak not of whatso concerneth thee not, lest thou hear what will please thee not. Answered the fox, To hear is to obey. I will abstain henceforth from what pleaseth thee not, for the sage saith, Have a care that thou speak not of that whereof thou art not asked, leave that which concerneth thee not for that which concerneth thee, and by no means lavish good counsel on the wrongers, for they will repay it to thee with wrong. And reflecting on the words of the wolf he smiled in his face, but in his heart he meditated treachery against him and privily said, There is no help but that I compass the destruction of this wolf. So he bore with his injurious usage, saying to himself, Verily insolence and evil speaking are causes of perdition and cast into confusion, and it is said, The insolent is shent and the ignorant doth repent, and who feareth, to him safety is sent. Moderation marketh the noble, and gentle manners are of gains the grandest. It behoveth me to dissemble with this tyrant, and needs must he be cast down. Then quoth he to the wolf, Verily, the Lord pardoneth his erring servant and relenteth towards him, if he confess his offences, and I am a weak slave and have offended in presuming to counsel thee. If thou knewest the pain that befell me by thy buffet, thou wouldst ken that even the elephant could not stand against it nor endure it, but I complain not of this blow's hurt, because of the joy and gladness that hath betided me through it, for though it was to me exceeding sore yet was its issue of the happiest. And with sooth saith the sage, the blow of the teacher is at first right hurtful, but the end of it is sweeter than strained honey. Quoth the wolf, I pardon thine offence and I cancel thy fault, but beware of my force and avow thyself my thrall, for thou hast learned my severity unto him who showeth his hostility. Thereupon the fox prostrated himself before the wolf, saying, Allah lengthen thy life, and mayst thou never cease to overthrow thy foes. And he stinted not to fear the wolf and to wheedle him and dissemble with him. Now it came to pass that one day, the fox went to a vineyard and saw a breach in its walls, but he mistrusted it and said to himself, Verily, For this breach there must be some cause, and the old saw saith, whoso seeth a cleft in the earth and shunneth it not, and is not wary in approaching it, the same is self-deluded, and exposeth himself to danger and destruction. Indeed, it is well known that some folk make the figure of a fox in their vineyards, nay, they even set before the semblance scrapes in plates, that foxes may see it and come to it and fall into perdition. In very sooth I regard this breach as a snare, and the proverb saith, caution is one half of cleverness. Now prudence requireth that I examine this breach, and see if there be aught therein which may lead to perdition, and coveting shall not make me cast myself into destruction. So he went up to the hole and walked round it right warily, and lo! it was a deep pit, which the owner of the vineyard had dug to trap therein the wild beasts which laid waste his vines. Then he said to himself, Thou hast gained, for that thou hast refrained. And he looked and saw that the hole was lightly covered with dust and matting. So he drew back from it, saying, Praise be Allah that I was wary of it. I hope that my enemy, the wolf, who maketh my life miserable, will fall into it. So will the vineyard be left to me, and I shall enjoy it alone and dwell therein at peace. Saying thus, he shook its head and laughed a loud laugh, and began versifying. Would heaven I saw at this hour the wolf fallen down in this well, he who anguished my heart for so long, and gad me drain nicer and full. Heaven grant after this I may live free of wolf a long fortunate spell, when I've rid grapes and vineyard of him, and in bunch spoiling happily dwell. His verse being finished, he returned in haste to the wolf, and said to him, Allah hath made plain for thee the way into the vineyard without toil and moil. This is of thine auspicious fortune, so good luck to thee, and mayest thou enjoy the plentiful plunder and the profuse provant which Allah hath opened up to thee without trouble. Asked the wolf, What proof hast thou of what thou assertest? And the fox answered, I went up to the vineyard and found that the owner was dead, having been torn to pieces by wolves. So I entered the orchard and saw the fruit shining upon the trees. The wolf doubted not the fox's report, and his gluttony gat hold of him, so he arose and repaired to the cleft, for that greed blinded him, whilst the fox falling behind him lay as one dead, quoting to the case the following couplet. For Layla's FN number 151, favouredest thou greed? But, bear in mind greed is a yoke of harmful weight on neck of man. And when the wolf had reached the breach, the fox said, Enter the vineyard, thou art spared the trouble of climbing a ladder, for the garden wall is broken down, and with Allah it resteth to fulfill the benefit. So the wolf went on walking and thought to enter the vineyard, but when he came to the middle of the pit covering he fell through, whereupon the fox shook for joy and gladness. His care and concern left him, and he sang out for delight and improvised these couplets. Fortune had mercy on the soul of me, and for my torments now shows clemency, granting whatever gift my heart desired, and far removing what I feared to see. I will, good sooth, excuse her all her sins she sinned in days gone by, and much since she, her injustice she hath shown in this, she whitened locks that were so black of blee, but now for this same wolf escaped there's none, of death and doom he hath full certainty. Then all the vineyard comes beneath my rule, I'll brook no partner who's so fond a fool. Then the fox looked into the cleft, and, seeing the wolf weeping in repentance and sorrow for himself, wept with him, whereupon the wolf raised his head to him and asked, Is it of pity for me thou weepest, O father of the fortlet FN number 152? Answered the fox, No, by him who cast thee into this pit. I weep for the length of thy past life, and for regret that thou didst not fall into the pit before this day, for hadst thou done so before I foregathered with thee, I had rested and enjoyed repose, but thou wast spared till the fulfilment of thine allotted term and thy destined time. Then the wolf said to him as one jesting, O evildoer, go to my mother and tell her what hath befallen me, haply she may devise some device for my release. Replied the fox, Of a truth thou hast been brought to destruction by the excess of thy greed and thine exceeding gluttony, since thou art fallen into a pit whence thou wilt never escape. Knowest thou not the common proverb, O thou witless wolf, whoso taketh no thought as to how things end, him shall fate never befriend nor shall he safe from perils wend. O Reynard, quoth the wolf, thou was wont to show me fondness and covet my friendliness and fear the greatness of my strength. Hate me not rancorously because of that I did with thee, for he who hath power and forgiveth, his reward Allah giveth, even as saith the poet. Sow kindness seed in the unfittest stead, 'twill not be wasted whereso thou shalt sow, for kindness outburied long, yet none shall reap the crop save sower who gad it grow. Rejoined the fox, O witlessest of beasts of prey and stupidest of the wild brutes which the wolds overstray! Hast thou forgotten thine arrogance and insolence and tyranny, and thy disregarding the due of good fellowship and thy refusing to be advised by what the poet saith? Wrong not thy neighbour e'en if thou have power, the wronger alway vengeance harvest reaps, thine eyes shall sleep, while bides the wronged on wake cursing thee, and Allah's eye ne'er sleeps. O Abu el-Hussein, replied the wolf, twit me not with my past sins, for forgiveness is expected of the generous and doing kind deeds is the truest of treasures. How well saith the poet, haste to do kindness while thou hast much power, for at all seasons thou hast not such power. And he ceased not to humble himself before the fox and say, haply, thou canst do somewhat to deliver me from destruction. Replied the fox, O thou wolf, thou witless, deluded, deceitful trickster! Hope not for deliverance, for this is but the just reward of thy foul dealing and its due retaliation. Then he laughed with chops wide open and repeated these two couplets. No longer beguile me, thou'lt fail of thy will. What can't be thou seekest, thou hast sown so reap ill. Quoth the wolf, O gentlest of ravenous beasts, I fain hold thee too faithful to leave me in this pit. Then he wept and complained and, with tears streaming from his eyes, recited these two couplets. O thou whose favours have been out of compt, whose gifts are more than may be numbered, never mischance befell me yet from time but that I found thy hand right fain to aid. O thou ninny foe, quoth the fox, how art thou reduced to humiliation and prostration and abjection and submission, after insolence and pride and tyranny and arrogance? Verily, I kept company with thee only for fear of thy fury, and I cajoled thee without one hope of fair treatment from thee, but now trembling is come upon thee and vengeance hath overtaken thee. And he repeated these two couplets. O thou who seekest innocence to guile, thou right caught in trap of thine intentions vile, now drain the draught of shameless mischance, and be with other wolves cut off, thou scroll. Replied the wolf, O thou clement one, speak not with the tongue of enemies nor look with their eyes, but fulfill the covenant of fellowship with me, ere the time of applying remedies cease to be. Rise and make ready to get me a rope, and tie one end of it to a tree, then let the other down to me, that I may lay hold of it, so haply I shall from this my strait win free, and I will give thee all my hand possesseth of wealth and fee. Quoth the fox, thou persistest in conversation concerning what will not procure thy liberation. Hope not for this, for thou shalt never, never get of me wherewithal to set thee at liberty, but call to mind thy past misdeeds and the craft and perfidy thou didst imagine against me, and bethink thee how near thou art to being stoned to death. For know that thy soul is about the world to quit and cease in it and depart from it, so shalt thou to destruction high and ill is the abiding place thou shalt abide. FN number 153, rejoined the wolf, O father of the fortlet, hasten to return to amity and persist not in this rancorous enmity. Know that whoso from ruin saveth a soul, is as if he had quickened it and made it whole, and whoso saveth a soul alive, is as if he had saved all mankind. FN number 154, follow not frowardness, for the wise forbid it, and it were most manifest forwardness to leave me in this pit draining the agony of death and die to look upon mine own doom, when as it lieth in thy power to deliver me from my stower. So do thy best to release me and deal with me benevolently. Answered the fox, O thou base and barbarous wretch, I compare thee, because of the fairness of thy professions and expressions, and the foulness of thy intentions and thy inventions, to the falcon and the partridge. Asked the wolf, How so? And the fox began to tell the tale of the falcon, FN number 155, and the partridge, FN number 156. Once upon a time I entered a vineyard to eat of its grapes, and, whilst so doing, behold, I saw a falcon stoop upon the partridge and seize him, but the partridge escaped from the seizer and, entering his nest, hid himself. The falcon followed apace and called out to him, saying, O imbecile, I saw thee and hungered in the wold and took pity on thee, so I picked up for thee some grain and took hold of thee that thou mightest eat, but thou fleddest from me, and I wot not the cause of thy flight, except it were to put upon me a slight. Come out, then, and take the grain I have brought thee to eat, and much good may it do, and with thy health agree. When the partridge heard these words, he believed and came out to him, whereupon the falcon struck his talons into him and seized him. Cried the partridge, Is this that which thou toldest me thou hadst brought me from the wold, and whereof thou badest me eat, saying, Much good may it do thee, and with thy health agree? Thou hast lied to me, and may Allah cause what thou eatest of my flesh to be a killing poison in thy maw. So when the falcon had eaten the partridge, his feathers fell off and his strength failed and he died on the spot. Know, then, O wolf, pursued the fox, that he who diggeth for his brother a pit himself soon falleth into it, and thou first deceivedst me in mood and fit. Quoth the wolf, Spare me this discourse nor saws and tales enforce, and remind me not of my former ill course, for so iseth me the sorry plight I endure perforce, seeing that I am fallen into a place, in which even my foe would pity me, much more a true friend. Rather find some trick to deliver me, and be thou thereby my saviour. If this cause thee trouble, remember that a true friend will undertake the sorest travail for his true friend's sake, and will risk his life to deliver him from evil, and indeed it hath been said, a leal friend is better than a real brother. So if thou stir thyself to save me, and I be saved, I will gather thee such store as shall be a provision for thee against want however sore, and truly I will teach thee rare tricks whereby to open whatso bounteous vineyards thou please, and strip the fruit-laden trees. Rejoined the fox, laughing, How excellent is what the learned say of him who aboundeth in ignorance like unto thee. Asked the wolf, What do the wise men say? And the fox answered, They have observed that the gross of body are gross of mind, far from intelligence and nigh unto ignorance. As for thy saying, O thou stupid, cunning idiot, that a true friend should undertake sore travail for his true friend's sake, it is sooth as thou sayest, but tell me, of thine ignorance and poverty of intelligence, how can I be a true friend to thee, considering thy treachery? Dost thou count me thy true friend? Nay, I am thy foe who joyeth in thy woe, and couldst thou trow it, this word was sorer to thee than slaughter by shot of shaft. As for thy promise to provide me a store against want however sore, and teach me tricks, to plunder whatso bounteous vineyards I please, and spoil fruit-laden trees, how cometh it, O guileful traitor, that thou knowest not a while to save thyself from destruction? How far art thou from profiting thyself, and how far am I from accepting thy counsel? If thou have any tricks, make shift for thyself to save thee from the risk, wherefrom I pray Allah to make thine escape far distant. So look, O fool, if there be any trick with thee, and therewith save thyself from death ere thou lavish instruction upon thy neighbours. But thou art like a certain man attacked by a disease, who went to another diseased with the same disease, and said to him, Shall I heal thee of thy disease? Replied the sick man, Why dost thou not begin by healing thyself? So he left him and went his way. And thou, O ignorant wolf, art like this, so stay where thou art, and endure what hath befallen thee. Be of good heart. When the wolf heard what the fox said, he knew that from him he had no hope of favour, so he wept for himself, saying, Verily, I have been heedless of my weal, but if Allah deliver me from this ill, I will assuredly repent of my arrogance towards those who are weaker than I, and will wear woolens. FN number 157, and go upon the mountains, celebrating the praises of Almighty Allah and fearing his punishment. And I will withdraw from the company of other wild beasts, and fish will I feed the poor fighters for the faith. Then he wept and wailed, till the heart of the fox softened when he heard his humble words and his professions of penitence for his past insolence and arrogance. So he took pity upon him and sprang up joyfully and, going to the brink of the breach, squatted down on his hind quarters and let his tail hang in the hole, whereupon the wolf arose and putting out his paw, pulled the fox's tail, so that he fell down in the pit with him. Then said the wolf, O fox of little mercy, why didst thou exult in my misery, thou that wast my companion and under my dominion? Now thou art fallen into the pit with me, and retribution hath soon overtaken thee. Verily, the sages have said, if one of you reproach his brother with sucking the dugs of a bitch, he also shall suck her. And how well quoth the poet, when fortune weighs heavy on some of us, and makes camel kneel by some of the one. FN number 158, say to those who rejoice in our ills, awake. The rejoicer shall suffer as we have done. And death in company is the best of things. FN number 159, wherefore I will certainly and assuredly hasten to slay thee ere thou see me slain. Said the fox to himself, I am fallen into the snare with this tyrant, and my case calleth for the use of craft and cunning, for indeed it is said that a woman fashioneth her jewellery for the day of display, and quoth the proverb, I have not kept thee, O my tear, save for the time when distress draweth near. And unless I make haste to circumvent this prepotent beast, I am lost without recourse. And how well saith the poet, make thy game by guile, for thou art born in a time whose sons are lions in forest lane, and turn on the leat. FN number 160, of thy knavery, that the mill of subsistence may grind thy grain, and pluck the fruit sore, if out of reach, why, cram thy maw with the grass on plain. Then said the fox to the wolf, hasten not to slay me, for that is not the way to pay me, and thou wouldest repent it, O thou valiant wild beast, lord of force and exceeding prowess. And thou accord delay and consider what I shall say, thou wilt ken what purpose I proposed, but if thou hasten to kill me it will profit thee naught, and we shall both die in this very place. Answered the wolf, O thou wily trickster, what garreth thee hope to work my deliverance and thine own, that thou pressest me to grant thee delay? Speak and propound to me thy purpose. Replied the fox, as for the purpose I proposed, it was one which deserveth that thou good and me handsomely for it. For when I heard thy promises and thy confessions of thy past misdeeds and regrets for not having earlier repented and done good, and when I heard thee vowing, shouldst thou escape from this strait, to leave harming thy fellows and others, forswear the eating of grapes and of all manner fruits, devote thyself to humility, cut thy claws and break thy dog teeth, don woolens and offer thyself as an offering to Almighty Allah, then indeed I had pity upon thee, for true words are the best words. And although before I had been anxious for thy destruction, whenas I heard thy repenting and thy vows of amending should Allah vouchsafe to save thee, I felt bound to free thee from this thy present plight. So I let down my tail, that thou mightest grasp it and be saved. Yet wouldest thou not quit thy wonted violence and habit of brutality, nor soughtest thou to save thyself by fair means, but thou gavest me a tug which I thought would sever body from soul, so that thou and I are fallen into the same place of distress and death. And now there is but one thing can save us, and, if thou accept it of me, we shall both escape, and after it behoveth thee to fulfill the vows thou hast made, and I will be thy veritable friend. Asked the wolf, What is it thou proposest for mine acceptance? Answered the fox, It is that thou stand up at full height till I come nigh on a level with the surface of the earth. Then will I give a spring and reach the ground, and, when out of the pit, I will bring thee what thou mayst lay hold of, and thus shalt thou make thine escape. Rejoined the wolf, I have no faith in thy word, for sages have said, Whoso practiseth trust in the place of hate, erreth, and, whoso trusteth in the untrustworthy is a dupe. He who retereth him who hath been tried shall reap repentance, and his days shall go waste. And he who cannot distinguish between case and case, giving each its due, and assigneth all the weight to one side, his luck shall be little and his miseries shall be many. How well saith the poet, Let thy thought be ill and none else but ill, for suspicion is best of the worldling's skill. Naught casteth the man into parlous place but good opinion and, worse, good will. And saying of another, Be sure all are villains and so bide safe. Who lives wide awake on few ills shall light, meet thy foe with smiles and a smooth fair brow, and in heart raise a host for the battle dight. And that of yet another, FN number 161. He thou trusted most is thy worst and friend, wear all and take heed with whom thou wend. Fair opinion of the fortune is feeble sign, so believe her ill and her ills happened. Quoth the fox, Verily mistrust and ill opinion of others are not to be commended in every case. Nay, trust and confidence are the characteristics of a noble nature, and the issue thereof is freedom from stress of fear. Now it behoveth thee, O thou wolf, to devise some device for thy deliverance from this thou art in, and our escape will be better to us both than our death. So quit thy distrust and rancour, for if thou trust in me one of two things will happen. Either I shall bring thee something whereof to lay hold and escape from this case, or I shall abandon thee to thy doom. But this thing may not be, for I am not safe from falling into some such strait as this thou art in, which, indeed, would be fitting punishment of perfidy. Of a truth the adage saith, Faith is fair and faithlessness is foul. FN number 162. So it behoveth thee to trust in me, for I am not ignorant of the haps and mishaps of the world, and delay not to contrive some device for our deliverance, as the case is too close to allow further talk. Replied the wolf, For all my want of confidence in thy fidelity, verily I knew what was in thy mind, and that thou wast moved to deliver me whenas thou heardest my repentance, and I said to myself, If what he asserteth be true, he will have repaired the ill he did, and if false, it resteth with the Lord to requite him. So, look ye, I have accepted thy proposal, and, if thou betray me, may thy traitorous deed be the cause of thy destruction. Then the wolf stood bolt upright in the pit, and, taking the fox upon his shoulders, raised him to the level of the ground, whereupon Renard gave a spring from his back and lighted on the surface of the earth. When he found himself safely out of the cleft, he fell down senseless, and the wolf said to him, O my friend, neglect not my case and delay not to deliver me. The fox laughed with a loud haw-haw and replied, O dupe, naught threw me into thy hands save my laughing at thee and making mock of thee, for in good sooth when I heard thee profess repentance, mirth and gladness seized me, and I frisked about and made merry and danced, so that my tail hung low into the pit, and thou caughtest hold of it and draggedst me down with thee. And the end was that Allah Almighty delivered me from thy power. Then why should I be other than a helper in thy destruction, seeing that thou art of Satan's host? I dreamt yesterday that I danced at thy wedding, and I told my dream to an interpreter, who said to me, Verily thou shalt fall into imminent deadly danger, and thou shalt escape therefrom. So now I know that my falling into thy hand and my escape are the fulfillment of my dream, and thou, O imbecile, knowest me for thy foe, so how couldst thou, of thine ignorance and unintelligence, nurse desire of deliverance at my hands, after all thou hast heard of harsh words from me, and wherefore should I attempt thy salvation? As the sages have said, in the death of the wicked is rest for mankind and a purge for the earth. But, were it not that I fear to bear more affliction by keeping faith with thee than the sufferings which follow perfidy, I had done mine endeavour to save thee. When the wolf heard this, he bit his forehand for repentance. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 150th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wolf heard the fox's words he bit his forehand for repentance. Then he gave the fox fair words, but this availed naught, and he was at his wit's end for what to do. So he said to him in soft, low accents, Verily, you tribe of foxes are the most pleasant people in point of tongue and the subtlest in jest, and this is but a joke of thine, but all times are not good for funning and jesting. The fox replied, O ignoramus, in good sooth jesting hath a limit which the jester must not overpass, and deem not that Allah will again give thee possession of me after having once delivered me from thy hand. Quoth the wolf, It behoveth thee to compass my release, by reason of our brotherhood and good fellowship, and, if thou release me, I will assuredly make fair thy recompense. Quoth the fox, Wise men say, Take not to brother the wicked fool, for he will disgrace thee in lieu of gracing thee, nor take to brother the liar, for, if thou do good, he will conceal it, and if thou do ill he will reveal it. And again, the sages have said, There is help for everything but death, all may be warded off, except fate. As for the reward thou declarest to be my due from thee, I compare thee herein with the serpent which fled from the charmer. FN number 163. A man saw her affrighted and said to her, What aileth thee, O thou serpent? Replied she, I am fleeing from the snake charmer, for he seeketh to trap me, and, if thou wilt save me and hide me with thee, I will make fair thy reward and do thee all manner of kindness. So he took her, incited thereto by lust from the recompense and eager to find favour with heaven, and set her in his breast pocket. Now when the charmer had passed and had wended his way and the serpent had no longer any cause to fear, he said to her, Where is the reward thou didst promise me? Behold, I have saved thee from that thou fearedst and soughtest to fly. Replied she, Tell me in what limb or in what place shall I strike thee with my fangs, for thou knowest we exceed not that recompense. So saying, she gave him a bite whereof he died. And I liken thee, O dullard, to the serpent in her dealings with that man? Hast thou not heard what the poet saith? Trust not to man when thou hast raised his spleen and wrath, nor that 'twill cool do thou misween. Smooth feels the viper to the touch and glides with grace, yet hides she deadliest venein. Quoth the wolf, O thou glib of the gab and fair of face, ignore not my case and men's fear of me. And well thou weetest how I assault the strongly walled place and uproot the vines from base. Wherefore, do as I bid thee, and stand before me even as the thrall standeth before his lord. Quoth the fox, O stupid dullard who seekest a vain thing, I marvel at thy folly and thy front of brass in that thou biddest me serve thee and stand up before thee as I were a slave bought with thy silver, but soon shalt thou see what is in store for thee, in the way of cracking thy sconce with stones and knocking out thy traitorous dog teeth. So saying, the fox clomb a hill overlooking the vineyard, and standing there, shouted out to the vintagers, nor did he give over shouting till he woke them, and they, seeing him, all came up to him in haste. He stood his ground till they drew near him and close to the pit wherein was the wolf, and then he turned and fled. So the folk looked into the cleft and, spying the wolf, set to pelting him with heavy stones, and they stinted not smiting him with stones and sticks, and stabbing him with spears, till they killed him and went away. Thereupon the fox returned to that cleft and, standing over the spot where his foe had been slain, saw the wolf dead, so he wagged his head for very joyance and began to recite these couplets. Fate the wolf's soul snatched up from worldly stead, far be from bliss his soul that perished. Abu Sufyan. FN number 164. how sore thou sought'st my death, thou, burnt this day in fire of sorrow dread, thou right fallen into pit, where all who fall are blown by death blast down among the dead. Thenceforward the aforesaid fox abode alone in the vineyard and to the hour of his death secure and fearing no hurt. And such are the adventures of the wolf and the fox. But men also tell a tale of the mouse and the ichneumon, FN number 165. A mouse and an ichneumon once dwelt in the house of a peasant who was very poor, and when one of his friends sickened, the doctor prescribed him husked sesame. So the hind sought of one of his comrades sesame to be husked by way of healing the sick man, and, when a measure thereof was given to him, he carried it home to his wife and bade her dress it. So she steeped it and husked it and spread it out to dry. Now when the ichneumon saw the grain, she went up to it and fell to carrying it away to her hole, and she toiled all day, till she had borne off the most of it. Presently, in came the peasant's wife and, seeing much of the grain gone, stood a while wondering, after which she sat down to watch and find out who might be the intruder and make him account for her loss. After a while, out crept the ichneumon to carry off the grain as was her wont, but spying the woman seated there, knew that she was on the watch for her and said in her mind, Verily, this affair is like to end blamably, and sore I fear me this woman is on the lookout for me, and fortune is no friend to who attend not to issue and end, so there is no help for it but that I do a fair deed, whereby I may manifest my innocence and wash out all the ill-doings I have done. So saying, she began to take the sesame out of her hole and carry it forth and lay it back upon the rest. The woman stood by and, seeing the ichneumon do thus, said to herself, Verily this is not the cause of our loss, for she bringeth it back from the hole of him who stole it and returneth it to its place, and of a truth she hath done us a kindness in restoring us the sesame, and the reward of those who do us good is that we do them the like good. It is clear that it is not she who stole the grain, but I will not cease my watching till he fall into my hands and I find out who is the thief. The ichneumon guessed what was in her mind, so she went to the mouse and said to her, O my sister, there is no good in one who observeth not the claims of neighbourship and who showeth no constancy in friendship. The mouse replied, Even so, O my friend, and I delight in thee and in thy neighbourhood. But what be the motive of this speech? Quoth the ichneumon, The house master hath brought home sesame and hath eaten his fill of it, he and his family, and hath left much, every living being hath eaten of it, and, if thou take of it in return, thou art worthier thereof than any other. This pleased the mouse, and she squeaked for joy and danced and frisked her ears and tail, and greed for the grain deluded her, so she rose at once and issuing forth of her home, saw the sesame husked and dry, shining with whiteness, and the woman sitting at watch and ward. The mouse, taking no thought to this issue of the affair, for the woman had armed herself with a cudgel, and unable to contain herself, ran up to the sesame and began turning it over and eating of it, whereupon the woman smote her with that club and cleft her head, so the cause of her destruction were her greed and heedlessness of consequences. Then said the Sultan, O Shahrazad, by Allah, this be a goodly parable. Say me, hast thou any story bearing on the beauty of true friendship and the observance of its duty in time of distress and rescuing from destruction? Answered she, Yes, it hath reached me that they tell a tale of the cat FN number 166, and the crow. Once upon a time, a crow and a cat lived in brotherhood, and one day as they were together under a tree, behold, they spied a leopard making towards them, and they were not aware of his approach till he was close upon them. The crow at once flew up to the treetop, but the cat abode confounded and said to the crow, O my friend, hast thou no device to save me, even as all my hope is in thee? Replied the crow, Of very truth it behoveth brethren, in case of need, to cast about for a device when peril overtaketh them, and how well saith the poet, A friend in need is he who, ever true, for they well-doing would himself undo, one who in fortune guards us parting rue victimeth self-reunion to renew. Now hard by the tree were shepherds with their dogs, so the crow flew towards them and smote the face of the earth with his wings, cawing and crying out. Furthermore he went up to one of the dogs and flapped his wings in his face and flew up a little way, whilst the dog ran after him thinking to catch him. Presently, one of the shepherds raised his head and saw the bird flying near the ground and lighting alternatively, so he followed him, and the crow ceased not flying just high enough to save himself and to throw out the dogs, and yet tempting them to follow for the purpose of tearing him to pieces. But as soon as they came near him, he would fly up a little, and so at last he brought them to the tree, under which was the leopard. And when the dogs saw him they rushed upon him and he turned and fled. Now the leopard thought to eat the cat who was saved by the craft of his friend the crow. This story, O King, showeth that the friendship of the brothers of purity FN number 167, delivereth and saveth from difficulties and from falling into mortal dangers. And they also tell a tale of the fox and the crow. A fox once dwelt in a cave of a certain mountain, and, as often as a cub was born to him and grew stout, he would eat the young one, for he had died of hunger, had he instead of so doing left the cub alive and bred it by his side and preserved and cherished his issue. Yet was this very grievous to him. Now on the crest of the same mountain a crow had made his nest, and the fox said to himself, I have a mind to set up a friendship with this crow and make a comrade of him, that he may help me to my daily bread, for he can do in such matters what I cannot. So he drew near the crow's home, and, when he came within sound of speech, he saluted him and said, O my neighbour, verily a true believer hath two claims upon his true believing neighbour, the right of neighbourliness and the right of Al-Islam, our common faith, and know, O my friend, that thou art my neighbour and thou hast a claim upon me which it behoveth me to observe, the more that I have long been thy neighbour. Also, there be implanted in my breast a store of love to thee, which biddeth me speak thee fair and obligeth me to solicit thy brothership. What sayest thou in reply? Answered the crow, Verily, the truest speech is the best speech, and haply thou speakest with thy tongue that which is not in thy heart. So I fear lest thy brotherhood be only of the tongue, outward, and thy enmity be in the heart, inward, for that thou art the eater and I the eaten, and faring apart were apter to us than friendship and fellowship. What, then, maketh thee seek that which thou mayst not gain and desire what may not be done, seeing that I be of the bird kind and thou be of the beast kind? Verily, this thy proffered brotherhood FN number 168, may not be made, neither were it seemly to make it. Rejoined the fox, of a truth whoso knoweth the abiding place of excellent things, maketh better choice in what he chooseth therefrom, so perchance he may advantage his brethren, and indeed I should love to wone near thee, and I have sued for thine intimacy, to the end that we may help each other to our several objects, and success shall surely wait upon our amity. I have a many tales of the goodliness of true friendship, which I will relate to thee if thou wish the relating. Answered the crow, Thou hast my leave to let me hear thy communication, so tell thy tale, and relate it to me that I may hearken to it and weigh it and judge of thine intent thereby. Rejoined the fox, Hear then, O my friend, that which is told of a flea and a mouse, and which beareth out what I have said to thee. Asked the crow, How so? And the fox answered, They tell this tale of the flea and the mouse. Once upon a time a mouse dwelt in the house of a merchant who owned much merchandise and great stores of monies. One night, a flea took shelter in the merchant's carpet bed and, finding his body soft, and being thirsty drank of his blood. The merchant was awakened by the smart of the bite and sitting up called to his slave girls and serving men. So they hastened to him and, tucking up their sleeves, fell to searching for the flea. But as soon as the bloodsucker was aware of the search, he turned to flee and coming on the mouse's home, entered it. When the mouse saw him, she said to him, "What bringeth thee into me, thou who art not of my nature nor of my kind, and who canst not be assured of safety from violence or of not being expelled with roughness and ill usage?" Answered the flea, "Of a truth, I took refuge in thy dwelling to save me from slaughter, and I have come to thee seeking thy protection and on no wise coveting thy house, nor shall any mischief betide thee from me to make thee leave thy home. Nay, I hope right soon to repay thy favours to me with all good, and then shalt thou see and praise the issue of my words." And when the mouse heard the speech of the flea, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 151st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the mouse heard the words of the flea, she said, If the case be as thou dost relate and describe, then be at thy knees here, for naught shall befall thee save the reign of peace and safety, nor shall aught betide thee but what shall joy thee and shall not annoy thee, nor shall it annoy me. I will lavish on thee my affections without stint, and do not thou regret having lost the merchant's blood nor lament for thy subsistence from him, but be content with what sustenance thou canst obtain, for indeed that is the safer for thee. And I have heard, O flea, that one of the gnomic poets saith as follows in these couplets. I have fared content in my solitude with waiter Bethel, and led life of ease, on a water draught and a bite of bread, coarse salt and a gown of tattered frieze, Allah might, and he pleased, give me easiest life, but with whatso pleaseth himself I please. Now when the flea heard these words of the mouse, he rejoined, I hearken to thy charge and I submit myself to obey thee, nor have I power to gainsay thee, till life be fulfilled in this righteous intention. Replied the mouse, pure intention soiceth to sincere affection. So the tie of love arose and was knitted between them twain, and after this, the flea used to visit the merchant's bed by night and not exceed in his diet, and house him by day in the hole of the mouse. Now it came to pass one night, the merchant brought home great store of dinars and began to turn them over. When the mouse heard the chink of the coin, she put her head out of her hole and fell to gazing at it, till the merchant laid it under his pillow and went to sleep, when she said to the flea, Seest thou not the proffered occasion and the great good fortune? Hast thou any device to bring us to our desire of yonder dinars? Quoth the flea, Verily, it is not good that one strives for aught, unless he be able to win his will, because, if he lack ability thereto, he falleth into that which he should avoid and he attaineth not his wish by reason of his weakness, albeit he use all power of cunning, like the sparrow which picketh up grain and falleth into the net and is caught by the fowler. Thou hast no strength to take the dinars and to transport them out of this house, nor have I force sufficient to do this, I the contrary, I could not carry a single ducat of them, so what hast thou to do with them? Quoth the mouse, I have made me for my house these 70 openings, whence I may go out at my desire, and I have set apart a place strong and safe, for things of price, and if thou can contrive to get the merchant out of the house, I doubt not of success, and so be that fate aid me. Answered the flea, I will engage to get him out of the house for thee, and, going to the merchant's bed, bit him a fearful bite, such as he had never before felt, then fled to a place of safety, where he had no fear of the man. So the merchant awoke and sought for the flea, but finding him not, lay down again on his other side. Then the flea bit him a second time more painfully than before. So he lost patience and, leaving his bed, went out and lay down on the bench before his door and slept there and woke not till the morning. Meanwhile the mouse came out and fell to carrying the dinars into her hole, till she left not a single one, and when day dawned the merchant began to suspect the folk and fancy all manner of fancies. And, continued the fox, know thou, O wise and experienced crow with the clear-seeing eyes, that I tell thee this only to the intent that thou mayst reap the recompense of thy kindness to me, even as the mouse reaped the reward of her kindness to the flea, for see how he repaid her and requited her with the goodliest of requitals. Said the crow, It lies with the benefactor to show benevolence or not to show it, nor is it incumbent on us to entreat kindly one who seeketh a connection that entaileth separation from kith and kin. If I show thee favour who art my foe by kind, I am the cause of cutting myself off from the world, and thou, O fox, art full of wiles and guiles. Now those whose characteristics are craft and cunning, must not be trusted upon oath, and whoso is not to be trusted upon oath, in him there is no good faith. The tidings lately reached me of thy treacherous dealing with one of thy comrades, which was a wolf, and how thou didst deceive him until thou ledst him into destruction by thy perfidy and stratagems, and this thou didst after he was of thine own kind and thou hadst long consorted with him, yet didst thou not spare him, and if thou couldst deal thus with thy fellow which was of thine own kind, how can I have trust in the truth, and what would be thy dealing with thy foe of other kind than thy kind? Nor can I compare thee and me but with the saker and the birds. How so? Asked the fox. Answered the crow, they relate this tale of the saker FN number 169. And the birds. There was once a saker who was a cruel tyrant, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 152nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the crow pursued. They relate that there was once a saker who was a cruel tyrant in the days of his youth, so that the raveners of the air and the scavengers of the earth feared him, none being safe from his mischief, and many were the haps and mishaps of his tyranny and his violence, for this saker was ever in the habit of oppressing and injuring all the other birds. As the years passed over him, he grew feeble and his force failed him, so that he was often famished. But his cunning waxed stronger with the waning of his strength and redoubled in his endeavour, and determined to be present at the general assembly of the birds, that he might eat of their oats and leavings. So in this manner he fed by fraud instead of feeding by fierceness and force. And out, O fox, art like this, if thy might fail thee, thy sleight faileth thee not, and I doubt not that thy seeking my society is a fraud to get thy food. But I am none of those who fall to thee and put fist into thy fist. FN number 170. For that Allah hath vouchsafed force to my wings and caution to my mind and sharp sight to my eyes, and I know that whoso apeth a stronger than he, wearieth himself and haply cometh to ruin. Wherefore I fear for thee lest, if thou apest stronger than thyself, there befall thee what befall the sparrow. Asked the fox, What befall the sparrow? Allah upon thee, tell me his tale. And the crow began to relate the story of the sparrow and the eagle. I have heard that a sparrow was once flitting over a sheepfold, when he looked at it carefully, and behold, he saw a great eagle swoop down upon the newly weaned lamb and carry it off in his claws and fly away. Thereupon the sparrow clapped his wings and said, I will do even as this one did. And he waxed proud in his own conceit and mimicked a greater than he. So he flew down forthright and lighted on the back of a fat ram with a thick fleece that was become matted by his lying in his dung and stale till it was like woolen felt. As soon as the sparrow pounced upon the sheep's back he flapped his wings to fly away, but his feet became tangled in the wool and, however hard he tried, he could not set himself free. While all this was doing, the shepherd was looking on, having seen what happened first with the eagle and afterwards with the sparrow, so he came up to the wee birdie in a rage and seized him. Then he plucked out his wing feathers and, tying his feet with a twine, carried him to his children and threw him to them. What is this? Asked one of them, and he answered, This is he that aped to greater than himself and came to grief. Now thou, O fox, art like this, and I would have thee beware of aping greater than thou, lest thou perish. This is all I have to say to thee, so fare from me in peace. When the fox despaired of the crow's friendship, he turned away, groaning for sorrow and gnashing teeth upon teeth in his disappointment, and the crow, hearing the sound of weeping and seeing his grief and profound melancholy, said to him, O fox, What dole and dolour make thee gnash thy canines? Answered the fox, I gnash my canines because I find thee a greater rascal than myself. And so saying he made off to his house and ceased not to fare until he reached his home. Quoth the Sultan, O Shahrazad, how excellent are these thy stories, and how delightsome! Hast thou more of such edifying tales? Answered she, they tell this legend concerning the hedgehog and the wood pigeons. A hedgehog once threw up his abode by the side of a date palm, whereon roosted a wood pigeon and his wife that had built their nest therein lived a life of ease and enjoyment. So he said to himself, this pigeon pair eateth of the fruit of the date tree, and I have no means of getting at it, but needs must I find some fashion of tricking them. Upon this he dug a hole at the foot of the palm tree and took up his lodgings there, he and his wife. Moreover, he built an oratory beside the hole and went into retreat there and made a show of devotion and edification and renunciation of the world. The male pigeon saw him praying and worshipping, and his heart was softened towards him for his excess of devoutness, so he said to him, How many years hast thou been thus? Replied the hedgehog, During the last 30 years. What is thy food? That which falleth from the palm tree. And what is thy clothing? Prickles. And I profit by the roughness. And why hast thou chosen this for place rather than another? I chose it and preferred it to all others that I might guide the erring into the right way and teach the ignorant. I had fancied thy case, quoth the wood pigeon, other than this, but now I yearn for that which is with thee. Quoth the hedgehog, I fear lest thy deed contradict thy word and thou be even as the husbandman who, when the seed season came, neglected to sow, saying, Verily I dread lest the days bring me not to my desire, and by making haste to sow I shall only waste my substance. When harvest time came and he saw the folk earing their crops, he repented him of what he had lost by his tardiness, and he died of chagrin and vexation. Asked the wood pigeon, What then shall I do that I may be freed from the bonds of the world and cut myself loose from all things save the service of my Lord? Answered the hedgehog, Betake thee to preparing for the next world and content thyself with a pittance of provision. Quoth the pigeon, How can I do this? I that am a bird and unable to go beyond the date tree whereon is my daily bread. And even could I do so, I know of no other place wherein I may wone. Quoth the hedgehog, Thou canst shake down of the fruit of the date tree what shall suffice thee and thy wife for a year's provaunt, then do ye take up your abode in a nest under the trunk, that ye may prayerfully seek to be guided in the right way. And then turn thou to what thou hast shaken down and transport it all to thy home and store it up against what time the dates fail, and when the fruits are spent and the delay is longsome upon you, address thyself to total abstinence. Exclaimed the pigeon, Allah requite thee with good for the righteous intention wherewith thou hast reminded me of the world to come and hast directed me into the right way. Then he and his wife worked hard at knocking down the dates, till nothing was left on the palm tree, whilst the hedgehog, finding whereof to eat, rejoiced and filled his den with the fruit, storing it up for his subsistence and saying in his mind, When the pigeon and his wife have need of their provision, they will seek it of me and covet what I have, relying upon thy devoutness and abstinence, and, from what they have heard of my counsels and admonitions, they will draw near unto me. Then will I make them my prey and eat them, after which I shall have the place and all that drops from the date tree to suffice me. Presently, having shaken down the fruits, the pigeon and his wife descended from the tree-top, and finding that the hedgehog had removed all the dates to his own place, said to him, O hedgehog, thou pious preacher and of the good counsel, we can find no sign of the dates and know not on what else we shall feed. Replied the hedgehog, Probably the winds have carried them away, but the turning from the provisions to the provider is of the essence of salvation, and he who the mouth corners cleft, the mouth without victual hath never left. And he gave not over improving the occasion to them on this wise, and making a show of piety and cozening them with fine words and false until they put faith in him and accepted him and entered his den and had no suspicion of his deceit. Thereupon he sprang to the door and gnashed his teeth, and the wood pigeon, seeing his perfidy manifested, said to him, "What hath the night to do with yesternight? Knowest thou not that there is a helper for the oppressed? Beware of craft and treachery, lest that mishap befall thee which befell the sharpers who plotted against the merchant." "What was that?" asked the hedgehog. Answered the pigeon, "I have heard tell this tale of the merchant and the two shapers. In a city called Cinder there was once a very wealthy merchant, who made ready his camel loads and equipped himself with goods and set out with his outfit for such a city, purposing to sell it there. Now he was followed by two sharpers, who had made up into bales what merchandise they could get, and, giving out to the merchant that they also were merchants, wended with him by the way. So halting at the first halting place they agreed to play him false and take all he had, but at the same time, each inwardly plotted foul play to the other, saying in his mind, "If I can cheat my comrade, times will go well with me and I shall have all these goods for myself." So after planning this perfidy, one of them took food and putting therein poison, brought it to his fellow, the other did the same and they both ate of the poison mess and they both died. Now they had been sitting with the merchant, so when they left him and were long absent from him, he sought for tidings of them and found that Wayne lying dead, whereby he knew that they were sharpers who had plotted to play him foul, but their foul play had recoiled upon themselves. So the merchant was preserved and took what they had. Then quoth the Sultan, "O Shahrazad, verily thou hast aroused me to all whereof I was negligent. So continue to edify me with these fables." Quoth she, "It hath reached me, O King, that men tell this tale of the thief and his monkey, FN number 171. A certain man had a monkey, and that man was a thief, who never entered any of the street markets of the city wherein he dwelt, but he made off with great profit. Now it came to pass one day that he saw a man offering for sale worn clothes, and he went calling them in the market, but none bid for them, and all to whom he showed them refused to buy of him. Presently the thief who had the monkey saw the man with the ragged clothes set them in a wrapper and sit down to rest for weariness. So he made the ape sport before him to catch his eye and, whilst he was busy gazing at it, stole the parcel from him. Then he took the ape and made off to a lonely place, where he opened the wrapper and, taking out the old clothes, folded them in a piece of costly stuff. This he carried to another bazaar and exposed for sale together with what was therein, making it a condition that it should not be opened, and tempting the folk with the lowness of the price he set on it. A certain man saw the wrapper and its beauty pleased him, so he bought the parcel on these terms and carried it home, doubting not that he had done well. When his wife saw it she asked, "What is this?" And he answered, "It is costly stuff, which I have bought at lowest price, meaning to sell it again and take the profit." Rejoined she, "O dupe, would this stuff be sold under its value, unless it had been stolen? Dost thou not know that whoso bethought without examining it, falleth into error and becometh like unto the weaver?" Quoth he, "And what is the story of the weaver?" And quoth she, "I have heard this take of the foolish weaver. There was once in a certain village a weaver who worked hard but could not earn his living save by overwork. Now it chanced that one of the Richards of the neighborhood made a marriage feast and invited the folk thereto. The weaver also was present and found the guests, who wore rich gear, served with delicate viands and made much of by the housemaster for what he saw of their fine clothes. So he said in his mind, "If I change this my craft for another craft easier to compass and better considered and more highly paid, I shall amass great store of money and I shall buy splendid attire, so I may rise in rank and be exalted in men's eyes and become even with these." Presently, he beheld one of the mountebanks, who was present at the feast, climbing up to the top of a high and towering wall and throwing himself down to the ground and alighting on his feet. Whereupon the waver said to himself, "Needs must I do as this one hath done, for surely I shall not fail of it." So he arose and swarmed upon the wall, and casting himself down, broke his neck against the ground and died forthright. Now I tell thee this, that thou sayst get thy living by what way thou knowest and thoroughly understandest, lest peradventure greed enter into thee and thou lust after what is not of thy condition. Quoth the woman's husband, "Not every wise man is saved by his wisdom, nor is every fool lost by his folly. I have seen it happen to a skilful charmer, well versed in the ways of serpents, to be struck by the fangs of a snake FN number 172, and killed, and others prevail over serpents who had no skill in them and no knowledge of their ways. And he went contrary to his wife and persisted in buying stolen goods below their value till he fell under suspicion and perished therefore, even as perished the sparrow in the tale of the Sparrow and the Peacock. There was once upon a time a sparrow that used every day to visit a certain king of the birds, and ceased not to wait upon him in the mornings, and not to leave him till the evenings, being the first to go in and the last to go out. One day, a company of birds chanced to assemble on a high mountain, and one of them said to another, "Verily, we are wax many, and many are the differences between us, and there is no help for it but we have a king to look into our affairs. So shall we all be at one, and our differences will disappear." Thereupon up came that sparrow and counselled them to choose for king the peacock, that is, the prince he used to visit. So they chose the peacock to their king, and he, become their sovereign, bestowed largesse upon them and made the sparrow his secretary and prime minister. Now the sparrow was wont by times to quit his assiduous serving the presence and look into matters in general. So one day he absented himself at the usual time, whereat the peacock was sore troubled, and, while things stood thus, he returned, and the peacock said to him, "What hath delayed thee, and thou the nearest to me of all my servants, and the dearest of all my dependents?" Replied the sparrow, "I have seen a thing which is doubtful to me, and whereat I am affrighted." Asked the peacock, "What was it thou sawest?" And the sparrow answered, "I saw a man set up a net, hard by my nest, beg down its pegs, strew grain in its midst, and withdraw afar off. And I sat watching what he would do, and behold, fate and fortune drave thither a crane and his wife, which fell into the midst of the net and began to cry out, whereupon the fowler rose up and took them. This troubled me, and such is the reason for my absence from thee, O King of the age. But never again will I abide in that nest for fear of the net." Rejoined the peacock, "Depart not thy dwelling, for against fate and lot forethought 'twill avail thee naught." And the sparrow obeyed his binding, and said, "I will forthwith arm myself with patience, and forbear to depart in obedience to the king." So he ceased not taking care of himself, and carrying food to his sovereign, who would eat what sufficed him, and after feeding drink his water and dismiss the sparrow. Now one day as he was looking into matters, lo and behold, he saw two sparrows fighting on the ground, and said in his mind, "How can I, who am the king's vizier, look on and see sparrows fighting in my neighborhood? By Allah, I must make peace between them." So he flew down to reconcile them. But the fowler cast the net over the whole number, and the sparrow happened to be in their very midst. Then the fowler rose and took him and gave him to his comrade, saying, "Take care of him, I never saw fatter or finer." But the sparrow said to himself, "I have fallen into that which I feared, and none but the peacock inspired me with false confidence. It availed me naught to beware of the stroke of fate and fortune, since even he who taketh precaution may never flee from destiny." And how well said the poet in this poetry: "Whatso is not to be shall ne'er become, no wise. And that to be must come to pass, it shall come to pass at time ordained." And th ignoramus FN number 173, "I shall cry alas." Whereupon quoth the king, "O Shahrazad, recount me other of these tales." And quoth she, "I will do so during the coming night, if life be granted to by the king whom Allah bring to honor. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say, when it was the 153rd night. She said, I will relate their tale of Ali bin Bakkar and of Shams al-Nahar. It hath reached me, O august king, that in days of yore and in times and ages long gone before, during the caliphate of Harun al-Rashid, there was a merchant who named his son Abu al-Hasan FN number 174, Ali bin Tahir, and the same was great of goods and grace, while his son was fair of form and face and held in favour by all folk. He used to enter the royal palace without asking leave, for all the caliph's concubines and slave girls loved him, and he was wont to be companion with al-Rashid in his cups and recite verses to him and tell him curious tales and witty. Withal he sold and bought in the merchant's bazaar, and they used to sit in his shop a youth named Ali bin Bakkar, of the sons of the Persian kings FN number 175, who was foremost of form and symmetrical of shape and perfect of figure, with cheeks red as roses and joined eyebrows, sweet of speech, laughing-lipped and delighting in mirth and gaiety. Now it chanced one day, as the two sat talking and laughing, behold, there came up 10 damsels like moons, every one of them complete in beauty and loveliness, and elegance and grace, and amongst them was a young lady riding on a she-mule with a saddle of brocade and stirrups of gold. She wore an outer veil of fine stuff, and her waist was girt with a girdle of gold-embroidered silk, and she was even as saith the poet. Silky her skin and silk that's owned waist, sweet voice, words not too many nor too few, 2 eyes quoth Alabi, and they became, and work like wine on hearts they make to rue, O love I feel. Grow greater every night, O solace. Doom day bring our interview. And when the cortege reached Abu al-Hasan's shop, she alighted from her mule, and sitting down on the front board, FN number 176, saluted him, and he returned her salam. When Ali bin Bakkar saw her, she ravished his understanding, and he rose to go away, but she said to him, sit in thy place. We came to thee, and thou goest away, this is not fair. Replied he, O my lady, by Allah, I flee from what I see, for the tongue of the case saith, she is a sun which towereth high, ask, so is thy heart with Q by patience lent, thou to her sky height shalt fail to fly, nor she from sky height can make descent. When she heard this, she smiled and asked Abu al-Hasan, what is the name of this young man? Who answered, he is a stranger, and she inquired, what countryman is he? Whereto the merchant replied, he is a descendant of the Persian kings. His name is Ali son of Bakkar, and the stranger deserveth honour. Rejoined she, when my damsel comes to thee, come thou at once to us and bring him with thee, that we may entertain him in our abode, lest he blame us and say, there is no hospitality in the people of Baghdad, for niggardliness is the worst fault a man can have. Thou hearest what I say to thee, and, if thou disobey me, thou wilt incur my displeasure, and I will never again visit thee or salute thee. Quoth Abu al-Hasan, on my head and my eyes, Allah preserve me from thy displeasure, fair lady. Then she rose and went her way. Such was her case, but as regards Ali bin Bakkar, he remained in a state of bewilderment. Now after an hour the damsel came to Abu al-Hasan and said to him, of a truth my lady Shams al-Nahar, the favourite of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, biddeth thee to her, thee and thy friend, my lord Ali bin Bakkar. So he rose and, taking Ali with him, followed the girl to the caliph's palace, where she carried them into a chamber and made them sit down. They talked together a while, when behold, trays of food were set before them, and they ate and washed their hands. Then she brought them wine, and they drank deep and made merry, after which he bade them rise and carried them into another chamber, vaulted upon 4 columns, furnished after the goodliest fashion with various kinds of furniture, and adorned with decorations as it were one of the pavilions of paradise. They were amazed at the rarities they saw, and, As they were enjoying a review of these marvels, suddenly up came 10 slave girls, like moons, swaying and swimming in beauty's pride, dazzling the sight and confounding the sprite, and they ranged themselves in 2 ranks as if they were of the black-eyed brides of paradise. And after a while in came other 10 damsels, bearing in their hands lutes and divers instruments of mirth and music, and these, having saluted the 2 guests, sat down and fell to tuning their lute strings. Then they rose and standing before them, played and sang and recited verses, and indeed each one of them was a seduction to the servants of the Lord. Whilst they were thus busied there entered other 10 damsels like unto them, high-bosomed maids and of an equal age, with black eyes and cheeks like the rose, joined eyebrows and looks languorous, a very fascination to every faithful wight and to all who looked upon them a delight, clad in various kinds of coloured silks, with ornaments that amazed man's intelligence. They took up their station at the door, and there succeeded them yet other 10 damsels even fairer than they, clad in gorgeous array, such as no tongue can say, and they also stationed themselves by the doorway. Then in came a band of 20 damsels, and amongst them the lady, Shams al-Nahar, as she were the moon among the stars, swaying from side to side, with luring gait and in beauty's pride. And she was veiled to the middle with the luxuriance of her locks, and clad in a robe of azure blue and a mantle of silk embroidered with gold and gems of price, and her waist was girt with a zone set with various kinds of precious stones. She ceased not to advance with her graceful and coquettish swaying, till she came to the couch that stood at the upper end of the chamber, and seated herself thereon. But when Ali bin Bakkar saw her, he versified with these verses: Source of mine evils, truly, she aloneness, of long love longing and my groans and moans, near her I find my soul in melting mood, for love of her and wasting of my bones. And finishing his poetry he said to Abu al-Hasan, Hast thou dealt more kindly with me? Thou hadst forewarned me of these things ere I came hither, that I might have made up my mind and taken patience to support what hath befallen me. And he wept and groaned and complained. Replied Abu al-Hasan, O my brother, I meant thee naught but good, but I feared to tell thee this, lest such transport should betide thee as might hinder thee from foregathering with her, and be a stumbling block between thee and her. But be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. FN number 177, for she to thee inclineth and to favour thee designeth. Asked Ali bin Bakkar, What is this young lady's name? Answered Abu al-Hasan, She is hight Shams al-Nahar, one of the favourites of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and this is the palace of the caliphate. Then Shams al-Nahar sat gazing upon the charms of Ali bin Bakkar and he upon hers, till both were engrossed with love for each other. Presently she commanded the damsels, one and all, to be seated, each in her rank and place, and all sat on the couch before one of the windows, and she bade them sing, whereupon one of them took up the lute and began carolling. Give thou my message twice, bring clear reply into rice. To thee, O Prince of Boti, FN number 178, with complaint I rise, my lord, as heart-blood dear in life's most precious prize. Give me one kiss in gift or loan, if thou devise, and if thou crave for more take all that satisfies. FN number 179, thou don'st me sickness dress thee with health sweet I bless. Her singing charmed Ali bin Bakkar, and he said to her, Sing me more of the like of these verses. So she struck the strings and began to chaunt these lines. By stress of parting, O beloved one, thou madst these eyelids torment race to run. O gladness of my sight and dear desire, goal of my wishes, my religion. Pity the youth whose e'en are drowned in tears of love gone distraught and clean undone. When she had finished her verses, Shams al-Nahar said to another damsel, Let us hear something from thee. So she played a lively measure and began these couplets. His FN number 180, looks have made me drunken, not his wine, his grace of gait disgraced sleep to thee Zion, dazed me no cap, but cop with curly crop. His gifts overcame me not the gifts of vine. His winding locks my patience slew and wound. His robed beauties robbed always of mine. When Shams al-Nahar heard this recital from the damsel, she sighed heavily and the song pleased her. Then she bade another damsel sing, so she took the lute and began chanting. Face that with straw in heaven lamping vies, youth tides fair fountain which begins to rise, whose curly side beard writeth writ of love, and in each curl concealeth mysteries, cried Beauty. When I met this youth I knew to Salah's loom such gorgeous robe supplies. When she had finished her song, Ali bin Bakr said to the slave maiden nearest him, Sing us somewhat, thou O damsel. So she took the lute and began singing. Our trysting time is all too short for this long coyish coquetry. How long this nay, nay, and wait, wait. This is not old nobility. And now that time deigns lend delight profit of th opportunity. When she ended, Ali bin Bakr followed up her song with flowing tears, and, as Shams al-Nahar saw him weeping and groaning and complaining, she burned with love longing and desire, and passion and transport consumed her. So she rose from the sofa and came to the door of the alcove, where Ali met her and they embraced with arms round the neck, and fell down fainting in the doorway, whereupon the damsels came to them and carrying them into the alcove, sprinkled rose water upon them both. When they recovered, they found not Abu al-Hasan who had hidden himself by the side of a couch, and the young lady said, Where is Abu al-Hasan? So he showed himself to her from beside the couch and she saluted him, saying, I pray Allah to give me the means of requiting thee, O kindest of men. Then she turned to Ali bin Bakr and said to him, O my lord, passion hath not reached this extreme pass with thee without my feeling the like, but we have nothing to do save to bear patiently what calamity hath befallen us. Replied he, By Allah, O my lady, union with thee may not content me nor gazing upon thee assuage the fire thou hast lighted, nor shall leave me the love of thee which hath mastered my heart but with the leaving of my life. So saying, he wept and the tears ran down upon his cheeks like threaded pearls, and when Shams al-Nahar saw him weep, she wept for his weeping. But Abu al-Hasan exclaimed, By Allah, I wonder at your case and am confounded at your condition. Of a truth, your affair is amazing and your chance dazing. What? This weeping while ye are yet together, then how will it be what time ye are parted and far separated? And he continued, Indeed, this is no tide for weeping and wailing, but a season for meeting and merry-making. Rejoice, therefore, and take your pleasure and shed no more tears. Then Shams al-Nahar signed to a slave girl, who arose and presently returned with handmaids bearing a table, whose dishes of silver were full of various rich viands. They set the table before the pair and Shams al-Nahar began to eat number 181, and to place tidbits in the mouth of Ali bin Bakr, and they ceased not so doing till they were satisfied, when the table was removed and they washed their hands. Then the waiting women fetched censers with all manner of incense, aloe wood and ambergris and mixed scents, and sprinkling flasks full of rose water were also brought and they were fumigated and perfumed. After this the slaves set on vessels of graven gold, containing all kinds of sherbets, besides fruits fresh and dried, that heart can desire and eye delight in, and lastly one brought a flagon of carnelian full of old wine. Then Shams al-Nahar chose out 10 handmaids to attend on them and 10 singing women, and, dismissing the rest to their apartments, bade some of those who remained strike the lute. They did as she bade them and one of them began to sing. My soul to him who smiled back my salute, in breast reviving hopes that were no more, the hand O love my secret brought to light, and censors tongues what lies my ribs below. number 182, my teardrops ever pressed twixt me and him, as though my teardrops showing love would flow. When she had finished her singing, Shams al-Nahar rose and, filling a goblet, drank it off, then crowned it again and handed it to Ali bin Bakr and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 154th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Shams al-Nahar filled a goblet and handed it to Ali bin Bakr, after which she bade another damsel sing, and she began singing these couplets. My tears thus flowing rival with my wine, pouring the like of what fills cup to brink. FN number 183. By Allah what I not and run thee in with wine, or else it is of tears I drink. And when she ended her recitation, Ali bin Bakr drained his cup and returned it to Shams al-Nahar. She filled it again and gave it to Abu al-Hasan, who tossed it off. Then she took the lute, saying, None shall sing over my cup save myself. So she screwed up the strings and intoned these verses. The tears run down his cheeks in double row, and in his breast high flameth love low. He weeps when near, a fearing to be far, and, whether far or near, his tear drops flow. And the words of another. Our life to thee, O cup boy beauty dight. From parted hair to calves, from black to white, sol beameth from thy hands, and from thy lips Pleiades, and full moon through thy collars night. FN number 184. Good sooth the cups, which made our heads fly round, are those thine eyes pass round to daze the sight. No wonder lovers hail thee as full moon waning to them, for self-fair waxing bright, art thou a deity to kill and quicken, bidding this fear, forbidding other white. Allah from model of thy form made beauty, and as ever scented with thy sprite. Thou art not of this order of human pity, but angel lent by heaven to man. When Ali bin Bakr and Abu al-Hasan and those present heard Shams al-Nahar's song, they were like to fly for joy, and sported and laughed, but while they were thus enjoying themselves lo, up came a damsel, trembling for fear, and said, O my lady, the commander of the faithful's eunuchs are at the door. Afif and Masrur in margin. FN number 185, and others whom wot I not. When they heard this they were like to die with fright, but Shams al-Nahar laughed and said, Have no fear. Then quoth she to the damsel, Keep answering them whilst we remove hence. And she caused the doors of the alcove to be closed upon Ali and Abu al-Hasan, and let down the curtains over the entrance, they being still within. After which she shut the door of the saloon and went out by the privy wicket into the flower garden, where she seated herself on a couch she had there and made one of the damsels knead her feet. FN number 186. Then she dismissed the rest of her women to their rooms and bade the portress admit those who were at the door, whereupon Masrur entered, he and his company of 20 with drawn swords. And when they saluted her, she asked, Wherefore come ye? Whereto they answered, The commander of the faithful saluteth thee. Indeed he is desolated for want of thy sight. He letteth thee know that this be to him a day of joy and great gladness, and he wisheth to seal his day and complete his pleasure with thy company at this very hour. So say, wilt go to him or shall he come to thee? Upon this she rose and, kissing the earth, replied, I hear and I obey the commandment of the Prince of True Believers. Then she summoned the women guards of her household and other slave damsels, who lost no time in attending upon her and made a show of obeying the Caliph's orders. And albeit everything about the place was in readiness, she said to the eunuchs, Go to the commander of the faithful and tell him that I await him after a little space, that I may make ready for him a place with carpets and other matters. So they returned in haste to the Caliph, whilst Shams al-Nahar, doffing her outer gear, repaired to her lover, Ali bin Bakr, and drew him to her bosom and bade him farewell, whereat he wept sore and said, O my lady, this leave-taking will cause the ruin of my very self and the loss of my very soul. But I pray Allah grant me patience to support the passion wherewith he hath afflicted me. Replied she, By Allah, none shall suffer petitioning save I, for thou wilt fare forth to the bazaar and consort with those that shall divert thee, and thy life will be sound and thy love hidden fish. but I shall fall into trouble and tristus nor find any to console me, more by token that I have given the Caliph a tryst, wherein haply great peril shall betide me by reason of my love for thee and my longing for thee and my grief at being parted from thee. For with what tongue shall I sing, and with what heart shall I present myself before the Caliph? And with what speech shall I accompany the commander of the faithful in his cups? And with what eyes shall I look upon the place where thou art absent? And with what taste shall I drink wine of which thou drinkest not? Quoth Abu al-Hasan, be not troubled, but take patience, and be not remiss in entertaining the commander of the faithful this night, neither show him any neglect, but be of good heart. Now at this juncture, behold, up came a damsel, who said to Shams al-Nahar, O my lady, the Caliph's pages are come. So she hastily rose to her feet and said to the maid, Take Abu al-Hasan and his friend and carry them to the upper balcony FN number 187, giving upon the garden, and leave them till darkness come on, when do thou contrive to carry them forth. Accordingly the girl led them up to the balcony and, locking the door upon them both, went her way. As they sat looking on the garden, lo! The Caliph appeared escorted by near 100 eunuchs, with drawn swords in hand and girt about with a score of damsels, as they were moons, all clad in the richest of raiment, and on each one's head was a crown set with jewels and rubies, while each carried a lighted flambe. The Caliph walked in their midst, they encompassing him about on all sides, and Masrur and Afif and Wasif FN number 188, went before him, and he bore himself with a graceful gait. So Shams al-Nahar and her maidens rose to receive him and, meeting him at the garden door, kissed ground between his hands, nor did they cease to go before him till they brought him to the couch whereon he sat down, whilst all the waiting women who were in the garden and the eunuchs stood before him, and there came fair handmaids and concubines holding in hand lighted candles and perfumes and incense and instruments of mirth and music. Then the sovereign bade the singers sit down, each in her place, and Shams al-Nahar came up and, seating herself on a stool by the side of the Caliph's couch, began to converse with him. All this happening whilst Abu al-Hasan and Ali bin Bakr looked on and listened, unseen of the king. Presently the Caliph fell to jesting and toying with Shams al-Nahar, and both were in the highest spirits, glad and gay, when he bade them throw open the garden pavilion. So they opened the doors and windows and lighted the tapers till the place shone in the season of darkness even as the day. Then the eunuchs removed thither the wine service, and, quoth Abu al-Hasan, I saw drinking vessels and rarities whose like mine eyes never beheld, vases of gold and silver and all manner of noble metals and precious stones, such as no power of description can describe, till indeed it seemed to me I was dreaming, for excess of amazement at what I saw. But as for Ali bin Bakr, from the moment Shams al-Nahar left him, he lay strown on the ground for stress of love and desire. And, when he revived, he fell to gazing upon these things that had not their like, and saying to Abu al-Hasan, O my brother, I fear lest the Caliph see us or come to know of our case, but the most of my fear is for thee. For myself, of a truth I know that I am about to be lost past course, and the cause of my destruction is naught but love and longing and excess of desire and distraction, and disunion for my beloved after union with her. But I beseech Allah to deliver us from this perilous predicament. And they ceased not to look out of the balcony on the Caliph, who was taking his pleasure, till the banquet was spread before him, when he turned to one of the damsels and said to her, O Karam, FN number 189, let us hear some of thine enchanting songs. So she took the lute and tuning it, began singing. The longing of a Bedouin maid, whose folks are far away, who yearns after the willow of the hedges and the bay, FN number 190 whose tears, when she on travellers lights, might for their water serve and eke her passion, with its heat, their bivouac fire pervade, is not more fierce nor ardent than my longing for my love, who deems that I commit a crime in loving him alway. FN number 191. Now when Shams al-Nahar heard these verses, she slipped off the stool whereon she sat and fell to the earth fainting and became insensible to the world around her, upon which the damsels came and lifted her up. And when Ali bin Bakr saw this from the balcony, he also slipped down senseless, and Abu al-Hasan said, Verily fate hath divided love desire equally upon you twain. FN number 192. As he spoke low, in came the damsel who had led them up to the balcony and said to him, O Abu al-Hasan, arise thou and thy friend and come down, for of a truth the world hath waxed straight upon us, and I fear lest our case be discovered or the Caliph become aware of you, unless you descend at once we are dead ones. Quoth he, And how shall this youth descend with me seeing that he hath no strength to rise? Thereupon the damsel began sprinkling rose water on Ali bin Bakr till he came to his senses, when Abu al-Hasan lifted him up and the damsel made him lean upon her. So they went down from the balcony and walked on a while till the damsel opened a little iron door, and made the two friends pass through it, and they came upon a bench by the Tigris bank. Thereupon the slave girl clapped her hands FN number 193. And there came up a man with a little boat, to whom said she, Take up these two young men and land them on the opposite side. So both entered the boat and, as the man rowed off with them and they left the garden behind them, Ali bin Bakr looked back towards the Caliph's palace and the pavilion and the grounds, and bade them farewell with these two couplets. I offered this weak hand as last farewell, while to heart-burning fire that hand is guided. Oh, let not this end union. Let not this be last provision for long road provided. Thereupon the damsel said to the boatman, Make haste with them both. So he plied his oars deftly, the slave girl being still with them, and Shahrazad perceived the dawning day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 155th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the boatman rowed them towards the other bank till they reached it and landed, whereupon she took leave of them, saying, It were my wish not to abandon you, but I can go no farther than this. Then she turned back, whilst Ali bin Bakr lay prostrate on the ground before Abu al-Hasan, and by no manner of means could he rise, till his friend said to him, Indeed this place is not sure, and I fear lest we lose our lives in this very spot, by reason of the lewd fellows who infest it and highwaymen and men of lawlessness. Upon this Ali bin Bakr arose and walked a little but could not continue walking. Now Abu al-Hasan had friends in that quarter, so he made search for one of them, in whom he trusted, and who was of his intimates, and knocked at the door. The man came out quickly and seeing them, bade them welcome and brought them into his house, where he seated them and talked with them and asked them whence they came. Quoth Abu al-Hasan, We came out but now, being obliged thereto by a person with whom I had dealings and who hath in his hand dirhams of mine. And it reached me that he designed to flee into foreign parts with my monies, so I fared forth tonight in quest of him, taking with me for company this youth, Ali bin Bakr, but, when we came hoping to see the debtor, he hid from us and we could get no sight of him. Accordingly we turned back, empty-handed without a doubt, but it was irksome to us to return home at this hour of the night, so eating not whither to go, we came to thee, well knowing thy kindness and wonted courtesy. Ye are welcome and welcome, answered the host, and studied to do them honour, so that we abode with him the rest of the night, and as soon as the daylight dawned, they left him and made their way back without aught of delay to the city. When they came to the house of Abu al-Hasan, he conjured his comrade to enter, so they went in and lying down on the bed, slept a while. As soon as they awoke, Abu al-Hasan bade his servants spread the house with rich carpets, saying in his mind, Needs must I divert this youth and distract him from thinking of his affliction, for I know his case better than another. Then he called for water for Ali bin Bakr, who, when it was brought, rose up from his bed and making his ablutions, prayed the obligatory prayers which he had omitted for the past day and night. FN number 194, after which he sat down and began to solace himself by talking with his friend. When Abu al-Hasan saw this, he turned to him and said, "O my lord, it were fitter for thy case that thou abide with me this night, so thy breast may be broadened and the distress of love-longing that is upon thee be dispelled, and thou make merry with us, so haply the fire of thy heart may thus be quenched." Ali replied, "O my brother, do what seemeth good to thee, for I may not on any wise escape from what calamity hath befallen me, so act as thou wilt." Accordingly, Abu al-Hasan arose and bade his servants summon some of the choicest of his friends and sent for singers and musicians who came, and meanwhile he made ready meat and drink for them. So they sat eating and drinking and making merry through the rest of the day till nightfall. Then they lit the candles, and the cups of friendship and good fellowship went round amongst them, and the time passed pleasantly with them. Presently, a singing woman took the lute and began singing. "I've been shot by fortune, and shaft of eye down struck me and parted from fondest friend. Time has proved him foe and my patience failed, yet I ever expected it thus would end." When Ali bin Bakkar heard her words, he fell to the earth in a swoon and ceased not lying in his fainting fit till daybreak, and Abu al-Hasan despaired of him. But, with the dawning, he came to himself and sought to go home, nor could his friend hinder him, for fear of the issue of his affair. So he made his servants bring a she-mule and, mounting Ali thereon, carried him to his lodgings, he and one of his men. When he was safe at home, Abu al-Hasan thanked Allah for his deliverance from that sore peril and sat a while with him, comforting him, but Ali could not contain himself, for the violence of his love and longing. So Abu al-Hasan rose to take leave of him and returned to his own place. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 156th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abu al-Hasan rose to take leave of him, Ali son of Bakkar exclaimed, 'O my brother, leave me not without news.' 'I hear and obey,' replied the other, and forthwith went away and, repairing to his shop, opened it and sat there all day, expecting news of Shams al-Nahar. But none came. He passed the night in his own house and, when dawned the day, he walked to Ali bin Bakkar's lodging and went in and found him thrown on his bed, with his friends about him and physicians around him prescribing something or other, and the doctors feeling his pulse. When he saw Abu al-Hasan enter he smiled, and the visitor, after saluting him, inquired how he did and sat with him till the folk withdrew, when he said to him, "What plight is this?" Quoth Ali bin Bakkar, "It was bruited abroad that I was ill and my comrades heard the report, and I have no strength to rise and walk so as to give him the lie who noised abroad my sickness, but continue lying strown here as thou sayest. So my friends came to visit me. Say, however, O my brother, hast thou seen the slave girl or heard any news of her?" He replied, "I have not seen her since the day we parted from her on Tigris bank," and he presently added, "O my brother, beware thou of scandal and leave this weeping." Rejoined Ali, "O my brother, indeed, I have no control over myself," and he sighed and began reciting. "She gives her woman's hand a force that fails the hand of me, and with red dye on wrist she gars my patience fail and flee, and for her hand she fears so sore what shafts her eyes discharge. She's fain to clothe and guard her hand with mail ring panoply." FN number 195. The leech in ignorance felt my pulse the while to him I cried, "Sick is my heart, so quit my hand which hath no malady." Quoth she, "To that fair nightly vision favoured me and fled. By Allah picture him nor add nor bate in least degree." Replied the dream, "I leave him though he die of thirst." I cry, "Stand off from water pit and say why this persistency?" Reindeer pearls her narcissus eyes, and rose on cheek belit. She made my sherbet, and the lote with bits of hail she bit. FN number 196. And when his recital was ended he said, "O Abu al-Hasan, I am smitten with an affliction from which I deemed myself in perfect surety, and there is no greater ease for me than death." Replied he, "Be patient, haply Allah will heal thee." Then he went out from him and repairing to his shop opened it, nor had he sat long, when suddenly up came the handmaid who saluted him. He returned her salam and looking at her, saw that her heart was palpitating and that she was in sore trouble and showed signs of great affliction, so he said to her, "Thou art welcome and welcome. How is it with Shams al-Nahar?" She answered, "I will presently tell thee, but first let me know how doth Ali bin Bakkar." So he told her all that had passed and how his case stood, whereat she grieved and sighed and lamented and marvelled at his condition. Then said she, "My lady's case is still stranger than this, for when you went away and fared homewards, I turned back, my heart beating hard on your account and hardly crediting your escape. On entering I found her lying prostrate in the pavilion, speaking not nor answering any, whilst the commander of the faithful sat by her head not knowing what ailed her and finding none who could make known to him aught of her ailment. She ceased not from her swoon till midnight, when she recovered and the prince of the faithful said to her, "What harm hath happened to thee, O Shams al-Nahar, and what hath befallen thee this night?" Now when she heard the caliph's words she kissed his feet and said, "Allah make me thy ransom, O Prince of true believers. Verily a sourness of stomach lighted a fire in my body, so that I lost my senses for excess of pain, and I know no more of my condition." Asked the caliph, "What hast thou eaten today?" And she answered, "I broke my fast on something I had never tasted before." Then she feigned to be recovered and calling for a something of wine, drank it, and begged the sovereign to resume his diversion. So he sat down again on his couch in the pavilion and the sitting was resumed, but when she saw me, she asked me how you fared. I told her what I had done with you both and repeated to her the verses which Ali bin Bakkar had composed at parting tide, whereat she wept secretly, but presently held her peace. After a while, the commander of the faithful ordered a damsel to sing, and she began reciting, "Life has no sweet for me since forth he fared, would heaven I wot how fair ye who forsake, 'twere only fit my tears were tears of blood, since you are weeping for mine absence sake." But when my lady heard this verse she fell back on the sofa in a swoon, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 157th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the slave girl continued to Abu al-Hasan, that when my lady heard this verse, she fell back on the sofa in a swoon, and I seized her hand and sprinkled rose water on her face, till she revived, when I said to her, O my lady, expose not thyself in all thy palace containeth. By the life of thy beloved, be thou patient." She replied, "Cannot befall me worse than death, which indeed I seek, for by Allah, my ease is therein." Whilst we were thus talking, another damsel sang these words of the poet. Quoth they, "May be that patience lend thee ease." Quoth I, "Since fared he where is patience place? Covenant he made twixt me and him, to cut the cords of patience at our last embrace." FN number 197. And as soon as she had finished her verse Shams al-Nahar swooned away once more, which when the caliph saw, he came to her in haste and commanded the wine to be removed and each damsel to return to her chamber. He abode with her the rest of the night, and when dawned the day, he sent for chirurgeons and leeches and bade them medicine her, knowing not that her sickness arose from love and longing. I tarried with her till I deemed her in a way of recovery, and this is what kept me from thee. I have now left her with a number of her body women, who were greatly concerned for her, when she bade me go to you too and bring her news of Ali bin Bakkar and return to her with the tidings. When Abu al-Hasan heard her story, he marvelled and said, "By Allah, I have acquainted thee with his whole case, so now return to thy mistress, and salute her for me, and diligently exhort her to have patience, and say to her, keep thy secret, and tell her that I know all her case, which is indeed hard, and one which calleth for nice conduct. She thanked him, and taking leave of him, returned to her mistress. So far concerning her, but as regards Abu al-Hasan, he ceased not to abide in his shop till the end of the day, when he arose and shut it and locked it, and betaking himself to Ali bin Bakr's house, knocked at the door. One of the servants came out and admitted him, and when Ali saw him, he smiled and congratulated himself on his coming, saying, O Abu al-Hasan, thou hast desolated me by thine absence this day, for indeed my soul is pledged to thee during the rest of my time. Answered the other, leave this talk. Were thy healing at the price of my hand, I would cut it off ere thou couldst ask me, and, could I ransom thee with my life, I had already laid it down for thee. Now this very day, Shams al-Nahar's handmaid hath been with me, and told me that what hindered her coming ere this was the caliph's sojourn with her mistress, and she acquainted me with everything which had betided her. And he went on to repeat to him all that the girl had told him of Shams al-Nahar, at which Ali bin Bakr lamented sore and wept, and said to him, Allah upon thee, O my brother, help me in this affliction, and teach me what course I shall take. Moreover, I beg thee of thy grace to abide with me this night, that I may have the solace of thy society. Abu al-Hasan agreed to this request, replying that he would readily night there. So they talked together till eventide darkened, when Ali bin Bakr groaned aloud and lamented and wept copious tears, reciting these couplets. Thine image in thee Zion, a lip thy name, my heart thy home, how couldst thou disappear? How sore I grieve for life which comes to end, nor see I boon of union far or near. And these the words of another. She split my casque of courage with ice swords that sorely smite. She pierced my patience ring mail with her shape like Cain's pea light. Patched by the musky mole on cheek was to our sight displayed camphor set round with ambergris, light dawning through the night. FN number 198. Her soul was sorrowed, and she bit carnelian stone with pearls whose unions in a sugared tank ever to lurk unite. FN number 199. Restless she sighed and smote with palm the snows that clothed her breast, and left a mark whereon I looked and e'er beheld such sight. Pens, fashioned of her coral nails with ambergris for ink, 5 lines on crystal page of breast did cruelly indite. O swordsman armed with trusty steel, I bid you all beware when she on you bends deadly glance which fascinates the sprite, and guard thyself, O thou of spear. Whenas she draweth near to tilt with slender quivering shape, likest the net brown spear. And when Ali bin Bakr ended his verse, he cried out with a great cry and fell down in a fit. Abu al-Hasan thought that his soul had fled his body, and he ceased not from his swoon till daybreak, when he came to himself and talked with his friend, who continued to sit with him till the forenoon. Then he left him and repaired to his shop, and hardly had he opened it, when lo! the damsel came and stood by his side. As soon as he saw her, she made him a sign of salutation which he returned, and she delivered to him the greeting message of her mistress and asked, How doth Ali bin Bakr? Answered he, O handmaid of good, ask me not of his case nor what he suffereth for excess of love-longing. He sleepeth not by night, neither resteth he by day. Wakefulness wasteth him, and care hath conquered him, and his condition is a consternation to his friend. Quoth she, My lady saluteth thee and him, and she hath written him a letter, for indeed she is in worse case than he, and she entrusted the same to me, saying, Do not return save with the answer, and do thou obey my bidding. Here now is the letter, so say, wilt thou wend with me to him, that we may get his reply? I hear and obey, answered Abu al-Hasan, and locking his shop and taking with him the girl he went, by a way different from that whereby he came, to Ali bin Bakr's house, where he left her standing at the door and walked in. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 158th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu al-Hasan went with the girl to the house of Ali son of Bakr, where he left her standing at the door and walked into his great joy. And Abu al-Hasan said to him, The reason of my coming is that such an one hath sent his handmaid to thee with a letter, containing his greeting to thee and mentioning therein that the cause of his not coming to thee was a matter that hath betided him. The girl standeth even now at the door, shall she have leave to enter? And he signed to him that it was Shams al-Nahas' slave girl. Ali understood his signal and answered, Bring her in. And when he saw her, he shook for joy and signed to her, How doth thy Lord? Allah grant him health and healing. He is well, answered she, and pulling out the letter gave it to him. He took it and kissing it, opened and read it, after which he handed it to Abu al-Hasan, who found these verses written therein. This messenger shall give my news to thee, patience what while my sight thou canst not see, a love leavest in love's insanity, whose e'en abide on wake incessantly, I suffer patience pangs and woes that none of men can medicine such my destiny. Keep cool thine eyes, ne'er shall my heart forget, nor without dream of thee one day shall be. Look what befell thy wasted frame, and thence argue what I am doomed for love to dree. And afterwards FN number 200, without fingers FN number 201, I have written to thee, and without tongue I have spoken to thee to resume my case. I have an eye whereof from sleeplessness departeth not, and a heart whence sorrowful thought stirreth not. It is with me as though health I had never known, nor in sadness ever ceased to wone, nor spent an hour in pleasant place, but it is as if I were made up of bine and of the pain of passion and chagrin. Sickness unceasingly troubleth, and my yearning ever redoubleth. Desire still groweth, and longing in my heart still gloweth. I pray Allah to hasten our union, and dispel of my mind the confusion, and I would fain thou favour me with some words of thine, that I may cheer my heart in pain and repine. Moreover, I would have thee put on a patient's leave, until Allah vouchsafe relief, and his peace be with thee. FN number 202. When Ali bin Bakr had read this letter, he said in weak accents and feeble voice, With what hand shall I write, and with what tongue shall I make moan and lament? Indeed, she addeth sickness to my sickness, and draweth death upon my death. Then he sat up, and taking in hand ink case and paper, wrote the following reply, In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. FN number 203. Thy letter hath reached me, O my lady, and hath given ease to a sprite worn out with passion and love longing, and hath brought healing to a wounded heart cankered with languishment and sickness, for indeed I am become even as saith the poet. Straitened bosom, reveries dispread, slumberless eyelids, body wearied, patience cut short, disunion longsomest, reason deranged, and heart whose life is fled. And know that complaining is unavailing, but it easeth him whom love longing disordereth and separation destroyeth, and, with repeating union, I keep myself comforted. And how fine is the saying of the poet who said, Did not in love plight joys and sorrows meet, how would the message or the writ be sweet? When he had made an end of this letter, he handed it to Abu al-Hasan, saying, Read it and give it to the damsel. So he took it and read it, and its words stirred his soul, and its meaning wounded his vitals. Then he committed it to the girl, and when she took it, Ali bin Bakr said to her, Salute thy lady for me, and acquaint her with my love and longing, and how passion is blended with my flesh and my bones. And say to her that in very deed I need a woman who shall snatch me from the sea of destruction and save me from this dilemma, for of a truth fortune oppresseth me with her vicissitudes, and is there any helper to free me from her turpitudes? And he wept, and the damsel wept for his weeping. Then she took leave of him and went forth, and Abu al-Hasan went out with her and farewelled her. So she ganged her gate, and he returned to his shop, which he opened and sat down there, as was his wont. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 159th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu al-Hasan farewelled the slave girl and returned to his shop, which he opened and sat down there according to his custom. But as he tarried, he found his heart oppressed and his breast straitened, and he was perplexed about his case. So he ceased not from melancholy the rest of that day and night, and on the morrow he betook himself to Ali bin Bakkar, with whom he sat till the folk withdrew, when he asked him how he did. Ali began to complain of desire and to descant upon the longing and distraction which possessed him, and repeated these words of the poet. Men have blamed of pining before my time, live and dead by parting been terrified, but such feelings as those which my Arabs emulate have never heard of, nor ever espied. And these of another poet. I have borne for thy love what never bore for his fair, case the daft one FN number 204, height of old, yet I chase not the wildlings of wold and wild like case, for madness is manifold. Thereupon quoth Abu al-Hasan, never did I see or hear of one like unto thee in thy love. When thou sufferest all this transport and sickness and trouble being enamoured of one who returneth thy passion, how would it be with thee if she whom thou lovest were contrary and contumelious, and thy case were discovered through her perfidy? And Ali the son of Bakkar, says Abu al-Hasan, was pleased with my words and he relied upon them and he thanked me for what I had said and done. I had a friend, continued Abu al-Hasan, to whom I discovered my affair and that of Ali, and who knew that we were intimates, but none other than he was acquainted with what was betwixt us. He was wont to come to me and inquire how Ali did, and after a little, he began to ask me about the damsel, but I fenced him off, saying, she invited him to her and there was between him and her as much as can possibly take place, and this is the end of their affair. But I have devised me a plan and an idea which I would submit to thee. Asked his friend, and what is that? Answered Abu al-Hasan, I am a person well known to have much dealing among men and women, and I fear, O my brother, lest the affair of these twain come to light and this lead to my death and the seizure of my goods and the rending of my repute and that of my family. Wherefore I have resolved to get together my monies and make ready forthright and repair to the city of Bassorah and there abide, till I see what cometh of their case, that none may know of me, for love hath lorded over both and correspondence passeth between them. At this present their go-between and confidant is a slave girl who hath till now kept their counsel, but I fear lest haply anxiety get the better of her and she discover their secret to some one and the matter, being bruited abroad, might bring me to great grief and prove the cause of my ruin, for I have no excuse to offer my accusers. Rejoined his friend, thou hast acquainted me with a parlous affair, from the like of which the wise and understanding will shrink with fear. Allah avert from thee the evil thou dreadest with such dread and save thee from the consequences thou apprehendest. Assuredly thy recking is aright. So Abu al-Hasan returned to his place and began ordering his affairs and preparing for his travel, nor had 3 days passed ere he made an end of his business and fared forth Bassorah wards. His friend came to visit him 3 days after, but finding him not, asked of him from the neighbors, who answered, he set out for Bassorah 3 days ago, for he had dealings with its merchants and he is gone thither to collect monies from his debtors, but he will soon return. The young man was confounded at the news and knew not whither to wend, and he said in his mind, would I had not parted from Abu al-Hasan. Then he bethought him of some plan whereby he should gain access to Ali bin Bakkar, so he went to his lodging, and said to one of his servants, ask leave for me of thy lord that I may go in and salute him. The servant entered and told his master, and presently returning, invited the man to walk in. So he entered and found Ali bin Bakkar thrown back on the pillow and saluted him. Ali returned his greeting and bade him welcome, whereupon the young man began to excuse himself for having held aloof from him all that while, and added, O my lord, between Abu al-Hasan and myself there was close friendship, so that I used to trust him with my secrets and could not sever myself from him an hour. Now it so chanced that I was absent 3 days' space on certain business with a company of my friends, and, When I came back and went to him, I found his shop locked up, so I asked the neighbors about him and they replied, he is gone to Basora. Now I know he had no surer friend than thou, so, by Allah, tell me what thou knowest of him. When Ali bin Bakkar heard this, his colour changed and he was troubled and answered, I never heard till this day of his departure and, if the case be as thou sayest, weariness is come upon me. And he began repeating, for joys that are no more I wont to weep, while friends and lovers stood by me and scattered, this day when disunited me and them fortune, I weep lost loves and friendship shattered. Then he hung his head groundwards in thought a while and presently raising it and looking to one of his servants, said, go to Abu al-Hasan's house and inquire anent him whether he be at home or journeying abroad. If they say, he is abroad, ask whither he be gone. The servant went out and returning after a while said to his master, when I asked for Abu al-Hasan, his people told me that he was gone on a journey to Basora, but I saw a damsel standing at the door who, knowing me by sight, though I knew her not, said to me, art thou not servant to Ali bin Bakkar? Even so, answered I, and she rejoined, I bear a message for him from one who is the dearest of all folk to him. So she came with me and she is now standing at the door. Quoth Ali bin Bakkar, bring her in. The servant went out to her and brought her in, and the man who was with Ali looked at her and found her pretty. Then she advanced to the son of Bakkar and saluted him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 160th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the slave girl came into Ali bin Bakkar, she advanced to him and saluted him and spake with him secretly, and from time to time during the dialogue he exclaimed with an oath and swore that he had not talked and tattled of it. Then she took leave of him and went away. Now Abu al-Hasan's friend was a jeweller, FN number 205, and when she was gone, he found a place for speech and said to Ali bin Bakkar, doubtless and assuredly the Caliph's household have some demand upon thee or thou hast dealings therewith. Who told thee of this? Asked Ali, and the jeweller answered, I know it by yonder damsel who is Shams al-Nahar's slave girl, for she came to me a while since with a note wherein was written that she wanted a necklace of jewels, and I sent her a costly collar. But when Ali bin Bakkar heard this, he was greatly troubled, so that the jeweller feared to see him give up the ghost. Yet after a while he recovered himself and said, O my brother, I conjure thee by Allah to tell me truly how thou knowest her. Replied he, do not press this question upon me, and Ali rejoined, indeed, I will not turn from thee till thou tell me the whole truth. Quoth the jeweller, I will tell thee all, on condition that thou distrust me not, and that my words cause thee no restraint, nor will I conceal aught from thee by way of secret, but will discover to thee the truth of the affair, provided that thou acquaint me with the true state of thy case and the cause of thy sickness. Then he told him all that had passed from first to last between Abu al-Hasan and himself, adding, I acted thus only out of friendship for thee and of my desire to serve thee, and assured him that he would keep his secret and venture life and good in his service. So Ali in turn told him his story and added, by Allah, O my brother, naught moved me to keep my case secret from thee and from others but my fear lest folk should lift the veils of protection from certain persons. Rejoined the jeweller, and I desired not to foregather with thee but of the great affection I bear thee and my zeal for thee in every case, and my compassion for the anguish thy heart endureth from severance. Haply I may be a comforter to thee in the room of my friend, Abu al-Hasan, during the length of his absence, so be thou of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. Thereupon Ali thanked him and repeated these couplets. And say I, patient I can bear his faring, my tears and sighings give my say the lie. How can I hide these tears that course down this plain, my cheek, for friend too fain to fly? Then he was silent a while, and presently said to the jeweller, knowest thou what secret the girl whispered to me? Answered he, not I, by Allah, O my lord. Quoth Ali, she fancied that I directed Abu al-Hasan to go to Basora, and that I had devised this device to put a stop to our correspondence and consorting. I swore to her that this was on no wise so, but she would not credit me and went away to her mistress, persisting in her injurious suspicions, for she inclined to Abu al-Hasan and gave ear to his word. Answered the young jeweller, O my brother, I understood as much from the girl's manner, but I will win for thee thy wish, inshallah. Rejoined Ali bin Bakr, who can be with me in this, and how wilt thou do with her, when she shies and flies like a wildling of the wold? Cried the jeweller, by Allah, needs must I do my utmost to help thee and contrive to scrape acquaintance with her without exposure or mischief. Then he asked leave to depart, and Ali bin Bakr said, O my brother, mind thou keep my counsel, and he looked at him and wept. The jeweller bade him goodbye and fared forth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 161st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the jeweller bade him goodbye and fared forth, not knowing what he should do to win for him his wishes, and he ceased not walking, while overmusing the matter, till he spied a letter lying in the road. He took it up and looked at its direction and superscription, then read it, and behold, it ran: from the least worthy of lovers to the most worthy of beloveds. So he opened it and found these words written therein. A messenger from thee came bringing union hope, but that he erred somehow with me the thought prevailed, so I rejoiced not, rather grew my grief still more, weeting my messenger of wits and wit had failed. But afterwards, know, O my lord, that I ken not the reason why our correspondence between thee and me hath been broken off, but, if the cruelty arise from thy part, I will requite it with fidelity, and if thy love have departed, I will remain constant to my love of the parted, for I am with thee even as says the poet. Be proud, I'll crouch. Bully, I'll bear. Despise, I'll pray. Go, I will come. Speak, I will hear. Bid, I'll obey. As he was reading lo, up came the slave girl, looking right and left, and seeing the paper in the jeweller's hand, said to him, O my master, this letter is one I let fall. He made her no answer, but walked on, and she walked behind him, till he came to his house, when he entered and she after him, saying, O my master, give me back this letter, for it fell from me. Thereon he turned to her and said, O handmaid of good, fear not neither grieve, for verily Allah the Protector loveth those who protect, but tell me in truthful way thy case, as I am one who keepeth counsel. I conjure thee by an oath not to hide from me aught of thy lady's affairs, for haply Allah shall help me to further her wishes and make easy by my hand that which is hard. When the slave girl heard these words, she said, O my lord, indeed a secret is not lost whereof thou art the secretest, nor shall any affair come to naught for which thou strivest. Know that my heart inclineth to thee and would interest thee with my tidings, but do thou give me the letter. Then she told him the whole story, adding, Allah is witness to whatso I say. Quoth he, Thou hast spoken truly, for I am acquainted with the root of the matter. Then he told her his tale of Ali bin Bakr and how he had learned his state of mind, and related to her all that had passed from first to last, whereat she rejoiced, and they two agreed that she should take the letter and carry it to Ali and return and acquaint the jeweller with all that happened. So he gave her the letter and she took it and sealed it up as it was before, saying, My mistress Shams al-Nahar gave it to me sealed, and when he hath read it and given me its reply, I will bring it to thee. Then she took leave and repaired to Ali bin Bakr, whom she found waiting, and gave him the letter. He read it and writing a paper by way of reply, gave it to her, and she carried it to the jeweller, who tore asunder the seal FN number 206, and read it and found written therein these two couplets. The messenger, who kept our commerce hid, hath failed, and showeth wrath without disguise. FN number 207. Choose one more leal from your many friends who, truth approving, disapproves of lies. To proceed. Verily, I have not entered upon perfidy, nor have I abandoned fidelity. I have not used cruelty, neither have I out of fealty. No covenant hath been broken by me, nor hath love tie been severed by me. I have not parted from penitence, nor have I found aught but misery and ruin after severance. I know nothing of that thou avouchest, nor do I love aught but that which thou lovest. By him who knoweth the secret of hidden things, none discover. I have no desire save union with my lover, and my one business is my passion to conceal, albeit with sore sickness I ail. This is the exposition of my case, and now all hail. When the jeweller read this letter and learned its contents, he wept with sore weeping, and the slave girl said to him, Leave not this place till I return to thee, for he suspecteth me of such and such things, in which he is excusable. So it is my desire to bring about a meeting between thee and my mistress, Shams al-Nahar, howsoever I may trick you to it. For the present I left her prostrate, awaiting my return with a reply. Then she went away, and the jeweller passed the night with a troubled mind. And when day dawned he prayed his dawn prayer and sat expecting the girl's coming. And behold, she came in to him rejoicing with much joy, and he asked her, What news, O damsel? She answered, After leaving thee I went to my mistress and gave her the letter written by Ali bin Bakr, and, when she read it and understood it, she was troubled and confounded. But I said to her, O my lady, have no fear of your affair being frustrated by Abu al-Hasan's disappearance, for I have found one to take his place, better than he and more of worth, and a good man to keep secrets. Then I told her what was between thyself and Abu al-Hasan, and how thou camest by his confidence, and that of Ali bin Bakr, and how that note was dropped and thou camest by it. And I also showed her how we arranged matters betwixt me and thee. The jeweller marvelled with much wonder, when she resumed, And now my mistress would hear whatso thou sayest, that she may be assured by thy speech of the covenants between thee and him. So get thee ready to go with me to her forthwith. When the jeweller heard the slave girl's words, he saw that the proposed affair was grave and a great peril to brave, not lightly to be undertaken or suddenly entered upon, and he said to her, O my sister, verily, I am of the ordinary and not like unto Abu al-Hasan, for he being of high rank and of well-known repute, was wont to frequent the caliph's household, because of their need of his merchandise. As for me, he used to talk with me, and I trembled before him the while. So, if thy mistress would speak with me, our meeting must be in some place other than the caliph's palace, and far from the abode of the commander of the faithful, for my common sense will not let me consent to what thou proposest. On this wise he refused to go with her, and she went on to say that she would be surety for his safety, adding, Take heart and fear no harm, and pressed him to courage till he consented to accompany her. Withal, his legs bent and shivered and his hands quivered, and he exclaimed, Allah forbid that I should go with thee. Indeed, I have not strength to do this thing. Replied she, Hearten thy heart, if it be hard for thee to go to the caliph's palace, and thou canst not muster up courage to accompany me, I will make her come to thee, so budge not from thy place till I return to thee with her. Then the slave girl went away and was absent for a while, but a short while, after which she returned to the jeweller and said to him, Take thou care that there be with thee none save thyself, neither man-slave nor girl-slave. Quoth he, I have but a negress, who is in years and who waiteth on me. FN number 208. So she arose and locked the door between his negress and the jeweller, and sent his manservants out of the place. After which she fared forth and presently returned, followed by a lady who, entering the house, filled it with the sweet scent of her perfumes. When the jeweller saw her, he sprang up and sat her a couch and a cushion, and she sat down while he seated himself before her. She abode a while without speaking till she had rested herself, when she unveiled her face, and it seemed to the jeweller's fancy as if the sun had risen in his home. Then she asked her slave girl, is this the man of whom thou spakest to me? Yes, answered she, whereupon the laddie turned to the jeweller and said to him, How is it with thee? Replied he, Right well. I pray Allah for thy preservation and that of the commander of the faithful. Quoth she, Thou hast moved us to come to thee and possess thee with what we hold secret. Then she questioned him of his household and family, and he disclosed to her all his circumstance and his condition and said to her, I have a house other than this, and I have set it apart for gathering together my friends and brethren, and there is none there save the old negress, of whom I spoke to thy handmaid. She asked him on what wise he came first to know how the affair began and the matter of Abu al-Hassan and the cause of his wayfaring. Accordingly he told her all he knew and how he had advised the journey. Thereupon she bewailed the loss of Abu al-Hassan and said to the jeweller, Know, O such an one, FN number 209, that men's souls are active in their lusts and that men are still men, and that deeds are not done without words nor is end ever reached without endeavour. Rest is won only by work. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 162nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Shams al-Nahar thus addressed the jeweller, Rest is gained only by work and success is gendered only by help of the generous. Now I have acquainted thee with our affair and it is in thy hand to expose us or to shield us. I say no more, because thy generosity requireth naught. Thou knowest that this my handmaiden keepeth my counsel and therefore occupyeth high place in my favour, and I have selected her to transact my affairs of importance. So let none be worthier in thy sight than she, and acquaint her with thine affair, and be of good cheer, for on her account thou art safe from all fear, and there is no place shut upon thee but she shall open it to thee. She shall bring thee my messages to Ali bin Bakr and thou shalt be our intermediary. So saying, she rose, scarcely able to rise, and fared forth, the jeweller faring before her to the door of her house, after which he returned and sat down again in his place, having seen of her beauty and heard of her speech what dazzled him and dazed his wit, and having witnessed of her grace and courtesy what bewitched his sprite. He sat musing on her perfections till his mind waxed tranquil, when he called for food and ate enough to keep soul and body together. Then he changed his clothes and went out, and, repairing to the house of the youth Ali bin Bakr, knocked at the door. The servants hastened to admit him and walked before him till they had brought him to their master, whom he found strown upon his bed. Now when he saw the jeweller, he said to him, Thou hast tarried long from me, and that hath heaped care upon my care. Then he dismissed his servants and bade the doors be shut, after which he said to the jeweller, By Allah, O my brother, I have not closed my eyes since the day I saw thee last, for the slave girl came to me yesterday with a sealed letter from her mistress Shams al-Nahar, and went on to tell him all that had passed with her, adding, By the Lord, I am indeed perplexed concerning mine affair and my patience faileth me, for Abu al-Hassan was a comforter who cheered me because he knew the slave girl. When the jeweller heard his words, he laughed, and Ali said, Why dost thou laugh at my words, thou on whose coming I congratulated myself and to whom I looked for provision against the shifts of fortune? Then he sighed and wept and repeated these couplets, FN number 210. Full many laugh at tears they see me shed, who had shed theirs and bore they what I bore. None feeleth pity for th afflicted's woe, save one as anxious and in woe galore. My passion, yearning, sighing, thought, repine for me cornered in my heart's deep core. He made a home there which he never quits, yet rare our meetings, not as heretofore, no friend to stablish in his place I see, no intimate but only he and he. Now when the jeweller heard these lines and understood their significance, he wept also and told him all that had passed betwixt himself and the slave girl and her mistress since he left him. And Ali bin Bakr gave ear to his speech, and at every word he heard his colour shifted from white to red and his body grew now stronger and then weaker till the tale came to an end, when he wept and said, "O my brother, I am a lost man in any case, would mine end were nigh, that I might be at rest from all this. But I beg thee, of thy favour, to be my helper and comforter in all my affairs till Allah fulfill whatso be his will, and I will not gainsay thee with a single word." Quoth the jeweller, "Nothing will quench thy fire save union with her whom thou lovest, and the meeting must be in other than this perilous place. Better it were in a house of mine where the girl and her mistress met me, which place she chose for herself, to the intent that ye twain may the meet and complain each to other of what you have suffered from the pangs of love." Quoth Ali bin Bakkar, "O good sir, do as thou wilt, and with Allah be thy reward, and what thou deemest is right do it forthright, but be not long in doing it, lest I perish of this anguish." So I abode with him, said the jeweller, that night, conversing with him till the morning morrowed, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 163rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the jeweller continued: So I abode with him that night, conversing with him till the morning morrowed, when I prayed the dawn prayers and, going out from him, returned to my house. Hardly had I settled down when the damsel came up and saluted me, and I returned her salutation and told her what had passed between myself and Ali bin Bakkar, and she said, "Know that the Caliph hath left us and there is no one in our place, and it is safer for us and better." Replied I, "Sooth thou sayest, yet is it not like my other house, which is both fitter and surer for us?" And the slave girl rejoined, "Be it as thou seest fit. I am now going to my lady and will tell her that thou sayest and acquaint her with all thou hast mentioned." So she went away and sought her mistress and laid the project before her, and presently returned and said to me, "It is to be as thou sayest, so make us ready the place and expect us." Then she took out of her breast pocket a purse of dinars and gave this message: "My lady saluteth thee and saith to thee, take this and provide therewith what the case requireth." But I swore that I would accept naught of it, so she took the purse and returning to her mistress, told her he would not receive the money, but gave it back to me. "No matter," answered Shams al-Nahar. As soon as the slave girl was gone, continued the jeweller, I arose and betook myself to my other house and transported thither all that was needful, by way of vessels and furniture and rich carpets, and I did not forget china vases and cups of glass and gold and silver, and I made ready meat and drink required for the occasion. When the damsel came and saw what I had done, it pleased her, and she bade me fetch Ali bin Bakkar, but I said, "None shall bring him save thou." Accordingly she went to him and brought him back perfectly dressed and looking his best. I met him and greeted him and then seated him upon a divan befitting his condition, and set before him sweet-scented flowers in vases of china and vari-coloured glass. FN number 211. Then I set on a tray of many tinted meats such as broaden the breast with a sight, and sat talking with him and diverting him, whilst the slave girl went away and was absent till after sundown prayers, when she returned with Shams al-Nahar, attended by 2 maids and none else. Now as soon as she saw Ali bin Bakkar and he saw her, he rose and embraced her, and she on her side embraced him, and both fell in a fit to the ground. They lay for a whole hour insensible. Then, coming to themselves, they began mutually to complain of the pains of separation. Thereupon they drew near to each other and sat talking charmingly, softly, tenderly, after which they somewhat perfumed themselves and fell to thanking me for what I had done for them. Quoth I, "Have ye in mind the food?" "Yes," quoth A. So I set before them a small matter of food, and they ate till they were satisfied, and then washed their hands, after which I led them to another sitting room and brought them wine. So they drank and drank deep and inclined to each other, and presently Shams al-Nahar said to me, "O my master, complete thy kindness by bringing us a lute or other instrument of mirth and music, that the measure of our joy may be fully filled." I replied, "On my head and eyes," and rising brought her a lute, which she took and tuned. Then laying it in her lap she touched it with a masterly touch, at once exciting to sadness and changing sorrow to gladness, after which she sang these two couplets. My sleeplessness would show I love to bide on wake, and would my leanness prove that sickness is my make, and tear floods course adown the cheeks they only scald, but I knew union shall disunion overtake. Then she went on to sing the choicest and most affecting poesy to many and various modes, till our senses were bewitched and the very room danced with excess of delight and surprise at her sweet singing, and neither thought nor reason was left in us. When we had sat a while and the cup had gone round amongst us, the damsel took the lute and sang to a lively measure these couplets. My love a meeting promised me and kept it faithfully. One night as many I shall count in number and degree, O night of joyance fate vouchsafed to faithful lovers twain, and caring for the Railaloon and all his company. My lover lay the night with me and clipped me with his right, while I with left embraced him, a faint for ecstasy, and hugged him to my breast and sucked the sweet wine of his lips, full savouring the honey draught the honeyman sold to me. Whilst we were thus drowned in the sea of gladness, continued the jeweller, behold, there came into us a little maid trembling and said, O my lady, look how you may go away, for the folk have found you out and have surrounded the house, and we know not the cause of this. When I heard her words, I arose startled and lo! In rushed a slave girl who cried, Calamity hath come upon you. At the same moment the door was burst open and there rushed in upon us 10 men masked in kerchiefs with hangers in their hands and swords by their sides, and as many more behind them. When I saw this, the world was straightened on me for all its wideness, and I looked to the door but saw no issue, so I sprang from the terrace into the house of one of my neighbours and there hid myself. Thence I found that folk had entered my lodgings and were making a mighty hubbub, and I concluded that the Caliph had got wind of us and had sent his chief of the watch to seize us and bring us before him. So I abode confounded and ceased not remaining in my place, without any possibility of quitting it till midnight. And presently the housemaster arose, for he had heard me moving, and he feared with exceeding great fear of me. So he came forth from his room with drawn brand in hand and made at me, saying, Who is this in my house? Quoth I am thy neighbour the jeweller, and he knew me and retired. Then he fetched a light and coming up to me, said, O my brother, indeed that which hath befallen thee this night is no light matter to me. I replied, O my brother, tell me who was in my house and entered it breaking in my door. For I fled to thee not knowing what was to do. He answered, Of a truth the robbers who attacked our neighbours yesterday and slew such an one and took his goods, saw thee on the same day bringing furniture into this house, so they broke in upon thee and stole thy goods and slew thy guests. Then we arose, pursued the jeweller, I and he, and repaired to my house, which we found empty without a stick remaining in it. So I was confounded at the case and said to myself, As for the gear I care naught about its loss, albeit I borrowed part of the stuff from my friends and it hath come to grief, yet is there no harm in that, for they know my excuse in the plunder of my property and the pillage of my place. But as for Ali bin Bakr and the Caliph's favourite concubine, I fear lest their case get bruited abroad and this cause the loss of my life. So I turned to my neighbour and said to him, Thou art my brother and my neighbour, and wilt cover my nakedness, what then dost thou advise me to do? The man answered, What I counsel thee to do is to keep quiet and wait, for they who entered thy house and took thy goods have murdered the best men of a party from the palace of the Caliphate and have killed not a few of the watchmen. The government officers and guards are now in quest of them on every road, and haply they will hit upon them, whereby thy wish will come about without effort of thine. The jeweller, hearing these words, returned to his other house, that wherein he dwelt, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 164th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweller heard these words he returned to his other house wherein he dwelt, and said to himself, Indeed this that hath befallen me is what Abu al-Hasan feared and from which he fled to Bassorah. And now I have fallen into it. Presently the pillage of his pleasure house was noised abroad among the folk, and they came to him from all sides and places, some exulting in his misfortune and others excusing him and condoling with his sorrow, whilst he bewailed himself to them and for grief neither ate meat nor drank drink. And as he sat, repenting him of what he had done, behold, one of his servants came in to him and said, There is a person at the door who asketh for thee, and I know him not. The jeweller went forth to him and saluted him who was a stranger, and the man whispered to him, I have somewhat to say between our two selves. Thereupon he brought him in and asked him, What hast thou to tell me? Quoth the man, Come with me to thine other house. And the jeweller inquired, Dost thou, then, know my other house? Replied the other, I know all about thee and I know that also whereby Allah will dispel thy dolours. So I said to myself, continued the jeweller, I will go with him whither he will, and went out and walked on till we came to my second house, and when the man saw it he said to me, It is without door or doorkeeper, and we cannot possibly sit in it, so come thou with me to another place. Then the man continued passing from stead to stead, and I with him, till night overtook us. Yet I put no question to him of the matter in hand, and we ceased not to walk on, till we reached the open country. He kept saying, Follow me, and quickened his pace to a trot, whilst I trotted after him, heartening my heart to go on, until we reached the river, where he took boat with me, and the boatman rowed us over to the other bank. Then he landed from the boat and I landed after him, and he took my hand and led me to a street which I had never entered in all my days, nor do I know in what quarter it was. Presently the man stopped at the door of a house, and opening it entered and made me enter with him, after which he locked the door with an iron padlock, FN number 212, and led me along the vestibule, till he brought me in the presence of 10 men who were as though they were one and the same man, they being brothers. We saluted them, continued the jeweller, and they returned our greeting and bade us be seated, so we sat down. Now I was like to die for excess of weariness, but they brought me rose water and sprinkled it on my face, after which they gave me a sherbet to drink and set before me food whereof some of them ate with me. Quoth I to myself, were there aught harmful in the food, they would not eat with me. So I ate, and when we had washed our hands, each of us returned to his place. Then they asked me, Dost thou know us? And I answered, No. Nor in my life have I ever seen you, nay, I know not even him who brought me hither. Said they, Tell us thy tidings and lie not at all. Replied I, Know then that my case is wondrous and my affair marvellous, but wot ye anything about me? They rejoined, Yes. It was we took thy goods yesternight and carried off thy friend and her who was singing to him. Quoth I, Allah let down his veil over you. Where be my friend and she who was singing to him? They pointed with their hands to one side and replied, Yonder, but, by Allah, O our brother, the secret of the case is known to none save to thee, for from the time we brought the twain hither up to this day, we have not looked upon them nor questioned them of their condition, seeing them to be persons of rank and dignity. Now this and this only it was that hindered our killing them, so tell us the truth of their case and thou shalt be assured of thy safety and of theirs. When I heard this, continued the jeweller, I almost died of fright and horror. And I said to them, Know ye, O my brethren, that if generosity were lost, it would not be found save with you, and had I a secret which I feared to reveal, none but your breasts would conceal it. And I went on exaggerating their praises in this fashion, till I saw that frankness and readiness to speak out would profit me more than concealing facts, so I told them all that had bitted me to the very end of the tale. When they heard it, they said, And is this young man Ali Bakr's son and this lady Shams al-Nahar? I replied, Yes. Now this was grievous to them, and they rose and made their excuses to the two, and then they said to me, Of what we took from thy house part is spent, but here is what is left of it. So speaking, they gave me back most of my goods, and they engaged to return them to their places in my house, and to restore me the rest as soon as they could. My heart was set at ease till they split into two parties, one with me and the other against me, and we fared forth from that house, and such was my case. But as regards Ali bin Bakkar and Shams al-Nahar, they were well nigh dying for excess of fear, when I went up to them and saluting them, asked, What happened to the damsel and the two maids, and where be they gone? And they answered only, We know nothing of them. Then we walked on and stinted not till we came to the river bank where the bark lay, and we all boarded it, for it was the same which had brought me over on the day before. The boatman rowed us to the other side, but hardly had we landed and taken seat on the bank to rest, when a troop of horse swooped down on us like eagles and surrounded us on all sides and places, whereupon the robbers with us sprang up in haste like vultures, and the boat put back for them and took them in, and the boatman pushed off into midstream, leaving us on the river bank, unable to move or to stand still. Then the chief horseman said to us, Whence be ye? And we were perplexed for an answer. But I said, continued the jeweller, Those ye saw with us are rogues, we know them not. As for us, we are singers, and they intended taking us to sing for them, nor could we get free of them, save by subtlety and soft words. So on this occasion they let us go, their works being such as you have seen. But they looked at Shams al-Nahar and Ali bin Bakkar and said to me, Thou hast not spoken sooth, but, if thy tale be true, tell us who ye are and whence ye are, and what be your place and in what quarter you dwell. I knew not what to answer them. But Shams al-Nahar sprang up and approaching the captain of the horsemen spoke with him privily, whereupon he dismounted from his steed and, setting her on horseback, took the bridle and began to lead his beast. And two of his men did the like with Ruth, Ali bin Bakkar, and it was the same with myself. The commandant of the troop ceased not faring on with us, till they reached a certain part of the river bank, when he sang out in some barbarous jargon FN number 213, and there came to us a number of men with two boats. Then the captain embarked us in one of them, and he with us, whilst the rest of his men put off in the other, and rode on with us till we arrived at the palace of the Caliphate where Shams al-Nahar landed. And all the while we endured the agonies of death for excess of fear, and they ceased not faring till they came to a place whence there was a way to our quarter. Here we landed and walked on, escorted by some of the horsemen, till we came to Ali bin Bakkar's house, and when we entered it, our escort took leave of us and went their way. We abode there, unable to stir from the place and not knowing the difference between morning and evening, and in such case we continued till the dawn of the next day. And when it was again nightfall, I came to myself and saw Ali bin Bakkar and the women and men of his household keeping over him, for he was stretched out without sense or motion. Some of them came to me and thoroughly arousing me said, Tell us what hath befallen our son, and say, How came he in this plight? Replied I, O folk, hearken to me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 165th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the jeweller answered them, O folk, hearken to my words and give me no trouble and annoyance. But be patient and he will come to and tell you his tale for himself. And I was hard upon them and made them afraid of a scandal between me and them, but as we were thus, behold, Ali bin Bakkar moved on his carpet bed, whereat his friends rejoiced and the stranger folk withdrew from him, but his people forbade me to go away. Then they sprinkled rose water on his face and he presently revived and sensed the air, whereupon they questioned him of his case, and he essayed to answer them but his tongue could not speak forthright and he signed to them to let me go home. So they let me go, and I went forth hardly crediting my escape and returned to my own house, supported by 2 men. When my people saw me thus, they rose up and set to the shrieking and slapping their faces, but I signed to them with my hand to be silent, and they were silent. Then the 2 men went their way and I threw myself down on my bed, where I lay the rest of the night and awoke not till the forenoon, when I found my people gathered round me and saying, "What calamity befell thee, and what evil with its mischief did fell thee?" Quoth I, "Bring me somewhat to drink." So they brought me drink, and I drank of it what I would and said to them, "What happened, happened." Thereupon they went away and I made my excuses to my friends, and asked if any of the goods that had been stolen from my other house had been returned. They answered, "Yes. Some of them have come back, by token that a man entered and threw them down within the doorway and we saw him not." So I comforted myself and abode in my place 2 days, unable to rise and leave it, and presently I took courage and went to the bath, for I was worn out with fatigue and troubled in mind for Ali bin Bakr and Shams al-Nahar, because I had no news of them all this time and could neither get to Ali's house nor, out of fear for my life, take my rest in mine own. And I repented to Almighty Allah of what I had done and praised Him for my safety. Presently my fancy suggested to me to go to such and such a place and see the folk and solace myself, so I went on foot to the cloth market and sat a while with a friend of mine there. When I rose to go, I saw a woman standing over against me, so I looked at her, and lo! It was Shams al-Nahar's slave girl. When I saw her, the world grew dark in my eyes and I hurried on. She followed me, but I was seized with affright and fled from her, and whenever I looked at her, a trembling came upon me whilst she pursued me, saying, "Stop, that I may tell thee somewhat." But I heeded her not and never ceased walking till I reached a mosque, and she entered after me. I prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which I turned to her and, sighing, said, "What cost thou want?" She asked me how I did, and I told her all that had befallen myself and Ali bin Bakr and besought her for news of herself. She answered, "Know that when I saw the robbers break open thy door and rush in, I was in sore terror, for I doubted not but that they were the caliph's officers and would seize me and my mistress and we should perish forthwith. So we fled over the roofs, I and the maids, and, casting ourselves down from a high place, came upon some people with whom we took refuge, and they received us and brought us to the palace of the caliphate, where we arrived in the sorriest of plights. We concealed our case and abode on coals of fire till nightfall, when I opened the river gate and, calling the boatman who had carried us the night before, said to him, "I know not what is become of my mistress, so take me in the boat, that we may go seek her on the river, haply I shall chance on some news of her." Accordingly he took me into the boat and went about with me and ceased not wending till midnight, when I spied a bark making towards the water gate, with 1 man rowing and another standing up and a woman lying prostrate between them twain. And they rowed on till they reached the shore when the woman landed, and I looked at her, and behold, it was Shams al-Nahar. Thereupon I got out and joined her, dazed for joy to see her after having lost all hopes of finding her alive. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 166th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the slave girl went on telling the jeweler, I was dazed for joy to see her, after having lost all hopes of finding her alive. When I came up to her, she bade me give the man who had brought her thither 1,000 gold pieces, and we carried her in, I and the 2 maids, and laid her on her bed, where she passed that night in a sorely troubled state, and, when morning dawned, I forbade the women and eunuchs to go into her, or even to draw near her for the whole of that day. But on the next she had revived and somewhat recovered, and I found her as if she had come out of her grave. I sprinkled rose water upon her face and changed her clothes and washed her hands and feet, nor did I cease to coax her, till I brought her to eat a little and drink some wine, though she had no mind to any such matter. As soon as she had breathed the fresh air and strength began to return to her, I took to upbraiding her, saying, O my lady, consider and have pity on thyself, thou sayest what hath betided us. Surely, enough and more than enough of evil hath befallen thee, for indeed thou hast been nigh upon death. She said, By Allah, O good damsel, in sooth death were easier to me than what hath betided me, for it seemed as though I should be slain and no power could save me. When the robbers took us from the jeweller's house, they asked me, Who mayest thou be? And hearing my answer, I am a singing girl, they believed me. Then they turned to Ali bin Bakr and made inquiries about him, and who art thou and what is thy condition? Whereto he replied, I am the common kind. So they took us and carried us along, without our resisting, to their abode, and we hurried on with them for excess of fear. But when they had us set down with them in the house, they looked hard at me, and seeing the clothes I wore and my necklaces and jewelry, believed not my account of myself, and said to me, Of a truth these necklaces belong to no singing girl, so be soothfast and tell us the truth of thy case. I returned them no answer whatever, saying in my mind, Now will they slay me for the sake of my apparel and ornaments, and I spoke not a word. Then the villains turned to Ali bin Bakr, asking, And thou, who art thou and whence art thou? For thy semblance seemeth not as that of the common kind. But he was silent, and we ceased not to keep our counsel and to weep, till Allah softened the rogues' hearts to pity, and they said to us, Who is the owner of the house wherein we were? We answered, Such an one, the jeweller, whereupon quoth one of them, I know him right well, and I wot the other house where he liveth, and I will engage to bring him to you this very hour. Then they agreed to set me in a place by myself and Ali bin Bakr in a place by himself, and said to us, Be at rest ye twain, and fear not lest your secret be divulged, ye are safe from us. Meanwhile their comrade went away and returned with the jeweller, who made known to them our case, and we joined company with him. After which a man of the band fetched a bark, wherein they embarked us all three, and, rowing us over the river, landed us with scant ceremony on the opposite bank and went their ways. Thereupon up came a horse patrol and asked us who we were, so I spoke with the captain of the watch and said to him, I am Shams al-Nahar, the caliph's favourite. I had drunken strong wine and went out to visit certain of my acquaintance of the wives of their wazirs, when yonder rogues came upon me and laid hold of me and brought me to this place. But when they saw you, they fled as fast as they could. I met these men with them, so do thou escort me and them to a place of safety, and I will requite thee as I am well able to do. When the captain of the watch heard my speech, he knew me, and alighting, mounted me on his horse, and in like manner did two of his men with Ali bin Bakr. So I spoke to her, continued the handmaid, and blamed her doings, and bade her beware, and said to her, O my lady, have some care for thy life. But she was angered at my words, and cried out at me. Accordingly I left her, and came forth in quest of thee, but found thee not, and dared not go to the house of Ali bin Bakr, so stood watching for thee, that I might ask thee of him and what how it goes with him. And I pray thee, of thy favour, to take of me some money, for thou hast doubtless borrowed from thy friends part of the gear, and as it is lost, it behoveth thee to make it good with folk. I replied, To hear is to obey. Go on, and I walked with her till we drew near my house, when she said to me, Wait here till I come back to thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 167th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after the slave girl had addressed the jeweller, Wait here till I come back to thee, she went away and presently returned with the money, which she put, continued the jeweller, into my hand, saying, O my master, in what place shall we meet? Quoth I will start and go to my house at once, and suffer hard things for thy sake, and contrive how thou mayst win access to him, for such access is difficult at this present. Said she, let me know some spot, where I shall come to thee, and I answered, in my other house, I will go thither forthright and have the doors mended and the place made safe again, and henceforth we will meet there. Then she took leave of me and went her way, whilst I carried the money home, and counting it, found it 5,000 dinars. So I gave my people some of it, and to all who had lent me aught I made good their loss, after which I rose and took my servants and repaired to my other house whence the things had been stolen, and I brought builders and carpenters and masons who restored it to its former state. Moreover, I placed my negress slave there and forgot the mishaps which had befallen me. Then I fared forth and repaired to Ali bin Bakr's house, and, when I reached it, his slave servants accosted me, saying, Our Lord calleth for thee night and day, and hath promised to free whichever of us bringeth thee to him. So they have been wandering about in quest of thee everywhere, but knew not in what part to find thee. Our master is by way of recovering strength, but at times he reviveth and at times he relapseth, and whenever he reviveth he nameth thee, and saith, Needs must ye bring him to me, though but for the twinkling of an eye, and then he sinketh back into his torpor. Accordingly, continued the jeweller, I accompanied the slave and went into Ali bin Bakr, and, finding him unable to speak, sat down at his head, whereupon he opened his eyes and seeing me, wept and said, Welcome and welcome. I raised him and making him sit up, strained him to my bosom, and he said, Know, O my brother, that, from the hour I took to my bed, I have not sat up till now, praise to Allah that I see thee again. And I ceased not to prop him and support him until I made him stand on his feet and walk a few steps, after which I changed his clothes and he drank some wine, but all this he did for my satisfaction. Then, seeing him somewhat restored, I told him what had befallen me with the slave girl, none else hearing me, and said to him, Take heart and be of good courage, I know what thou sufferest. He smiled and I added, Verily nothing shall betide thee save what shall rejoice thee and medicine thee. Thereupon he called for food, which being brought, he signed to his pages, and they withdrew. Then quoth he to me, O my brother, hast thou seen what hath befallen me? And he made excuses to me and asked how I had fared all that while. I told him everything that had befallen me, from beginning to end, whereat he wondered and calling his servants, said, Bring me such and such things. They brought in fine carpets and hangings and, besides that, vessels of gold and silver, more than I had lost, and he gave them all to me, so I sent them to my house and abode with him that night. When the day began to yellow, he said to me, Know thou that as to all things there is an end, so the end of love is either death or accomplishment of desire. I am nearer unto death. Would I had died ere this Bethel, and had not Allah favoured us, we had been found out and put to shame. And now I know not what shall deliver me from this my strait, and were it not that I fear Allah, I would hasten my own death, for know, O my brother, that I am like bird in cage, and that my life is of a surety perished, choked by the distresses which have befallen me, yet hath it a period stablished firm and an appointed term. And he wept and groaned and began repeating, Enough of tears hath shed the lover white, when grief outcast all patience from his sprite. He hid the secrets which united us, but now his eye parts what he did unite. When he had finished his verses, the jeweller said to him, O my lord, I now intend returning to my house. He answered, There be no harm in that. Go and come back to me with news as fast as possible, for thou seest my case. So I took leave of him, continued the jeweller, and went home, and hardly had I sat down, when up came the damsel, choked with long weeping. I asked, What is the matter? And she answered, O my lord, know then that what we feared hath befallen us. For, when I left thee yesterday and returned to my lady, I found her in a fury with one of the two maids who were with us the other night, and she ordered her to be beaten. The girl was frightened and ran away, but, As she was leaving the house, one of the door porters and guards of the gate met her and took her up and would have sent her back to her mistress. However, she let fall some hints, which were a disclosure to him, so he cajoled her and led her on to talk, and she tattled about our case and let him know of all our doings. This affair came to the ears of the Caliph, who bade remove my mistress, Shams al-Nahar, and all her gear to the palace of the Caliphate, and set over her a guard of 20 eunuchs. Since then to the present hour he hath not visited her nor hath given her to know the reason of his action, but I suspect this to be the cause, wherefore I am in fear for my life and am sore troubled, O my lord, knowing not what I shall do, nor with what contrivance I shall order my affair and hers, for she hath none by her more trusted or more trustworthy than myself. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 168th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the slave girl thus addressed the jeweller, and in very sooth my lady hath none by her more trusted or more trustworthy in matter of secrecy than myself. So go thou, O my master, and speed thee without delay to Ali bin Bakkar, and acquaint him with this, that he may be on his guard and ward, and, if the affair be discovered, we will cast about for some means whereby to save our lives. Apostrophe on this, continued the jeweller, I was seized with sore trouble and the world grew dark in my sight for the slave girl's words, and when she was about to wend, I said to her, What reckest thou and what is to be done? Quoth she, My counsel is that thou hasten to Ali bin Bakkar, if thou be indeed his friend and desire to save him, thine be it to carry him this news at once without aught of stay and delay, or regard for far and near, and mine be it to sniff about for further news. Then she took her leave of me and went away, so I rose and followed her track and, betaking myself to Ali bin Bakkar, found him flattering himself with impossible expectations. When he saw me returning to him so soon, he said, I see thou hast come back to me forthwith and only too soon. I answered, Patience, and cut short this foolish connection and shake off the preoccupation wherein thou art, for there hath befallen that which may bring about the loss of thy life and good. Now when he heard this, he was troubled and strongly moved, and he said to me, O my brother, tell me what hath happened. Replied I, O my lord, know that such and such things have happened and thou art lost without recourse, if thou abide in this thy house till the end of the day. At this, he was confounded and his soul well nigh departed his body, but he recovered himself and said to me, What shall I do, O my brother, and what counsel hast thou to offer? Answered I, My advice is that thou take what thou canst of thy property and whom of thy slaves thou trustest, and flee with us to a land other than this, ere this very day come to an end. And he said, I hear and I obey. So he rose, confused and dazed like one in epilepsy, now walking and now falling, and took what came under his hand. Then he made an excuse to his household and gave them his last injunctions, after which he loaded 3 camels and mounted his beast, and I did likewise. We went forth privily in disguise and fared on and ceased not our wayfare the rest of that day and all its night, till nigh upon morning, when we unloaded and, hobbling our camels, lay down to sleep. But we were worn with fatigue and we neglected to keep watch, so that there fell upon us robbers, who stripped us of all we had and slew our slaves, when these would have beaten them off, leaving us naked and in the sorriest of plights, after they had taken our money and lifted our beasts and disappeared. As soon as they were gone, we arose and walked on till morning dawned, when we came to a village which we entered, and finding a mosque took refuge therein, for we were naked. So we sat in a corner all that day and we passed the next night without meat or drink, and at daybreak we prayed our dawn prayer and sat down again. Presently behold, a man entered and saluting us prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he turned to us and said, O folk, are ye strangers? We replied, Yes, the bandits waylaid us and stripped us naked, and we came to this town but know none here with whom we may shelter. Quoth he, what say ye? Will you come home with me? And, pursued the jeweller, I said to Ali bin Bakkar, up and let us go with him, and we shall escape two evils. The first, our fear lest some one who knoweth us enter this mosque and recognize us, so that we come to disgrace, and the second, that we are strangers and have no place wherein to lodge. And he answered helplessly, as thou wilt. Then the man said to us again, O ye poor folk, give ear unto me and come with me to my place. And I replied, hearkening and obedience, whereupon he pulled off a part of his own clothes and covered us therewith and made his excuses to us and spoke kindly to us. Then we arose and accompanied him to his house, and he knocked at the door, whereupon a little slave boy came out and opened to us. The host entered and we followed him, FN number 214, when he called for a bundle of clothes and muslins for turbans, and gave us each a suit and a piece. So we dressed and turbanded ourselves and sat us down. Presently, in came a damsel with a tray of food and set it before us, saying, Eat. We ate some small matter and she took away the tray, after which we abode with our host till nightfall, when Ali bin Bakkar sighed and said to me, Know, O my brother, that I am a dying man past hope of life, and I would charge thee with a charge. It is that, when thou seest me dead, thou go to my parent FN number 215, and tell her of my decease, and bid her come hither that she may be here to receive the visits of condolence and be present at the washing of my corpse, and do thou exhort her to bear my loss with patience. Then he fell down in a fainting fit, and, when he recovered, he heard a damsel singing afar off and making verses as she sang. Thereupon he addressed himself to give ear to her and hearken to her voice, and now he was insensible, absent from the world, and now he came to himself, and anon he wept for grief and mourning at the love which had befallen him. Presently, he heard the damsel who was singing repeat these couplets. Parting ran up to part from love, it wane free converse, perfect concord, friendship fain, the nights with shifting drifted us apart. Would heaven I wot if we shall meet again, how bitter after meeting 'tis to part, may lovers ne'er endure so bitter pain. Death grip, death choke, lasts for an hour and ends, but parting tortures eye and heart remain. Could we but trace where parting's house is placed, we would make parting eke of parting taste. When Ali son of Bakkar heard the damsel's song, he sobbed one sob and his soul quitted his body. As soon as I saw that he was dead, continued the jeweller, I committed his corpse to the care of the housemaster and said to him, Know thou, that I am going to Baghdad, to tell his mother and kinsfolk, that they may come hither and conduct his burial. So I betook myself to Baghdad and, going to my house, changed my clothes, after which I repaired to Ali bin Bakkar's lodging. Now when his servants saw me, they came to me and questioned me of him, and I bade them ask permission for me to go into his mother. She gave me leave, so I entered and saluting her, said, Verily Allah ordereth the lives of all creatures by his commandment, and when he decree thought, there is no escaping its fulfillment, nor can any soul depart but by leave of Allah, according to the writ which affirmeth the appointed term. FN number 216. She guessed by these words that her son was dead and wept with sore weeping. Then she said to me, Allah upon thee, tell me, is my son dead? I could not answer her for tears and excess of grief, and when she saw me thus, she was choked with weeping and fell to the ground in a fit. As soon as she came to herself, she said to me, Tell me how it was with my son. I replied, May Allah abundantly compensate thee for his loss. And I told her all that had befallen him from beginning to end. She then asked, Did he give thee any charge? And I answered, Yes, and told her what he had said, adding, Hasten to perform his funeral. When she heard these words, she swooned away again, and, when she recovered, she addressed herself to do as I charged her. Then I returned to my house, And as I went along musing sadly upon the fair gifts of his youth, behold, a woman caught hold of my hand, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 169th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the jeweller thus continued: The woman caught hold of my hand, and I looked at her, and lo! It was the slave girl who used to come from Shams al-Nahar, and she seemed broken by grief. When we knew each other we both wept and ceased not weeping till we reached my house, and I said to her, Knowest thou the news of the youth, Ali bin Bakr? She replied, No, by Allah. So I told her the manner of his death and all that had passed, whilst we both wept, after which quoth I to her, How is it with thy mistress? Quoth she, The Commander of the Faithful would not hear a single word against her, but, for the great love he bore her, saw all her actions in a favourable light, and said to her, O Shams al-Nahar, thou art dear to me, and I will bear with thee and bring the noses of thy foes to the grindstone. Then he bade them furnish her an apartment decorated with gold and a handsome sleeping chamber, and she abode with him in all ease of life and high favour. Now it came to pass that one day, as he sat at wine according to his custom, with his favourite concubines in presence, he bade them be seated in their several ranks and made Shams al-Nahar sit by his side. But her patience had failed and her disorder had redoubled upon her. Then he bade one of the damsels sing, so she took a lute and tuning it struck the chords, and began to sing these verses. One craved my love and I gave all he craved of me, and tears on cheek betray how 'twas I came to yield, teardrops, meseemeth, are familiar with our case, revealing what I hide, hiding what I revealed. How can I hope in secret to conceal my love, which stress of passion ever showeth unconcealed? Death, since I lost my lover, is grown sweet to me, but I knew what their joys when I shall quit the field. Now when Shams al-Nahar heard these verses sung by the slave girl, she could not keep her seat, but fell down in a fainting fit, whereupon the Caliph cast the cup from his hand and drew her to him, crying out, and the damsels also cried out, and the Prince of True Believers turned her over and shook her, and lo and behold, she was dead. The Caliph grieved over her death with sore grief and bade break all the vessels and dulcimers FN number 217, and other instruments of mirth and music which were in the room. Then carrying her body to his closet, he abode with her the rest of the night. When the day broke, he laid her out and commanded to wash her and shroud her and bury her. And he mourned for her with sore mourning, and questioned not of her case nor of what caused her condition. And I beg thee in Allah's name, continued the damsel, to let me know the day of the coming of Ali bin Bakr's funeral procession, that I may be present at his burial. Quoth I, for myself, where thou wilt thou canst find me, but thou, where art thou to be found, and who can come at thee where thou art? She replied, on the day of Shams al-Nahar's death, the Commander of the Faithful freed all her women, myself among the rest, FN number 218, and I am one of those now abiding at the tomb in such a place. So I rose and accompanied her to the burial ground and piously visited Shams al-Nahar's tomb, after which I went my way and ceased not to await the coming of Ali bin Bakr's funeral. When it arrived, the people of Baghdad went forth to meet it, and I went forth with them, and I saw the damsel among the women, and she the loudest of them in lamentation, crying out and wailing with a voice that rent the vitals and made the heart ache. Never was seen in Baghdad a finer funeral than his, and we ceased not to follow in crowds till we reached the cemetery and buried him to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Nor from that time to this have I ceased to visit the tombs of Ali son of Bakr and of Shams al-Nahar. This, then, is their story, and Allah Almighty have mercy upon them. FN number 219, and yet is not their tale, continued Shahrazad, more wonderful than that of King Shahriman. The king asked her, and what was his tale? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 170th night, She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, as regards their tale of Kamar al-Zaman, that there was in times of yore and in ages long gone before a king called Shahriman, FN number 220, who was lord of many troops and guards and officers, and who reigned over certain islands, known as the Khalidan Islands, FN number 221, on the borders of the land of the Persians. But he was stricken in years and his bones were wasted, without having been blessed with a son, albeit he had 4 wives, daughters of kings, and 3 the concubines, with each of whom he was wont to lie one night in turn. FN number 222, this preyed upon his mind and disquieted him, so that he complained thereof to one of his wazirs, saying, "Verily I fear lest my kingdom be lost when I die, for that I have no son to succeed me." The minister answered, "O king, peradventure Allah shall yet bring something to pass, so rely upon the Almighty and be instant in prayer. It is also my counsel that thou spread a banquet and invite to it the poor and needy, and let them eat of thy food, and supplicate the Lord to vouchsafe thee a son, for perchance there may be among thy guests a righteous soul whose prayers find acceptance, and thereby thou shalt win thy wish." So the king rose, made the lesser ablution, and prayed a 2-bow prayer, FN number 223. Then he cried upon Allah with pure intention, after which he called his chief wife to bed and lay with her forthright. By grace of God she conceived and, when her months were accomplished, she bore a male child, like the moon on the night of fullness. The king named him Kamar al-Zaman, FN number 224, and rejoiced in him with extreme joy and bade the city be dressed out in his honor. So they decorated the streets 7 days, whilst the drums beat and the messengers bore the glad tidings abroad. Then wet and dry nurses were provided for the boy, and he was reared in splendor and delight, until he reached the age of 15. He grew up of surpassing beauty and seemly hair and in symmetry, and his father loved him so dear that he could not brook to be parted from him day or night. One day he complained to a certain of his ministers anent the excess of his love for his only child, saying, "O thou the wazir, of a truth I fear for my son, Kamar al-Zaman, the shifts and accidents which befall man, and fain would I marry him in my lifetime." Answered the wazir, "O king, know thou that marriage is one of the most honorable of moral actions, and thou wouldst indeed do well and right to marry thy son in thy lifetime, ere thou make him sultan." On this quoth the king, "Hither with my son Kamar al-Zaman." So he came and bowed his head to the ground in modesty before his sire. "O Kamar al-Zaman," said King Shahriman, "of a truth I desire to marry thee and rejoice in thee during my lifetime." Replied he, "O my father, know that I have no lust to marry nor cloth my soul incline to women, for that concerning their craft and perfidy I have read many books and heard much talk, even as saith the poet. Now, and of women ask ye, I reply: in their affairs I'm versed to doctor. When man's head grizzles and his money dwindles, in their affections he hath naught for share. And another said: rebel against women, and so shalt thou serve Allah the more. The youth who gives women the rein must forfeit all hope to soar. They'll balk him when seeking the strange device, Excelsior, to waste he 1,000 of years in the study of science and law. And when he had ended his verses he continued, "O my father, wedlock is a thing whereto I will never consent, no, not though I drink the cup of death." When Sultan Shahriman heard these words from his son, light became darkness in his sight, and he grieved thereat with great grief. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 171st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Shahriman heard these words from his son, the light became darkness in his sight, and he grieved over his son's lack of obedience to his directions in the matter of marriage. Yet, for the great love he bore him, he was unwilling to repeat his wishes, and was not wroth with him, but caressed him and spake him fair, and showed him all manner of kindness such as tendeth to induce affection. All this, and Kamar al-Zaman increased daily in beauty and loveliness and amorous grace, and the king bore with him for a whole year till he became perfect in eloquence and elegant wit. All men were ravished with his charms, and every breeze that blew bore the tidings of his gracious favour. His fair sight was a seduction to the loving and a garden of delight to the longing, for he was honey sweet of speech and the sheen of his face shamed the full moon. He was a model of symmetry and blandishment and engaging ways. His shape was as the willow wand or the rattan cane, and his cheeks might take the place of rose or red anemone. He was, in fine, the pink of perfection, even as the poet hath said of him. He came and cried, "They, now be Allah blessed. Praise him that clad that soul in so fair vest. He's king of beauty where the beauteous be, all are his yachts." FN number 225, all obey his hest. His lip dew sweeter than the virgin honey, his teeth are pearls in double row close press. All charms are congregate in him alone, and deals his loveliness to man unrest. Beauty wrote on those cheeks for worlds to see. I testify there is none good but he. FN number 226. When the year came to an end, the king called his son to him and said, "O my son, wilt thou not hearken to me?" Whereupon Kamar al-Zaman fell down for respect and shame before his sire and replied, "O my father, how should I not hearken to thee, seeing that Allah commandeth me to obey thee and not gainsay thee?" Rejoined King Shahriman, "O my son, know that I desire to marry thee and rejoice in thee whilst yet I live, and make thee king over my realm, before my death." When the prince heard his sire pronounce these words, he bowed his head a while, then raised it and said, "O my father, this is a thing which I will never do, no, not though I drink the cup of death. I know of a surety that the Almighty hath made obedience to thee a duty in religion, but, Allah upon thee, press me not in this matter of marriage, nor fancy that I will ever marry my life long, for that I have read the books both of the ancients and the moderns, and have come to know all the mischiefs and miseries which have befallen them through women and their endless artifices. And how excellent is the saying of the poet, 'He whom the randy mots entrap shall never see deliverance, though build he forts 1,000-fold, whose mighty strength lead plates enhance.' FN number 227. Their force shall be of no avail, these fortresses have not a chance. Women ideal in treachery to far and near o'er earth's expanse, with fingers dipped in henna blood and locks in braids that mad the glance, and eyelids painted or with cold they gar us drink of dire mischance. And how excellently saith another, "Women, for all the chastity they claim, are awful cast by kites where'er they list. This night their talk and secret charms are shine, that night another joyeth calf and wrist, like in, whence after night thou fast at dawn, and lodges of the white thou hast not wist." FN number 228. Now when King Shahriman heard these his son's words and learnt the import of his verses and poetical quotations, he made no answer of his excessive love for him, but redoubled in graciousness and kindness to him. He at once broke up the audience and, as soon as the séance was over, he summoned his minister and taking him apart, said to him, "O thou the wazir, tell me how I shall deal with my son in the matter of marriage." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted stay. When it was the 172nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king summoned his minister, and, taking him apart, said to him, O thou the wazir, tell me what I shall do with my son in the matter of marriage. Of a truth I took counsel with thee thereon, and thou didst counsel me to marry him, before making him king. I have spoken with him of wedlock time after time, and he still gainsaid me, so do thou, O wazir, forthright advise me what to do." Answered the minister, "O king, wait another year, and, if after that thou be minded to speak to him on the matter of marriage, speak not to him privily, but address him on a day of state, when all the emirs and wazirs are present with the whole of the army standing before thee. And when all are in crowd, then send for thy son, Kamar al-Zaman, and summon him, and, when he cometh, broach to him the matter of marriage before their wazirs and grandees and officers of state and captains, for he will surely be bashful and daunted by their presence and will not dare to oppose thy will. Now when King Shahriman heard his wazir's words, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, seeing success in the project, and bestowed on him a splendid robe of honour. Then he took patience with his son another year, whilst, with every day that passed over him, Kamar al-Zaman increased in beauty and loveliness, and elegance and perfect grace, till he was nigh 20 years old. Indeed Allah had clad him in the cloak of comeliness and had crowned him with the crown of completion. His eye glance was more bewitching than Merit and Merit FN number 229, and the play of his luring looks more misleading than Taggart, FN number 230, and his cheeks shone like the dawn rosy red, and his eyelashes stormed the keen-edged blade. The whiteness of his brow resembled the moon shining bright, and the blackness of his locks was as the murky night, and his waist was more slender than the gossamer FN number 231, and his back parts than 2 sand heaps bulkier, making a babel of the heart with their softness, but his waist complained of the weight of his hips and loins, and his charms ravished all mankind, even as one of the poets saith in these couplets. By his eyelash tendril curled, by his slender waist I swear, by the dart his witchery feathers, fatal hurtling through the air, by the just roundness of his shape, by his glances bright and keen, by the swart limping of his locks, and his fair forehead shining sheen, by his eyebrows which deny that she who looks on them should sleep, which now commanding, now forbinding, or may high dominion keep, by the roses of his cheek, his face as fresh as myrtle wreath, his tulip lips, and those pure pearls that hold the places of his teeth, by his noble form, which rises featly turned in even swell to where upon his jutting chest 2 young pomegranates seem to dwell, by his supple moving hips, his taper waist, the silky skin, by all he robbed perfection of, and holds enchained his form within, by his tongue of steadfastness, his nature true and excellent, by the greatness of his rank, his noble birth, and high descent, musk from my love her savour steals, who musk exhales from every limb, and all the air's ambergris breathes, but the zephyrs blow o'er him. The sun, methinks, the broad bright sun, as low before my love should quail as would my love himself transcend the paltry paring of his nail. FN number 232. So King Shahriman, having accepted the counsel of his wazir, waited for another year and a great festival, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 173rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Shahriman, having accepted the counsel of his wazir, waited for another year and a great festival, a day of state when the audience hall was filled with his emirs and wazirs and grandees of his reign and officers of state and captains of might and main. Thereupon he sent for his son Kamar al-Zaman, who came, and kissing the ground before him 3 times, stood in presence of his sire with his hands behind his back, the right grasping the left. FN number 233. Then said the king to him, Know, O my son, that I have not sent for thee on this occasion and summoned thee to appear before this assembly and all these officers of estate here awaiting our orders, save and except that I may lay a commandment on thee, wherein do thou not disobey me, and my commandment is that thou marry, for I am minded to wed thee to a king's daughter and rejoice in thee ere I die. When the prince heard this much from his royal sire, he bowed his head groundwards a while, then raising it towards his father, and being moved thereto at that time by youthful folly and boyish ignorance, replied, But for myself I will never marry, no, not though I drink the cup of death. As for thee, thou art great in age and small of wit, hast thou not, twice ere this day and before this occasion, questioned me of the matter of marriage, and I refused my consent? Indeed thou dotest and are not fit to govern a flock of sheep. So saying, Kamar al-Zaman unclasped his hands from behind his back and tucked up his sleeves above his elbows before his father, being in a fit of fury. Moreover, he added many words to his sire, knowing not what he said in the trouble of his spirits. The king was confounded and ashamed, for that this befell in the presence of his grandees and soldier officers assembled in a high festival and a state occasion. But presently the majesty of kingship took him, and he cried out at his son and made him tremble. Then he called to the guards standing before him and said, "Seize him." So they came forward and laid hands on him and, binding him, brought him before his sire, who bade them pinion his elbows behind his back and in disguise make him stand before the presence. And the prince bowed down his head for fear and apprehension, and his brow and face were beaded and spangled with sweat, and shame and confusion troubled him sorely. Thereupon his father abused him and reviled him and cried, "Woe to thee, thou son of adultery and nursling of abomination!" FN number 234. How durst thou answer me on this wise before my captains and soldiers? But hitherto none hath chastised thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 174th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Shahriman cried out to his son Kamar al-Zaman, How durst thou answer me on this wise before my captains and soldiers? But hitherto none hath chastised thee. Knowest thou not that this deed thou hast done were a disgrace to him had it been done by the meanest of my subjects?" And the king commanded his Mamelukes to loose his elbow bonds and imprison him in one of the bastions of the citadel. So they took the prince and thrust him into an old tower, wherein there was a dilapidated saloon and in its middle a ruined well, after having first swept it and cleansed its floor flags and set therein a couch on which they laid a mattress, a leathern rug and a cushion, and then they brought a great lanthorn and a wax candle, for that place was dark, even by day. And lastly the Mamelukes led Kamar al-Zaman thither, and stationed an eunuch at the door. And when all this was done, the prince threw himself on the couch, sad-spirited, and heavy-hearted, blaming himself and repenting of his injurious conduct to his father, whereas repentance availed him naught, and saying, "Allah curse marriage and marriageable unmarried women, the traitresses all. Would I had hearkened to my father and accepted a wife. Had I so done it had been better for me than this jail." This is how it fared with him, but as regards King Shahriman, he remained seated on his throne all through the day until sundown. Then he took the minister apart and said to him, "Know thou, O Wazir, that thou and thou only west the cause of all this that hath come to pass between me and my son by the advice thou west pleased to devise, and so what dost thou counsel me to do now?" Answered he, "O king, leave thy son in limbo for the space of 15 days, then summon him to thy presence and bid him wed, and assuredly he shall not gainsay thee again." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 175th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir said to King Shahriman, Leave thy son in limbo for the space of 15 days, then summon him to thy presence and bid him wed, and assuredly he shall not gainsay thee again." The king accepted the Wazir's opinion and lay down to sleep that night troubled at heart concerning his son, for he loved him with dearest love because he had no other child but this, and it was his wont every night not to sleep, save after placing his arm under his son's neck. So he passed that night in trouble and unease on the princess' account, tossing from side to side, as he were laid on coals of Artemisia were deaf and number 235, for he was overcome with doubts and fears and sleep visited him not all that livelong night. But his eyes ran over with tears and he began repeating, "While slanderers slumber, longsome is my night, suffice thee a heart so sad in parting plight, I say, while night in care slow moments by, what? No return for thee, fair morning light?" And saying of another, When saw I plied stars his glance escape, and pole star draught of sleep upon him pour, and the beer daughters FN number 236, went in morning dight, I knew that morning was for him no more. Such was the case with King Shahriman, but as regards Kamar al-Zaman, when the night came upon him, the eunuch set the lanthorn before him, and lighting the wax candle, placed it in the candlestick, then brought him somewhat of food. The prince ate a little and continually reproached himself for his unseemly treatment of his father, saying to himself, O my soul, knowest thou not that a son of Adam is the hostage of his tongue, and that a man's tongue is what casteth him into deadly perils? Then his eyes ran over with tears, and he bewailed that which he had done, from anguished vitals and aching heart, repenting him with exceeding repentance of the wrong wherewith he had wronged his father, and repeating, Fair youth shall die by stumbling of the tongue, stumble of foot works not man's life such wrong, the slip of lip shall oft smite off the head, while slip of foot shall never harm one long. Now when he had made an end of eating, he asked for the wherewithal to wash his hands, and when the Mameluke had washed them clean of the remnants of food, he arose and made the wuzu oblation and prayed the prayers of sundown and nightfall, conjoining them in one, after which he sat down. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 176th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Prince Kamar al-Zaman had prayed, conjoining them in one, the prayers of sundown and nightfall, he sat down on the well and began reciting the Quran, and he repeated the cow, the house of Imran, and Y.S., the compassionate, blessed be the king, unity and the two talismans FN number 237, and he ended with blessing and supplication and with saying, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. FN number 238. Then he lay down upon his couch, which was covered with a mattress of satin from Almatin town, the same on both sides and stuffed with the raw silk of Iraq, and under his head was a pillow filled with ostrich down, and when ready for sleep, he doffed his outer clothes and drew off his bag trousers and lay down in a shirt of delicate stuff smooth as wax, and he donned a head kerchief of Azumarazi FN number 239, cloth. And at such time and on this guise Kamar al-Zaman was like the full-orbed moon, when it riseth on its 14th night. Then, drawing over his head a coverlet of silk, he fell asleep with the lanthorn burning at his feet and the wax candle over his head, and he ceased not sleeping through the first third of the night, not knowing what lurked for him in the womb of the future, and what the Omniscient had decreed for him. Now, as fate and fortune would have it, both tower and saloon were old and had been many years deserted, and there was therein a Roman well inhabited by a Jinneer of the seed of FN number 240, the accursed, by name Maymuna, daughter of Al-Dimuriyat, a renowned king of the Jann. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 177th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the name of the Jinneer in question was Maymuna, daughter of Al-Dimuriyat, a renowned king of the Jann. And as Kamar al-Zaman continued sleeping till the first third of the night, Maymuna came up out of the Roman well and made for the firmament, thinking to listen by stealth to the converse of the angels, but when she reached the mouth of the well, she saw a light shining in the tower, contrary to custom. And having dwelt there many years without seeing the like, she said to herself, Never have I witnessed aught like this, and, marvelling much at the matter, determined that there must be some cause therefore. So she made for the light and found the eunuch sleeping within the door, and inside she saw a couch spread, whereon was a human form with a wax candle burning at his head and the lanthorn at his feet, and she wondered to see the light and stole towards it little by little. Then she folded her wings and stood by the bed and, drawing back the coverlid, discovered Kamar al-Zaman's face. She was motionless for a full hour in admiration and wonderment, for the lustre of his visage outshone that of the candle, His face beamed like a pearl with light, his eyelids were languorous like those of the gazelle, the pupils of his eyes were intensely black and brilliant. FN number 241. His cheeks were rosy red, his eyebrows were arched like bows, and his breath exhaled a scent of musk, even as saith of him the poet. I kissed him, darker grew those pupils, FN number 242, which seduce my soul, and cheeks flushed rosier hue. O heart, if slanderers dare to deem the be his like in chasms, say bring him hither, you. Now when Maimuna saw him, she pronounced the formula of praise, FN number 243, and said, Blessed be Allah, the best of creators, for she was of the true believing jinn, and she stood a while gazing on his face, exclaiming and envying the youth his beauty and loveliness. And she said in herself, By Allah, I will do no hurt to him nor let any harm him, nay, from all of evil will I ransom him, for this fair face deserveth not but that folk should gaze upon it and for it praise the Lord. Yet how could his family find it in their hearts to leave him in such desert place where, if one of our Marids came upon him at this hour, he would assuredly slay him. Then the Ifrit Maimuna bent over him and kissed him between the eyes, and presently drew back the sheet over his face which she covered up, and after this she spread her wings and soaring into the air, flew upwards. And after rising high from the circle of the saloon she ceased not winging her way through air and ascending skywards till she drew near the heaven of this world, the lowest of the heavens. And behold, she heard the noisy flapping of wings cleaving the welkin, and, directing herself by the sound, she found when she drew near it that the noise came from an Ifrit called Danash. So she swooped down on him like a sparrow hawk, and, when he was aware of her and knew her to be Maimuna, the daughter of the king of the jinn, he feared her and his side muscles quivered, and he implored her forbearance, saying, I conjure thee by the most great and august name and by the most noble talisman graven upon the seal ring of Solomon, entreat me kindly and harm me not. When she heard these words her heart inclined to him, and she said, Verily, thou conjurest me, O accursed, with a mighty conjuration. Nevertheless, I will not let thee go, till thou tell me whence thou comest at this hour. He replied, O princess, know that I come from the uttermost end of Chinaland and from among the islands, and I will tell thee the wonderful thing I have seen this night. If thou kind my words true, let me wend my way and write me a patent under thy hand and with thy sign manual that I am thy freedman, so none of the jinn hosts, whether of the upper who fly or of the lower who walk the earth or of those who dive beneath the waters, do me let or hindrance. Rejoined Maimuna, and what is it thou hast seen this night, O liar, O accursed? Tell me without leasing, and think not to escape from my hand with falses. For I swear to thee by the letters graven upon the bezel of the seal ring of Solomon David's son, on both of whom be peace, except thy speech be true, I will pluck out thy feathers with mine own hand and strip off thy skin and break thy bones. Quoth the Ifrit Danash son of Shimrish FN number 244, the flyer, I accept, O my lady, these conditions. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 178th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Danash spoke thus to Maimuna, I accept, O my lady, these conditions. Then he resumed, Know, O my mistress, that I come tonight from the islands of the inland sea in the parts of China, which are the realms of King Gaia, lord of the islands and the seas and the 7 palaces. There I saw a daughter of his, than whom Allah hath made none fairer in her time. I cannot picture her to thee, for my tongue would fail to describe her with her due of praise, but I will name to thee a somewhat of her charms by way of approach. Now her hair is like the nights of disunion and separation, and her face like the days of union and delectation, and right well hath the poet said when picturing her. She dispread the locks from her head one night, showing 4-fold nights into one night run, and she turned her visage towards the moon, and 2 moons showed at moment one. She hath a nose like the edge of the burnished blade, and cheeks like purple wine or anemone's blood red. Her lips as coral and carnelian shine, and the water of her mouth is sweeter than old wine. Its taste would quench hell's fiery pain. Her tongue is moved by wit of high degree and ready repartee. Her breast is a seduction to all that see it. Glory be to him who fashioned it and finished it, and joined thereto our two upper arms smooth and rounded, even as saith of her the poet Al-Walligan, FN number 245. She hath wrists which, did her bangles not contain, would run from out her sleeves in silvern rain. She hath breasts like two globes of ivory, from whose brightness the moons borrow light, and a stomach with little waves as it were a figured cloth of the finest Egyptian linen made by the Copts, with creases like folded scrolls, ending in a waist slender past all power of imagination, based upon back parts like a hillock of blown sand, that force her to sit when she would fain stand, and awaken her when she fain would sleep, even as saith of her and describeth her the poet. She hath those hips conjoined by thread of waist, hips that all me and her too tyrannize my thoughts they days whene'er I think of them, and weigh her down whene'er she would uprise. FN number 246. And those back parts are upborne by thighs smooth and round, and by a calf like a column of pearl, and all this reposeth upon 2 feet, narrow, slender and pointed like spear blades. FN number 247, the handiwork of the protector and rector. I wonder how, of their littleness, they can sustain what is above them, but I cut short my praises of her charms, fearing lest I be tedious. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 179th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Ifrit Danash bin Shimarish said to the Ifrit Maymuna, Of a truth I cut short my praises, fearing lest I be tedious. Now when Maymuna heard the description of that princess and her beauty and loveliness, she stood silent in astonishment. Whereupon Danash resumed, The father of this fair maiden is a mighty king, a fierce knight, immersed night and day in fray and fight, for whom death hath no fright and the escape of his foe no dread, for that he is a tyrant masterful and a conqueror irresistible, lord of troops and armies and continents and islands, and cities and villages, and his name is King Gaia, lord of the islands and of the seas and of the 7 palaces. Now he loveth his daughter, the young maiden whom I have described to thee, with dearest love, and, for affection of her, he hath heaped together the treasures of all the kings and built her therewith 7 palaces, each of a different fashion, the first of crystal, the second of marble, the third of china steel, the fourth of precious stones and gems of price, the fifth of porcelain and many hued onyxes and ring bezels, the 6th of silver and the 7th of gold. And he hath filled the 7 palaces with all sorts of sumptuous furniture, rich silken carpets and hangings and vessels of gold and silver and all manner of gear that kings require, and hath bidden his daughter to abide in each by turns for a certain season of the year, and her name is the Princess Buda. FN number 248. Now when her beauty became known and her name and fame were bruited abroad in the neighbouring countries, all the kings sent to her father to demand her of him in marriage, and he consulted her on the matter, but she disliked the very word wedlock with a manner of abhorrence, and said, O my father, I have no mind to marry, no, not at all, for I am a sovereign lady and a queen suzerain ruling over men, and I have no desire for a man who shall rule over me. And the more suits she refused, the more her suitors' eagerness increased, and all the royalties of the inner islands of China sent presents and rarities to her father with letters asking her in marriage. So he pressed her again and again with advice on the matter of espousals, but she ever opposed to him refusals, till at last she turned upon him angrily and cried, O my father, if thou name matrimony to me once more, I will go into my chamber and take a sword and, fixing its hilt in the ground, will set its point to my waist, then will I press upon it, till it come forth from my back, and so slay myself. Now when the king heard these her words, the light became darkness in his sight, and his heart burned for her as with a flame of fire, because he feared lest she should kill herself, and he was filled with perplexity concerning her affair and the king's her suitors. So he said to her, if thou be determined not to marry and there be no help for it, abstain from going and coming in and out. Then he placed her in a house and shut her up in a chamber, appointing 10 old women as duennas to guard her, and forbade her to go forth to the 7 palaces. Moreover, he made it appear that he was incensed against her, and sent letters to all the kings, giving them to know that she had been stricken with madness by the jinns, and it is now a year since she hath thus been secluded. Then continued the Ifrit Danash, addressing the Ifrit Maymuna, and I, O my lady, go to her every night and take my fill of feeding my sight on her face, and I kiss her between the eyes, yet, of my love to her, I do her no hurt neither mount her, for that her youth is fair and her grace surpassing, every one who seeth her jealouseth himself for her. I conjure thee, therefore, O my lady, to go back with me and look on her beauty and loveliness and stature and perfection of proportion, and after, if thou wilt, chastise me or enslave me, and win to thy will, for it is shine to bid and to forbid. So saying, the Ifrit Danash bowed his head towards the earth and drooped his wings downward, but Maymuna laughed at his words and spat in his face and answered, what is this girl of whom thou pratest but a potsherd wherewith to wipe after making water? FN number 249, 4. By Allah, O accursed, I thought thou hadst some wondrous tale to tell me or some marvellous news to give me. How would it be if thou wert to sight my beloved? Verily, this night I have seen a young man, whom if thou saw though but in a dream, thou wouldst be palsied with admiration and spittle would flow from thy mouth. Asked the Ifrit, and who and what is this youth? And she answered, know, O Danash, that there hath befallen a young man the like of what thou tellest me Bethel thy mistress, for his further pressed him again and again to marry, but he refused, till at length his sire waxed wroth at being opposed and imprisoned him in the tower where I'd dwell. And I came up tonight and saw him. Said Danash, O my lady, show me this youth, that I may see if he be indeed handsomer than my mistress, the Princess Buda, or not, for I cannot believe that the like of her liveth in this our age. Rejoined Maymuna, thou list, O accursed, O most ill-omened of marids and vilest of Satans. FN number 250. Sure am I that the like of my beloved is not in this world. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 180th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Ifrit Maymuna spake thus to the Ifrit Danash, sure am I that the like of my beloved is not in this world. Art thou mad to fellow thy beloved with my beloved? He said, Allah upon thee, O my lady, go back with me and look upon my mistress, and after I will with thee and look upon thy beloved. She answered, it must needs be so, O accursed, for thou art an avish devil, but I will not go with thee nor shalt thou come with me, save upon condition of a wager, which is this. If the lover thou lovest and of whom thou boastest so bravely, prove handsomer than mine whom I mentioned and whom I love and of whom I boast, the bet shall be shine against me, but if my beloved prove the handsomer the bet shall be mine against thee. Quoth Danash the Ifrit, O my lady, I accept this thy wager and am satisfied thereat, so come with me to the islands. Quoth Maymuna, no, for the abode of my beloved is nearer than the abode of shine, here it is under us. So come down with me to see my beloved, and after we will go look upon thy mistress. I hear and I obey, said Danash. So they descended to earth and alighted in the saloon which the tower contained. Then Maymuna stationed Danash beside the bed and, putting out her hand, drew back the silken coverlet from Kamar al-Zaman's face, when it glittered and glistened and shimmered and shone like the rising sun. She gazed at him for a moment, Then turning sharply round upon Danash said, Look, O accursed, and be not the basest of madmen, I am a maid, yet my heart he hath waylaid. So Danash looked at the prince and long continued gazing steadfastly on him, then, shaking his head, said to Maimuna, By Allah, O my lady, thou art excusable, but there is yet another thing to be considered, and this is, that the estate female differeth from the male. By Allah's might, this thy beloved is the likest of all created things to my mistress in beauty and loveliness and grace and perfection, and it is as though they were both cast alike in the mould of seemly head. Now when Maimuna heard these words, the light became darkness in her sight, and she dealt him with her wings so fierce a buffet on the head as well nigh made an end of him. Then quoth she to him, I conjure thee, by the light of his glorious countenance, go at once, O accursed, and bring hither thy mistress whom thou lovest so fondly and foolishly, and return in haste that we may lay the twain together and look on them both as they lie asleep side by side. So shall it appear to us which be the goodlier and more beautiful of the two. Except thou obey me this very moment, O accursed, I will dart my sparks at thee with my fire and consume thee. Yea, in pieces I will rend thee and into the deserts cast thee, that to stay at home and wayfarer an example thou be. Quoth Danash, O my lady, I will do thy behests, for I know for sure that my mistress is the fairer and sweeter. So saying, the Ifrit flew away and Maimuna flew with him to guard him. They were absent a while and presently returned, bearing the young lady, who was clad in a shift of fine Venetian silk, with a double edging of gold and purfled with the most exquisite of embroidery, having these couplets worked upon the ends of the sleeves. 3 matters hinder her from visiting us, in fear of hateful, slandering envier and his hired spies, the shining light of brow, the trinket's tinkling voice, and scent of essences that tell an air as she tries, join that she hide her brow with edge of sleeve, and leave at home her trinketry, how shall her scent disguise? FN number 251. And Danash and Maimuna stinted not bearing that young lady till they had carried her into the saloon and had laid her beside the youth Kamar al-Zaman. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 181st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Ifrit Danash and the Ifrit Maimuna stinted not bearing Princess Buda till they descended and laid her on the couch beside Kamar al-Zaman. Then they uncovered both their faces, and they were the likest of all folk, each to other, as they were twins or an only brother and sister, and indeed they were a seduction to the pious, even as saith of them the poet Al-Mubin. O heart, be not thy love confined to one, lest thou by doting or disdain be undone, love all the fair, and thou shalt find with them if this be lost, to thee it shall be won. And quoth another, Mine eyes beheld two lying on the ground, both had I loved upon thee and they lay. So Danash and Maimuna gazed on them a while, and he said, By Allah, O my lady, it is good. My mistress is assuredly the fairer. She replied, Not so, my beloved is the fairer. Woe to thee, O Danash! Art blind of eye and heart that lean from fat thou canst not depart? Wilt thou hide the truth? Dost thou not see his beauty and loveliness and fine stature and symmetry? Out on thee, hear what I purpose to say in praise of my beloved, and, if thou be a lover true to her thou dost love, do thou the like for her thou lovest. Then she kissed Kamar al-Zaman again and again between the eyes and improvised this ode. How is this? Why should their blame abuse thee in his pride? What shall console my heart for thee, that art but slender bow? A nature cold FN number 252, I thou hast that witcheth far and wide, from pure platonic love FN number 253, of it deliverance none I draw. Those glances, fell as plundering Turk, to heart such havoc deal as never havoked time at the maid keenest at the curve. On me thou layest load of love the heaviest while I feel so feeble grown that under weight of care my set I swerve. My love for thee as what is twell is habit, and my low is nature, to all others false is all the love I tender. Now were my heart but like to shine I never would say no, only my wasted form is like thy waist so gracious slender. Out on him who in beauty's robe for moon-like charms hath fame, and who is claimed by mouth of men as marvel of his tribe. Of man what manner may he be, ask they who flight and blame, for whom thy heart is so distressed? I only cry describe. O stone and tempered heart of him, learn of his yielding grace and bending form to show me grace and yielding to consent. O my prince beautiful, thou hast an overseer in place FN number 254, who worketh me, and eke a groom whose wrong cloth ne'er relent. Indeed he lieth who hath said that all of loveliness was pent in Joseph, in thy charms there's many and many a Joe. The genii dread me when I stand and face to face address, but meeting thee my fluttering heart its shame and terror show. I take aversion semblance and I turn from thee in fright, but more aversion I assume, more love from me dost claim. That hair of jetty black, that brow in radiant light, those e'en wherein white jostles black, FN number 255, that dealing dainty frame. When Danash heard the poesy which Maimuna spake in praise of her beloved, he joyed with exceeding joy and marvelled with excessive wonderment. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 182nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Ifrit Danash heard the poesy which Maimuna spake in praise of her beloved, he shook for exceeding joy and said, Thou hast celebrated thy beloved in song and thou hast indeed done well in praise of him whom thou lovest. And there is no help for it but that I also in my turn do my best to infame my mistress, and recite somewhat in her honour. Then the Ifrit went up to the Lady Buda, and kissing her between the eyes, looked at Maimuna and at his beloved princess and recited the following verses, albeit he had no skill in poesy. Love for my fair they chide in angry way, and just for ignorance, yea injustice a lavish favours on the love mad, whom taste of thy wrath and parting woe shall slay. In sooth for love I'm wet with railing tears, that trail mine eyelids blood thou mightest say, no marvel what I bear for love, 'tis marvel that any know my me while thou right away, unlawful were our union did I doubt thy love, or heart incline to other may. And eke these words : I feed eyes on their stead by the valley's side, and I'm slain and my slaver FN number 256, aside hath dried, grief wine have I drunken, and down my cheek stands tears to the song of the camel guide, for union blessing I strive though sure, in Buda and Suad all my bliss shall bide, FN number 257. What I not which of three gave me most to plain, so hear them number dare thou decide, those swords her in, that lance her fig, or ring mailed locks which her forehead hide. Quoth she, and I ask of her what so whites or abide in towns or in desert tried FN number 258, to me, in thy heart I dwell, look there. Quoth I, where's my heart where? Where? When Maimuna heard these lines from the Ifrit, she said, Thou hast done well, O Danash. But say thou which of the two is the handsome? And he answered, My mistress Buda is handsomer than thy beloved. Cried Maimuna, Thou list, O accursed. Nay, my beloved is more beautiful than shine. But Danash persisted, Mine is the fairer. And they ceased not to wrangle and challenge each other's words till Maimuna cried out at Danash and would have laid violent hands on him, but he humbled himself to her and, softening his speech, said, Let not the truth be a grief to thee, and cease we this talk, for all we say is to testify in favour of our lovers. Rather let each of us withdraw the claim and seek we one who shall judge fairly between us which of the two be fairer, and by his sentence we will abide. I agree to this, answered she, and smote the earth with her foot, whereupon there came out of it an Ifrit blind of an eye, humpbacked and scurvy-skinned, with eye orbits slit up and down his face. FN number 259, on his head were 7 horns and 4 locks of hair fell to his heels. His hands were pitchfork-like and his legs mass-like, and he had nails as the claws of a lion, and feet as the hoofs of the wild ass. FN number 260, when that Ifrit rose out of the earth and sighted Maimuna, he kissed the ground before her and, standing with his hands clasped behind him, said, "What is thy will, O my mistress, O daughter of my king?" FN number 261, she replied, "O Kashkash, I would have thee judge between me and this accursed Danash." And she made known to him the matter, from first to last, whereupon the Ifrit Kashkash looked at the face of the youth and then at the face of the girl, and saw them lying asleep, embraced, each with an arm under the other's neck, alike in beauty and loveliness and equal in grace and goodliness. The married gazed long upon them, marvelling at their seemly head, and, after carefully observing the twain, he turned to Maimuna and Danash, and recited these couplets. Go, visit who thou lovest, and regard not the words detractors utter, envious churls can never favour love. Oh, sure, the merciful ne'er made a thing more fair to look upon, than 2 fond lovers in each other's arms, speaking their passion in a mute embrace. When heart has turned to heart, the fools would part them strike idly on cold steel. So when thou'st found one purely, wholly shine, accept her true heart, and live for her alone. Oh, thou that blamest the love-struck for their love, give all thy talk, how canst thou minister to a mind diseased? FN number 262. Then he turned again to Maimuna and Danash and said to them, By Allah, if you will have the truth, I tell you fairly the twain be equal in beauty, and loveliness and perfect grace and goodliness, nor can I make any difference between them on account of their being man and woman. But I have another thought, which is that we wake each of them in turn, without the knowledge of the other, and whichever is the more enamoured shall be held inferior in seemly hair and in comeliness. Quoth Maimuna, Right is this recking, and quoth Danash, I consent to this. Then Danash changed himself to the form of a flea and bit Kamar al-Zaman, whereupon he started from sleep in a fright. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 183rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Danash changed himself to the form of a flea and bit Kamar al-Zaman, who started from sleep in a fright and rubbed the bitten part, his neck, and scratched it hard because of the smart. Then turning sideways, he found lying by him something whose breath was sweeter than musk and whose skin was softer than cream. Hereat marvelled he with great marvel, and he sat up and looked at what lay beside him, when he saw it to be a young lady like an union pearl, or a shining sun, or a dome seen from afar on a well-built wall, for she was 5 feet tall, with a shape like the letter Aleph. FN number 263, bosomed high and rosy checked, even as saith of her the poet. 4 things which ne'er can join, unless it be to store my vitals and to shed my blood, brow white as day and tresses black as night, cheeks rosy red and lips which smiles o'er flood. And also quoth another, A moon she rises, willow wand she waves, breathes ambergris, and gazes, a gazelle, meseems that sorrow woes my heart and wins, and, when she wendeth hastes therein to dwell. And when Kamar al-Zaman saw the Lady Buda, daughter of King Gaya, and her beauty and comeliness, she was sleeping clad in a shift of Venetian silk, without her petticoat trousers, and wore on her head a kerchief embroidered with gold and set with stones of price. Her ears were hung with twin earrings which shone like constellations, and round her neck was a collar of union pearls, of size unique, past the competence of any king. When he saw this, his reason was confounded, and natural heat began to stir in him. Allah awoke in him the desire of coition, and he said to himself, Whatso Allah willeth, that shall be, and what he willeth not shall never be. So saying, he put out his hand and, turning her over, loosed the collar of her chemise, then arose before his sight her bosom, with its breasts like double globes of ivory, whereat his inclination for her redoubled, and he desired her with exceeding hot desire. He would have awakened her, but she would not awake, for Danash had made her sleep heavy. So he shook her and moved her, saying, "O my beloved, awake and look on me. I am Kamar al-Zaman." But she awoke not, neither moved her head, whereupon he considered her case for a long hour and said to himself, "If I guess aright, this is the damsel to whom my father would have married me, and these 3 years past I have refused her, but inshallah God willing, as soon as it is dawn, I will say to him, marry me to her, that I may enjoy her." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 184th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to himself, By Allah, when I see dawn I will say to my sire, marry me to her that I may enjoy her, nor will I let half the day pass ere I possess her and take my fill of her beauty and loveliness." Then he bent over Buddha to bless her, whereat the Jinniyah Maymuna trembled and was abashed, and Danash, the Ifrit, was like to fly for joy. But, as Kamar al-Zaman was about to kiss her upon the mouth, he was ashamed before Allah and turned away his head and averted his face, saying to his heart, "Have patience." Then he took thought a while and said, "I will be patient. Haply my father, when he was wroth with me and sent me to this jail, may have brought my young lady and made her lie by my side to try me with her, and may have charged her not to be readily awakened when I would rouse her, and may have said to her, Whatever thing Kamar al-Zaman do to thee, make me aware thereof, O belike my sire standeth hidden in some stead whence, being himself unseen, he can see all I do with this young lady, and tomorrow he will scold me and cry, How cometh it that thou sayest, I have no mind to marry, and yet thou didst kiss and embrace yonder damsel? So I will withhold myself lest I be ashamed before my sire, and the right and proper thing to do is not to touch her at this present, nor even to look upon her, except to take from her somewhat which shall serve as a token to me and a memorial of her, that some sign endue between me and her." Then Kamar al-Zaman raised the young lady's hand and took from her little finger a seal ring worth an immense amount of money, for that its bezel was a precious jewel, and around it were graven these couplets: "Count not that I your promises forgot, despite the length of your delinquencies be generous, O my lord, to me inclining, haply your mouth and cheeks these lips may kiss, by Allah, ne'er will I relinquish you albeit will transgress love's boundaries." Then Kamar al-Zaman took the seal ring from the little finger of Queen Buddha and set it on his own, then, turning his back to her, went to sleep. FN number 264. When Maymuna the Jinniyah saw this, she was glad and said to Danash and Kashkash, "Saw ye how my beloved Kamar al-Zaman bore himself chastely towards this young lady? Verily, this was of the perfection of his good gifts. For observe you twain how he looked on her and noted her beauty and loveliness, and yet embraced her not, neither kissed her nor put his hand to her, but turned his back and slept." Answered they, "Even so." Thereupon Maymuna changed herself into a flea, and entering into the raiment of Buddha, the loved of Danash, crept up her calf and came upon her thigh, and, reaching a place some 4 carats FN number 265, below her navel, the bit her. Thereupon she opened her eyes, and sitting up in bed, saw a youth lying beside her and breathing heavenly in his sleep, the loveliest of Almighty Allah's creatures, with eyes that put to shame the fairest houris of heaven, and a mouth like Solomon's seal, whose water was sweeter to the taste and more efficacious than etheriac, and lips the colour of coral stone, and cheeks like the blood-red anemone, even as saith one, describing him in these couplets: "My mind's withdrawn from Zainab and the war." FN number 266. By rosy cheeks that growth of myrtle bear, I love a fawn, a tunic-vested boy, and leave the love of bracelet-wearing fair. My mate in hall and closet is unlike her that I play with, as at home we bear. O thou, who blam'st my flight from Hind and Zainab, the cause is clear as dawn uplighting air. Wouldst have me fair FN number 267, a slave, the thrall of thrall, gripped, pent, confined behind the bar and wall? Now when Princess Buda saw him, she was seized by a transport of passion and yearning and love-longing, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 185th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Princess Buda saw Kamar al-Zaman she was forthwith seized with a transport of passion and yearning and love-longing, and she said to herself, Alas, my shame! This is a strange youth and I know him not. How cometh he to be lying by my side on one bed? Then she looked at him a second time and, noting his beauty and loveliness, said, By Allah, he is indeed a comely youth, and my heart FN number 268, is well nigh torn in sunder with longing for him. But alas, how am I shamed by him! By the Almighty, had I known it was this youth who sought me in marriage of my father, I had not rejected him, but had wived with him and enjoyed his loveliness. Then she gazed in his face and said, O my lord and light of mine eyes, awake from sleep and take thy pleasure in my beauty and grace. And she moved him with her hand, but Maimuna the Jinniya let down sleep upon him as it were a curtain, and pressed heavily on his head with her wings so that Kamar al-Zaman awoke not. Then Princess Buda shook him with her hands and said, My life on thee, hearken to me, awake and up from thy sleep and look on the Narcissus and the tender down thereon, and enjoy the sight of naked waist and navel, and touzle me and tumble me from this moment till break of day. Allah upon thee, O my lord, sit up and prop thee against the pillow and slumber not. Still Kamar al-Zaman made her no reply but breathed hard in his sleep. Continued she, Alas, alas, thou art insolent in thy beauty and comeliness and grace and loving looks. But if thou art handsome, so am I handsome, what then is this thou dost? Have they taught thee to flout me, or hath my father, the wretched old fellow, FN number 269, made thee swear not to speak to me tonight? But Kamar al-Zaman opened not his mouth neither awoke, whereat her passion for him redoubled and Allah inflamed her heart with love of him. She stole one glance of eyes that cost her 1,000 sighs, her heart fluttered, and her vitals throbbed and her hands and feet quivered, and she said to Kamar al-Zaman, Talk to me, O my lord. Speak to me, O my friend. Answer me, O my beloved, and tell me thy name, for indeed thou hast ravished my wit. And during all this time he abode drowned in sleep and answered her not a word, and Princess Buda sighed and said, Alas, alas, why art thou so proud and self-satisfied? Then she shook him and turning his hand over, saw her seal ring on his little finger, whereat she cried a loud cry, and followed it with a sigh of passion and said, Alack, alack, by Allah, thou art my beloved and thou lovest me. Yet thou seemest to turn thee away from me out of coquetry, for all, O my darling, thou camest to me, whilst I was asleep and knew not what thou didst with me, and tookest my seal ring, and yet I will not pull it off thy finger. So saying, she opened the bosom of his shirt and bent over him and kissed him and put forth her hand to him, seeking somewhat that she might take as a token, but found nothing. Then she thrust her hand into his breast and, because of the smoothness of his body, it slipped down to his waist and thence to his navel and thence to his yard, whereupon her heart ached and her vitals quivered and lust was sore upon her, for that the desire of women is fiercer than the desire of men, FN number 270, and she was ashamed of her own shamelessness. Then she plucked his seal ring from his finger, and put it on her own instead of the ring he had taken, and burst his inner lips and hands, nor did she leave any part of him unkissed, after which she took him to her breast and embraced him and, laying one of her hands under his neck and the other under his armpit, nestled close to him and fell asleep by his side. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 186th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Princess Buda fell asleep by the side of Kamar al-Zaman, after doing that which she did, quoth Maymunah to Danash, Knight thou, O accursed, how proudly and coquettishly my beloved bore himself, and how hotly and passionately thy mistress showed herself to my dealing. There can be no doubt that my beloved is handsomer than shine, nevertheless I pardon thee. Then she wrote him a document of manumission and turned to Kashkash and said, Go, help Danash to take up his mistress and aid him to carry her back to her own place, for the night runneth apace and there is but little left of it. I hear and I obey, answered Kashkash. So the two Ifrits went forward to Princess Buda and upraising her flew away with her. Then, bearing her back to her own place, they laid her on her bed, whilst Maymunah abode alone with Kamar al-Zaman, gazing upon him as he slept, till the night was all but spent, when she went her way. As soon as morning morrowed, the prince awoke from sleep and turned right and left, but found not the maiden by him and said in his mind, What is this business? It is as if my father would incline me to marriage with the damsel who was with me and have now taken her away by stealth, to the intent that my desire for wedlock may redouble. Then he called out to the eunuch who slept at the door, saying, Woe to thee, O damned one, arise at once. So the eunuch rose, bemused with sleep, and brought him basin and ewer, whereupon Kamar al-Zaman entered the water closet and did his need, FN number 271, then, coming out made the wuzu oblation and prayed the dawn prayer, after which he sat telling on his beads the 99 names of Almighty Allah. Then he looked up and, seeing the eunuch standing in service upon him, said, Out on thee, O Sawab! Who was it came hither and took away the young lady from my side and I still sleeping? Asked the eunuch, O my lord, what manner of young lady? The young lady who lay with me last night, replied Kamar al-Zaman. The eunuch was startled at his words and said to him, By Allah, there hath been with thee neither young lady nor other. How should young lady have come into thee, when I was sleeping in the doorway and the door was locked? By Allah, O my lord, neither male nor female hath come into thee. Exclaimed the prince, Thou list, O pestilent slave, is it of thy competence also to hoodwink me and refuse to tell me what is become of the young lady who lay with me last night and declined to inform me who took her away? Replied the eunuch, and he was affrighted at him, By Allah, O my lord, I have seen neither young lady nor young lord. His words only angered Kamar al-Zaman the more and he said to him, O accursed one, my father hath indeed taught thee deceit. Come hither. So the eunuch came up to him, and the prince took him by the collar and dashed him to the ground, whereupon he let fly a loud fart FN number 272, and Kamar al-Zaman, kneeling upon him, kicked him and throttled him till he fainted away. Then he dragged him forth and tied him to the well rope, and let him down like a bucket into the well and plunged him into the water, then drew him up and lowered him down again. Now it was hard winter weather, and Kamar al-Zaman ceased not to plunge the eunuch into the water and pull him up again and douse him and haul him whilst he screamed and called for help, and the prince kept on saying, By Allah, O damned one, I will not draw thee up out of this well till thou tell me and fully acquaint me with the story of the young lady and who it was took her away, whilst I slept. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 187th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to the eunuch, By Allah, I will not draw thee up out of this well until thou tell me the story of the young lady and who it was took her away whilst I slept. Answered the eunuch, after he had seen death staring him in the face, O my lord, let me go and I will relate to thee the truth and the whole tale. So Kamar al-Zaman pulled him up out of the well, all but dead for suffering, what with cold and the pain of dipping and dousing, drubbing and dread of drowning. He shook like cane in hurricane, his teeth were clenched as by cramp and his clothes were drenched and his body befouled and torn by the rough sides of the well. Briefly he was in a sad pickle. Now when Kamar al-Zaman saw him in this sorry plight, he was concerned for him, but, as soon as the eunuch found himself on the floor, he said to him, "O my lord, let me go and doff my clothes and wring them out and spread them in the sun to dry, and don others, after which I will return to thee forthwith and tell thee the truth of the matter." Answered the prince, "O rascal slave! Hast thou not seen death face to face? Never hadst thou confessed to fact nor told me a word, but go now and do thy will, and then come back to me at once and tell me the truth." Thereupon the eunuch went out, hardly crediting his escape, and ceased not running, stumbling and rising in his haste, till he came into King Shahriman, whom he found sitting at talk with his wazir of Kamar al-Zaman's case. The king was saying to the minister, "I slept not last night, for anxiety concerning my son, Kamar al-Zaman, and indeed I fear lest some harm befall him in that old tower." "What good was there in imprisoning him?" answered the wazir. "Have no care for him. By Allah, no harm will befall him. None at all. Leave him in prison for a month till his temper yield and his spirit be broken and he return to his senses." As the two spoke, behold, up rushed the eunuch, in the aforesaid plight, making to the king, who was troubled at sight of him, and he cried, "O our lord the Sultan! Verily, thy son's wits are fled and he hath gone mad. He hath dealt with me thus and thus, so that I am become as thou sayest me." And he kept saying, "A young lady lay with me this night and stole away secretly whilst I slept. Where is she?" And he insisteth on my letting him know where she is and on my telling him who took her away. But I have seen neither girl nor boy. The door was locked all through the night, for I slept before it with the key under my head, and I opened to him in the morning with my own hand." When King Shahriman heard this, he cried out, saying, "Alas, my son!" And he was enraged with sore rage against the wazir, who had been the cause of all this case, and said to him, "Go up, bring me news of my son and see what hath befallen his mind." So the wazir rose and, stumbling over his long skirts, in his fear of the king's wrath, hastened with the slave to the tower. Now the sun had risen, and when the minister came in to Kamar al-Zaman, he found him sitting on the couch reciting the Quran. So he saluted him and seated himself by his side, and said to him, "O my lord, this wretched eunuch brought us tidings which troubled and alarmed us and which incensed the king." Asked Kamar al-Zaman, "And what hath he told you of me to trouble my father?" "In good sooth he hath troubled none but me," answered the wazir. "He came to us in fulsome state and told us of thee a thing which heaven forfend." And the slave added, "A lie which it befitteth not to repeat. Allah preserve thy youth and sound sense and tongue of eloquence, and forbid to come from thee aught of offence." Quoth the prince, "O wazir, and what thing did this pestilent slave say of me?" The minister replied, "He told us that thy wits had taken leave of thee, and thou wouldest have it that a young lady lay with thee last night, and thou west instant with him to tell thee whither she went, and thou didst torture him to that end." But when Kamar al-Zaman heard these words, he was enraged with sore rage, and he said to the wazir, "'Tis manifest to me in very deed that you people taught the eunuch to do as he did." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 188th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kamar al-Zaman heard the words of the wazir, he was enraged with sore rage and said to him, "'Tis manifest to me in very deed that you people taught the eunuch to do as he did, and forbade him to tell me what became of the young lady who lay with me last night. But thou, O wazir, art cleverer than the eunuch, so do thou tell me without stay or delay, whither went the young lady who slept on my bosom last night, for it was you who sent her and bade her steep in my embrace, and we lay together till dawn. But, when I awoke, I found her not. So where is she now?" Said the wazir, "O my lord Kamar al-Zaman, Allah's name encompass thee about. By the Almighty, we sent none to thee last night, but thou layest alone. with the door locked on thee and the eunuch sleeping behind it, nor did the come to the young lady or any other. Regain thy reason, O my lord, and stablish thy senses and occupy not thy mind with vanities. Rejoined Kamar al-Zaman, who was incensed at his words, O Wazir, the young lady in question is my beloved, the fair one with the black eyes and rosy cheeks, whom I held in my arms all last night. So the minister wondered at his words and asked him, Didst thou see this damsel last night with shine-own eyes on wake or in sleep? Answered Kamar al-Zaman, O ill-omened old man, dost thou fancy I saw her with my ears? Indeed, I saw her with my very eyes and awake, and I touched her with my hand, and I watched by her full half the night, feeding my vision on her beauty and loveliness and grace and tempting looks. But you had schooled her and charged her to speak no word to me, so she feigned sleep and I lay by her side till dawn, when I awoke and found her gone. Rejoined the Wazir, O my lord Kamar al-Zaman, haply thou sawest this in thy sleep. It must have been a delusion of dreams or a deception caused by eating various kinds of food, or a suggestion of the accursed devils. Cried the prince, O pestilent old man! Wilt thou too make a mock of me and tell me this was haply a delusion of dreams, when that eunuch confessed to the young lady, saying, At once I will return to thee and tell thee all about her. With these words, he sprang up and rushed at the Wazir and gripped hold of his beard, which was long FN number 273, and, after gripping it, he twisted his hand in it and hurling him off the couch, threw him on the floor. It seemed to the minister as though his soul departed his body for the violent plucking at his beard, and Kamar al-Zaman ceased not kicking the Wazir and basting his breast and ribs and cuffing him with open hand on the nape of his neck till he had well nigh beaten him to death. Then said the old man in his mind, just as the eunuch's slave saved his life from this lunatic youth by telling him a lie, thus it is even fitter that I do likewise, else he will destroy me. So now for my lie to save myself, he being mad beyond a doubt. Then he turned to Kamar al-Zaman and said, O my lord, pardon me, for indeed thy father charged me to conceal from thee this affair of the young lady, but now I am weak and weary and wounded with funding, for I am an old man and lack strength and bottom to endure blows. Have, therefore, a little patience with me and I will tell thee all and acquaint thee with the story of the young woman. When the prince heard this, he left off drubbing him and said, Wherefore couldst thou not tell me the tale until after shame and blows? Raise now, unlucky old man that thou art, and tell me her story. Quoth the Wazir, Say, dost thou ask of the young lady with the fair face and perfect form? Quoth Kamar al-Zaman, Even so. Tell me, O Wazir, who it was that led her to me and laid her by my side, and who was it that took her away from me by night, and let me know forthright whither she is gone, that I myself may go to her at once. If my father did this deed to me that he might try me by means of that beautiful girl, with a view to our marriage, I consent to wed her and free myself of this trouble, for he did all these dealings with me only because I refused wedlock. But now I consent, and I say again, I consent to matrimony. So tell this to my father, O Wazir, and advise him to marry me to that young lady, for I will have none other, and my heart loveth none save her alone. Now rise up at once and haste thee to my father and counsel him to hurry on our wedding and bring me his answer within this very hour. Rejoined the Wazir, 'Tis well, and went forth from him, hardly believing himself out of his hands. Then he set off from the tower, walking and tripping up as he went, for excess of fright and agitation, and he ceased not hurrying till he came into King Shahriman. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 189th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir fared forth from the tower, and ceased not running till he came into King Shahriman, who said to him as he sighted him, O thou Wazir, what man hath brought thee to grief and whose mischief hath treated thee in wade and leaf? How happeneth it that I see thee dumbfounded and coming to me thus astounded? Replied the Wazir, O king, I bring thee good news. And what is it? Quoth Shahriman, and quoth the Wazir, Know that thy son Kamar al-Zaman's wits are clean gone, and that he hath become stark mad. Now when the king heard these words of the minister, light became darkness in his sight, and he said, O Wazir, make clear to me the nature of his madness. Answered the Wazir, O my lord, I hear and I obey. Then he told him that such and such had passed, and acquainted him with all that his son had done, whereupon the king said to him, Hear, O Wazir, the good tidings which I give thee in return for this thy fair news of my son's insanity, and it shall be the cutting off of thy head and the forfeiture of my favour, O most illumined of Wazirs and foulest of emirs. For I feel that thou hast caused my son's disorder by the wicked advice and the sinister counsel thou hast given me first and last. By Allah, if aught of mischief or madness have befallen my son, I will most assuredly nail thee upon the palace dome and make thee drain the bitterest draught of death. Then he sprang up and, taking the Wazir with him, fared straight for the tower and entered it. And when Kamar al-Zaman saw the two, he rose to his father in haste from the couch whereon he sat, and kissing his hands drew back and hung down his head and stood before him with his arms behind him, and thus remained for a full hour. Then he raised his head towards his sire, the tears gushed from his eyes and streamed down his cheeks, and he began repeating, Forgive the sin 'neath which my limbs are trembling, for the slave seeks for mercy from his master. I've done a fault, which calls for free confession, where shall it call for mercy and forgiveness? FN number 274. When the king heard this, he arose and embraced his son, and kissing him between the eyes, made him sit by his side on the couch. Then he turned to the Wazir, and, looking on him with eyes of wrath, said, O dog of Wazirs, how didst thou say of my son such and such things, and make my heart quake for him? Then he turned to the prince and said, O my son, what is today called? He answered, O my father, this day is the Sabbath, and tomorrow is first day, then comes second day, third, fourth, fifth day, and lastly Friday. FN number 275, exclaimed the king, O my son, O Kamar al-Zaman, praise be Allah for the preservation of thy reason. What is the present month called in Arabic? Zulqa'dah, answered Kamar al-Zaman, and it is followed by Zulhijjah, then cometh Muharram, then Safar, then Rabi'a the first and Rabi'a the second, the two Jamadas, Rajab, Shaban, Ramazan and Shawwal. At this the king rejoiced exceedingly and spat in the Wazir's face, saying, O wicked old man, how canst thou say that my son is mad? And now none is mad but thou. Hereupon the minister shook its head and would have spoken, but bethought himself to wait a while and see what might next befall. Then the king said to his child, O my son, what words be these thou saddest to the eunuch and the Wazir, declaring, I was sleeping with a fair damsel this night. FN number 276. What damsel is this of whom thou speakest? Then Kamar al-Zaman laughed at his father's words and replied, O my father, know that I can bear no more jesting, so add me not another mock or even a single word on the matter, for my temper hath waxed short by that you have done with me. And know, O my father, with assured knowledge, that I consent to marry, but on condition that thou give me to wife her who lay by my side this night. For I am certain it was thou sentest her to me and madest me in love with her, and then dispatchedst a message to her before the dawn and tookest her away from beside me. Rejoined the king, the name of Allah encompass thee about, O my son, and be thy wit preserved from witlessness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 190th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth King Shahriman to his son Kamar al-Zaman, the name of Allah encompass thee about, O my son, and be thy wit preserved from witlessness. What thing be this young lady whom thou fanciest I sent to thee last night, and then again that I sent to withdraw her from thee before dawn? By the Lord, O my son, I know nothing of this affair, and Allah upon thee, tell me if it be a delusion of dreaming or a deception caused by indisposition. For verily thou layest down to sleep last night with thy mind occupied anent marriage and troubled with the talk of it. Allah damned marriage and the hour when I spake of it, and curse him who counselled it. And without doubt or diffidence I can say that being moved in mind by the mention of wedlock thou dreamedst that a handsome young lady embraced thee and didst fancy thou sawest her when awake. But all this, O my son, is but an imbroglio of dreams. Replied Kamar al-Zaman, leave this talk and swear to me by Allah, the All-Creator, the Omniscient, the Humbler of the tyrant Caesars and the Destroyer of the Chosroes, that thou knowest naught of the young lady nor of her wanting place. Quoth the king, by the might of Allah Almighty, the God of Moses and Abraham, I know naught of all this and never even heard of it. It is assuredly a delusion of dreams thou hast seen in sleep. Then the prince replied to his sire, I will give thee a self-evident proof that it happened to me when on wake. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 191st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to his sire, I will give thee a self-evident proof that this happened to me when on wake. Now let me ask thee, did it ever befall any man to dream that he was battling a sore battle, and after to awake from sleep and find in his hand a sword blade besmeared with blood? Answered the king, No, by Allah, O my son, this hath never been. Rejoined Kamar al-Zaman, I will tell thee what happened to me, and it was this. Meseemed I awoke from sleep in the middle of the past night and found a girl lying by my side, whose form was like mine and whose favour was as mine. I embraced her and turned her about with my hand and took her seal ring, which I put on my finger, and she pulled off my ring and put it on hers. Then I went to sleep by her side, but refrained from her for shame of thee, deeming that thou hadst sent her to me, intending to tempt me with her and incline me to marriage, and suspecting thee to be hidden somewhere whence thou couldst see what I did with her. And I was ashamed even to kiss her on the mouth for thy account, thinking over this temptation to wedlock, and, when I awoke at point of day, I found no trace of her, nor could I come at any news of her, and there befell me what thou knowest of with the eunuch and with the wazir. How then can this case have been a dream and a delusion, when the ring is a reality? Save for her ring on my finger I should indeed have deemed it a dream, but here is the ring on my little finger, look at it, O king, and see what is its worth. So saying he handed the ring to his father, who examined it and turned it over, then looked to his son and said, Verily, there is in this ring some mighty mystery and some strange secret. What befell thee last night with the girl is indeed a hard nut to crack, and I know not how intruded upon us this intruder. None is the cause of all this bosher save the wazir, but, Allah upon thee, O my son, take patience. So haply the Lord may turn to gladness this thy grief, and to thy sadness bring complete relief, as quoth one of the poets. Haply shall fortune draw her rein, and bring fair chance, for she is changeful, jealous, vain, still I may woo my want and wishes win, and see on heels of care unfair, the fane. And now, O my son, I am certified at this hour that thou art not mad, but thy case is a strange one which none can clear up for thee save the Almighty. Cried the prince, By Allah, O my father, deal kindly with me and seek out this young lady and hasten her coming to me, else I shall die of woe and of my death shall no one know. Then he betrayed the ardour of his passion, and turned towards his father and repeated these two couplets. If your promise of personal call prove untrue, deign in a vision to grant me an interview. Quoth they, How can Phantom FN number 277 appear to the sight of the youth, whose sight is foredone, but you? Then, after ending his poetry, Kamar al-Zaman again turned to his father, with submission and despondency, and shedding tears in flood, began repeating these lines. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 192nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kamar al-Zaman had repeated to his father these verses, he wept and complained and groaned from a wounded heart, and added these lines. Beware that eye glance which hath magic might, wherever turn those orbs it bars our flight, nor be deceived by low sweet voice, that breeds a fever festering in the heart and sprite, so soft that silky skin, were rose to touch it she'd cry and teardrops rain for pain and fright. Did Zephyrin in sleep pass o'er her land, scented he choose to dwell in scented sight, her necklets vie with tinkling of her belt, her wrists strike either wristlet dumb with spite, when would her bangles vest those rings in ear, upon the Levizian high mysteries light, I'm blamed for love of her, nor pardon claim, eyes are not profiting which lack foresight, heaven strip thee, blame were mine, and just art thou, before this fawn must every eye low bow. FN number 278. After which he said, By Allah, O my father, I cannot endure to be parted from her even for an hour. The king smote hand upon hand and exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. No cunning contrivance can profit us in this affair. Then he took his son by the hand and carried him to the palace, where Kamar al-Zaman lay down on the bed of languor and the king sat at his head, weeping and mourning over him and leaving him not, night or day, till at last there was he came in to him and said, O king of the age and the time, how long wilt thou remain shut up with thy son and hide thyself from thy troops? Haply, the order of thy realm may be deranged, by reason of shine absence from thy grandees and officers of state. It behoveth the man of understanding, if he have various wounds in his body, to apply him first to medicine the most dangerous. So it is my counsel to thee that thou remove thy son from this place to the pavilion which is in the palace overlooking the sea, and shut thyself up with him there, setting apart in every week 2 days, Thursday and Monday, for state receptions and progresses and reviews. On these days let shine emirs and wazirs and chamberlains and viceroys and high officials and grandees of the realm and the rest of the levies and the lieges have access to thee and submit their affairs to thee, and do thou their needs and judge among them and give and take with them and bid and forbid. And the rest of the week thou shalt pass with thy son, Kamar al-Zaman, and cease not thus doing till Allah shall vouchsafe relief to twain. Think not, O king, that thou art safe from the shifts of time and the strokes of change which come like a traveller in the night, for the wise man is ever on his guard, and how well saith the poet. Thou deemedst well of time when days went well, and fearedst not what else might bring thee fate, the nights so fair and restful cozened thee, for peaceful nights bring woes of heavy weight. O children of mankind whom time befriends, beware of time's deceit so soon or late! FN number 279. When the Sultan heard his wazir's words he saw that they were right and deemed his counsel wise, and it had effect upon him, for he feared lest the order of the state be deranged, so he rose at once and bade transport his son from his sick room to the pavilion in the palace overlooking the sea. Now this palace was girt round by the waters and was approached by a causeway 20 cubits wide. It had windows on all sides commanding an ocean view, its floor was paved with parti-coloured marbles and its ceiling was painted in the richest pigments and figured with gold and lapis lazuli. They finished it for Kamar al-Zaman with splendid upholstery, embroidered rugs and carpets of the richest silk, and they clothed the walls with choice brocades and hung curtains bespangled with gems of price. In the midst they set him a couch of juniper FN number 280 wood inlaid with pearls and jewels, and Kamar al-Zaman sat down thereon, but the excess of his concern and passion for the young lady had wasted his charms and emaciated his body. He could neither eat nor drink nor sleep, and he was like a man who had been sick 20 years of sore sickness. His father seated himself at his head, grieving for him with the deepest grief, and every Monday and Thursday he gave his wazirs and emirs and chamberlains and viceroys and lords of the realm and levies and the rest of his lieges leave to come up to him in that pavilion. So they entered and did their several service and duties and abode with him till the end of the day, when they went their ways, and the king returned to his son in the pavilion, whom he left not night nor day, and he ceased not doing on this wise for many days and nights. Such was the case with Kamar al-Zaman, son of King Shahriman, but as regards Princess Buda, daughter of King Gaya, lord of the Isles and the 7 palaces, when the 2 jinns bore her up and laid her on her bed, she slept till daybreak, when she awoke and sitting upright looked right and left, but saw not the youth who had lain in her bosom. At this her vitals fluttered, her reason fled, and she shrieked a loud shriek which awoke all her slave girls and nurses and duennas. They flocked into her, and the chief of them came forward and asked, "What aileth thee, O my lady?" Answered the princess, "O wretched old woman, where is my beloved, the handsome youth who lay last night in my bosom? Tell me whither he is gone." Now when the duenna heard this, the lights darkened in her sight, and she feared from her mischief with sore affright, and said to her, "O my lady Buda, what unseemly words are these?" Cried the princess, "Woe to thee, pestilent crone that thou art! I ask thee again, where is my beloved, the goodly youth with the shining face and the slender form, the jetty eyes and the joined eyebrows, who lay with me last night from supper-tide until near daybreak?" She rejoined, "By Allah, O my lady, I have seen no young man nor any other. I conjure thee, carry not this unseemly jest too far, lest we all lose our lives, for perhaps the joke may come to thy father's ears, and who shall then deliver us from his hand?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 193rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the duenna bespake the lady Buda in these words, Allah upon thee, O my lady, carry not this unseemly jest too far, for perhaps it may come to thy father's ears, and who shall then deliver us from his hand?" The princess rejoined, "In very sooth the youth lay with me last night, one of the fairest faced of men." Exclaimed the duenna, "Heaven preserve thy reason! Indeed no one lay with thee last night." Thereupon the princess looked at her hand and, finding Kamar al-Zaman's seal ring on her finger instead of her own, said to her, "Woe to thee, thou accursed! Thou traitress! Wilt thou lie to me and tell me that none lay with me last night, and swear to me a falsehood in the name of the Lord?" Replied the duenna, "By Allah, I do not lie to thee, nor have I sworn falsely." Then the princess was incensed by her words, and, drawing a sword she had by her, she smote the old woman with it and slew her. FN number 281. Whereupon the eunuch and the waiting women and the concubines cried out at her, and ran to her father and, without stay or delay, acquainted him with her case. So the king went to her, and asked her, "O my daughter, what aileth thee?" And she answered, "O my father, where is the youth who lay with me last night?" Then her reason fled from her head, and she cast her eyes right and left and rent her raiment even to the skirt. When her sire saw this, he bade the women lay hands on her, so they seized her and manacled her, then putting a chain of iron about her neck, made her fast to one of the palace windows and they left her. FN number 282. Thus far concerning Princess Buda, but as regards her father, King Gaya, the world was straitened upon him when he saw what had befallen his daughter, for that he loved her and her case was not a little grievous to him. So he summoned on it the doctors and astrologers and men skilled in talisman writing, and said to them, "Whoso healeth my daughter of what ill she hath, I will marry him to her and give him half of my kingdom, but whoso cometh to her and cureth her not, I will strike off his head and hang it over her palace gate." Accordingly, all who went into her, but failed to heal her, he beheaded and hung their heads over the palace gates, till he had beheaded on her account 40 doctors and crucified 40 astrologers, wherefore the general held aloof from her, all the physicians having failed to medicine her malady, and her case was a puzzle to the men of science and the adepts in cabalistic characters. And as her longing and passion redoubled and love and distraction were sore upon her, she poured forth tears and repeated these couplets. My fondness, O my moon, for thee my fman is, and to thy comradeship the nights my thought compel. In gloom I bide with fire that flames below my ribs, whose low I make comparison with heat of hell. I'm plagued with sorest stress of bine and ecstasy, no clearest noontide can that horrid pain dispel. Then she sighed and repeated these also. Salams throw me to friends in every stead, indeed to all dear friends do I incline. Salams, but not salams that bid adieu, salams that growth of good for you design. I love you dear, indeed, nor less your land, but bide I far from every need of mine. And when the Lady Buddha ceased repeating her poetry, she wept till her eyes waxed sore and her cheeks changed form and hue, and in this condition she continued 3 years. Now she had a foster brother, by name Marzawan, FN number 283, who was travelling in far lands and absent from her the whole of this time. He loved her with an exceeding love, passing the love of brothers, so when he came back he went into his mother and asked for his sister, the Princess Buddha. She answered him, O my son, thy sister hath been smitten with madness and hath passed these 3 years with a chain of iron about her neck, and all the physicians and men of science have failed of healing her. When Marzawan heard these words he said, I must needs go into her, peradventure I may discover what she hath, and be able to medicine her. And his mother replied, Needs must thou visit her, but wait till tomorrow, that I may contrive something to suit thy case. Then she went afoot to the palace of the Lady Buddha and, accosting the eunuch in charge of the gates, made him a present and said to him, I have a daughter, who was brought up with thy mistress, and since then I married her, and, when that befell the princess which befell her, she became troubled and sore concerned, and I desire of thy favour that my daughter may go into her for an hour and look on her, and then return whence she came, so shall none know of it. Quoth the eunuch, This may not be except by night, after the king hath visited his child and gone away, then come thou and thy daughter. So she kissed the eunuch's hand and, returning home, waited till the morrow at nightfall, and when it was time she arose and sought her son Marzawan and attired him in woman's apparel, then, taking his hand in hers, led him towards the palace, and ceased not walking with him till she came upon the eunuch after the sultan had ended his visit to the princess. Now when eunuch saw her, he rose to her, and said, Enter, but do not prolong thy stay. So they went in, and when Marzawan beheld the Lady Buddha in the aforesaid plight, he saluted her, after his mother had doffed his woman's garb. Then he took out of their satchel books he had brought with him, and, lighting a wax candle, he began to recite certain conjurations. Thereupon the princess looked at him and recognizing him, said, O my brother, thou hast been absent on thy travels and thy news have been cut off from us. He replied, True. But Allah hath brought me back safe and sound. I am now minded to set out again, nor hath aught delayed me but the news I hear of thee, wherefore my heart burned for thee and I came to thee, so haply I may free thee of thy malady. She rejoined, O my brother, thinkest thou it is madness saileth me? Yes, answered he, and she said, Not so, by Allah. 'Tis even as saith the poet. Quoth they, Thou rav'st on him thou lov'st. Quoth I, the sweets of love are only for th insane. Love never maketh time his friend befriend, only the gin-struck quite such boon can gain. Well, yes, I'm mad, bring him who madded me, and, if he cure madness, blame restrain. Then she let Marzawan know that she was love-daft, and he said, Tell me concerning thy tale and what befell thee. Haply there may be in my hand something which shall be a means of deliverance for thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 194th night, She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Mars a war thus addressed Princess Buda. Tell me concerning thy tale and what befell thee. Haply Allah may inspire me with the means of deliverance for thee." Quoth she, "O my brother, hear my story, which is this. One night I awoke from sleep, in the last third of the night, FN number 284, and, sitting up, saw by my side the handsomest of youths that be, and tongue faileth to describe him, for he was as a willow wand or an Indian rattan cane. So methought it was my father who had done on this wise in order thereby to try me, for that he had consulted me concerning wedlock, when the kings sought me of him to wife, and I had refused. It was this though withheld me from arousing him, for I feared that, if I did aught of embraced him, he would peradventure inform my father of doings. But in the morning, I found on my finger his seal ring, in place of my own which he had taken. And, O my brother, heart was seized with love of him at first sight, and, for the violence of my passion and longing, I have never savoured the taste of sleep and have no occupation save weeping alway and repeating verses night and day. And this, O my brother, is my story and the cause of my madness." Then she poured forth tears and repeated these couplets. "Now love hast banished all that bred delight, with that heart-nibbling fawn my joys took flight, lightest of trifles lover's blood to him who wastes the vitals of the hapless wight. For him I'm jealous of my sight and thought, my heart acts spy upon my thought and sight, those long-lashed eyelids rain on me their shafts guileful, destroying hearts where'er they light. Now, while my portion in the world endures, shall I behold him ere I quit world sight? What bear I for his sake I'd hide, but tears betray my feelings to the spies despite. When near, our union seemeth ever far, when far, my thoughts to him my nearest are." And presently she continued, "See then, O my brother, how thou mayest aid me in mine affliction." So Marzawan bowed his head groundwards a while, wondering and not knowing what to do. Then he raised it and said to her, "All thou hast spoken to me I hold to be true, though the case of the young man pass my understanding, but I will go round about all lands and will seek for what may heal thee. Haply Allah shall appoint thy healing to be at my hand. Meanwhile, take patience and be not disquieted." Thereupon Marzawan farewelled her, praying that she might be constant, and left her repeating these couplets. "Thine image ever accompanies my sprite, for all Thurite distant from the pilgrim's sight, but my heart wishes here attract thee near. What is the lightning's speed to thought's swift flight? Then go not thou, my very light of eyes which, when Thurite gone, lack all the coal of light." Then Marzawan returned to his mother's house, where he passed the night. And when the morrow dawned, having equipped himself for his journey, he fared forth and ceased not faring from city to city and from island to island for a whole month, till he came to a town named Al-Tirab. FN number 285. Here he went about scenting news of the townsfolk, so haply he might light on a cure for the princess's malady, for in every capital he entered or passed by, it was reported that Queen Buda, daughter of King Gaya, had lost her wits. But arriving at Al-Tirab city, he heard that Kumar al-Zaman, son of King Shahruman, was fallen sick and afflicted with melancholy madness. So Marzawan asked the name of the prince's capital, and they said to him, "It is on the islands of Khaladan, and it lieth distant from our city a whole month's journey by sea, but by land it is 6 months' march." So he went down to the sea in a ship which was bound for the Khaladan Isles, and she sailed with a favouring breeze for a whole month, till they came in sight of the capital, and there remained for them but to make the land, when, behold, there came out on them a tempestuous wind which carried away the masts and rent the canvas, so that the sails fell into the sea and the ship capsized, with all on board, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 195th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the ship capsized with all on board, each sought his own safety, And as for Mars Owen, the set of the sea carried him under the king's palace, wherein was Kamar al-Zaman. And by the decree of destiny it so happened that this was the day on which King Shahriman gave audience to his grandees and high officers, and he was sitting, with his son's head on his lap, whilst an eunuch fanned away the flies, and the prince had not spoken, neither had he eaten nor drunk for 2 days, and he was grown thinner than a spindle. FN number 286. Now the wazir was standing respectfully a foot near the latticed window giving on the sea, and, raising his eyes, saw Mars Owen being beaten by the billows and at his last gasp, whereupon his heart was moved to pity for him, so he drew near to the king and moving his head towards him said, I crave thy leave, O king, to go down to the court of the pavilion and open